All right, friends. I think the streams are open. Give me just a second to double check. I will actually be traveling home this weekend, so I'll be able to take guests on TikTok soon, starting tomorrow. I'm still away for work, so I can't take guests on TikTok, but I will be live streaming to the TikTok backup account as per usual. And you're right, Ems. I'm terrified of you, Ems. I'm terrified to debate you on flat Earth. That's all there is to it. Welcome in, friends. It's Friday night. We're gonna have a blast. Should be a lot of fun. I see all of the friends piling in. Ems already here, like literally first thing. Sorry, Ems, I don't have your emote up yet. I haven't. I've worked way too many hours this week. Didn't get to it. Apologize. We're gonna get to it soon though. But welcome in, and Ethan, and Whiskey Punch, and Jason. Welcome in, friends. And Skeptically Pissed, phenomenal name. Silver Surfer with us. Team As is with us. Jam with us as usual. Bob, friends, it's good to see everybody. The guest box on YouTube is open. And M says, we need to get Justin in RV so he can stream all over the country on his regular. Actually, I would. If I had an RV, I would legit stream all over the country. I'd have to find some sort of very expensive satellite internet to make that a reality. But I could probably find a way to do that. That is something I think I can make happen. But anyways, welcome in. Joy C. Good to see your friend. And Bad Religion, good to see you. We got a couple of super chats already. No guests in the guest box yet, but we got some friends coming in for the party. Eris385, thank you for the super chat. Says, for the anti-trans Christian, could you use the Gospel of Thomas? Logan, or saying 114, the last verse of the Gospel talks about turning women into men. It actually does. That was the verse about them being upset with Mary having some sort of special revelation, and so it said that she shouldn't have it because she's a woman, and then Jesus, I believe it was Jesus that responded that he's going to make her a man. That's certainly a passage that you could bring up. Also on the trans topic, you could just bring up that one passage where he says, in Christ there's no Jew nor Greek nor slave nor free nor male nor female. I mean, if they can use that argument to say there's no slavery anymore, then certainly we can use the argument to say that there's no binary gender structure anymore. Seems like literally the same argument. And also remember, the Trinity is deeply trans. There's no way around that one. Unashamed Apostate, good to see you, friend. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I got the spirit of truth living in me. Now everything is a prophecy. Jesse, probably. 1,000,000%. Tomorrow, while I'm traveling back home, I'll drop episode number 2 of the Jesse Boop saga. And it's really funny because I've been reading some of the more apologetic early church fathers recently, refreshing my memory with some of their bad arguments. And it's hilarious because they have literally nothing new. Like the most well-respected early church fathers are saying all the same bullshit that the people out here on TikTok and YouTube are saying. They have nothing new. In fact, at one point in book number 2 against Celsius, Origen literally says that he's got a prophecy that's so spot on that it's going to put his opposition to shame. And then he randomly quotes Psalm 108, which was not a prophecy whatsoever. Literally one of the most well-spoken, well-read of all of the early church fathers couldn't know or couldn't determine what an actual prophecy is. And of course, he was deeply troubled by the law of Moses and just claimed that, well, all of it's a metaphor. This is all they have, guys. They have nothing. Apologetics has nothing. LA Silver Surfer, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the $4.99 super hype. I appreciate that. And Cora Rose with us also tonight. Thank you so much, Cora. I appreciate the $10 super thanks, and a squishy heart to you. And Guybrush McMurray, 1701, thank you so much for the super chat, says, is there a book you'd recommend for studying Revelation secularly? Maybe, hopefully, explaining the historical context of the prophecies. Thanks. So there's a couple commentaries on the book of Revelation, they're done roughly by religious people, but I would consider them in the secular realm. They're in the academic realm. I personally love the commentary by Josephine Ford. She was a professor at Notre Dame, and I also love the follow-up from that by Craig Kester. There have been other people that have written on Revelation. I believe Richard Bauckham has a commentary on Revelation, and some others. But those two commentaries, I think, are the best starting points. Shit, even Bruce Metzger wrote a commentary on Revelation a while back. I think it was called Cracking the Code or Breaking the Code. Let me double check it. Let's see. Bruce Metzger. Let's make sure I give you guys the right name. Yeah, Breaking the Code. Okay. So it's called Breaking the Code by Bruce Metzger. Bruce Metzger is a pretty famous biblical scholar, although he's no longer active. Obviously, he's I hate to say it, but I think he might actually be passed by now. If I remember correctly, I'm pretty sure he is gone. Bruce Metzger was actually a teacher of Bart Ehrman some time ago over at Princeton. So yeah, Breaking the Code by Bruce Metzger. I gave this book a scan way back when I was in Bible college, and I found it to be interesting. I don't think it's the best book on Revelation, but it's a good place to start if you want something cheap, readily available, easy to read for like normal people. But thank you for the super chat. And Jeffy Peanut Butter says, watching Sinners today, but first, religious barbecue. 1,000,000% we're going to have some religious barbecue. That's going to happen. The guest box is open. If you are watching on TikTok or YouTube or what have you, and you want to know how to get into the debate, there's a link on the screen, tinyurl.com/guestdz, and you can jump into the conversation. Until then, let me work through the super chats so we don't get backlogged. And then as soon as we get a guest in the box, we'll bring them in. Diagoras, welcome to the Kraken crew. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate that. The members are what really keep this channel going. I wouldn't be able to keep this thing going without all of the support and all the memberships. You guys are awesome. Julian, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat. Says happy Friday. Well, happy Friday to you. Loving my cheat sheet. I'm so glad to hear it. Favorite rebuttal to generic Christians who hate or ignore the Old Testament. So my favorite thing when I get somebody who's like, oh, it's Old Testament, that's Old Testament, I really quickly remind them that, well, the Old Testament was critical for understanding the New Testament, and all the writers of the New Testament thought that the Old Testament was in fact authoritative. So if in fact it is authoritative, then you need to actually read the damn thing, even if you don't think that we're bound by the laws. Now, then you take them to Jesus' own words, where Jesus says that the law's going to be in effect until heaven and earth pass away, Matthew 5:17-19. I think that's a good place to start. Those are my favorite rebuttals. There are more you can add on after that. I would go into the Old Testament, show them like, Psalm 119, show them a bunch of verses in Deuteronomy, like Deuteronomy 12, 1-2, Deuteronomy 4, 1 and 2, Deuteronomy 12, verse 1 and verse, I think, 28 or 32, where God says over and over again, this is my law, and follow it forever. All the days you live on the earth, forever. Do it continually, perpetually. So that's where I go. Apostate Chess, great name, by the way, says, I'm telling you, Jesus stole that donkey. He was going to take it without saying anything. Actually, so someone mentioned this on a live stream recently, and that's actually the case. Yeah, we were reading it together, and it seems to be the case that he didn't really ask for any permission. He's just like, I'm taking this, and if anybody asks questions, just tell them this. But he never instructed his disciples to legitimately ask for permission. That didn't really happen. Seems like a property crime. Camera Guy, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, became a member to the Elite Squad Wednesday. Hooyah. No shout out. You cut me deep, man. Trying again. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you, but big booyah. Thank you for joining the community and supporting. And Mike from the internet, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, I've been watching yours and Sarah's Bible study. Such a great resource as I comb through the Old Testament. Hittites, huh? Kind of wild. Thanks for all the work. Well, since we're talking about it, guys, go to Leaving Faith channel, Sarah's channel, and subscribe to her. Let's get her over that 5,000 subscriber hump, and watch our Bible study. In fact, we should be recording another one, hopefully, a couple of them this month, and get those out there. But we're just going to keep going. We're going to keep going through the Bible. It's going to be awesome. And Ken Best, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W. Totally appreciate it. Very generous. Says, hey, DZ, did you bring your best roasting pan? Hope so. You are the best. Well, Ken Best, I really appreciate the kind words. I don't know if I am the best, but I certainly aspire to be better and better, with every passing debate. And thank you for the support. And Danio says, revised Kalam. This should be interesting. Premise number 1, everything that begins to exist appears to have a natural cause. Yeah, I could go with that. Premise 2, nothing. 3, universe, if it began, had a natural cause. I actually would agree with that, because premise number 1 of the Kalam is just as spurious as using the phrase appears to. So I would agree with that. We could definitely reframe the Kalam for a naturalistic, prime mover, 100%. And Burner Bunsen, great name, by the way. Thank you for the $20 super chat. It says, thanks so much for all you do, Justin. Working in a machine shop all day, there's no shortage of evangelical Christian. Feels good to be sacrilegious. Yes, that is for sure. Right under their nose. God is a rock, and that rock is Doug. Stay hard. Listen, Doug is rock hard for you. And don't let these believers give you a hard time at work. Arm yourselves with the knowledge you need to spar with these believers trying to convert you to their cult. You know what I mean? Readers are leaders. Always remember that. Johanna, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says, I'm so happy to never have read the Bible. I just tuned into you and taken more knowledge than I could ever get reading it myself. Thank you very much. Well, thank you so much for supporting. Big appreciation to see you always in the live stream and always supporting. And Hemet Mehta, friendly atheist. Oh yeah, I know the friendly atheists. Had been invited to the Jordan Peterson debate and turned them down, hoping for you to get invited next time. Yeah, it's crazy. I don't know how to decide who gets invited. I don't know how that works. I would have loved to have been invited. I would have cooked them. Hard. Jordan Peterson's an easy takedown, but maybe next time. We'll see. The night man cometh, says, let's fire up the grill. It's barbecue time. Listen, it's fired up. We are cooking with propane and charcoals. And Burner, welcome to the Crack and Crew Elite. Definitely appreciate that. Big W. And K-Sack, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, fellow machine builder here. Big W for being machine builder. I'm actually in Sin City for a startup. Oh shit. No way. But didn't want to miss another cookout. Been wondering if you work for an OEM as well. Notice you've been on the road. I do work for an OEM. Yeah, a very large OEM. And so that's why I do, like you, I'm on the road sometimes when you have to do machine commissioning, different stuff like that. You know the drill. You know what I mean? So yeah, I work for a pretty big OEM. But let me read one more super chat. We'll get our first guest in here. Kohodo, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, Justin won't believe this. My friend Abiathar invited me over for a meal fit for a king, but when I got over there was just some guy named Ahimelech with some bread, never using the Bible to meal plan again. Oh, fucking amazing. Way to integrate one of my favorite contradictions in the Bible by doing a bait and switch from Abiathar to Ahimelech. Couldn't get any better. Chef's kiss to that one. That was fabulous. All right, let's get Peter in the guest box. How you doing, Peter?
Hi there. Doing good.
Peter,
I'm sorry, I didn't catch your name.
I'm Justin.
Oh, hey, Justin.
Good to meet you, Peter. Peter, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, on both.
Cool. And do you believe in a particular God or a generic God?
I believe in the God, the Christian God of the Bible. More specifically, I'm from the Reformed denomination.
Cool. And what would be the most convincing argument or evidence for the Christian God being real?
I think in general, it's something that's evident in everyone's heart, and then also just the make out of reality, and then in addition to that, of course, scripture.
So we can start at point number one. Your point number one seems silly to me because now you're just suggesting that I'm a liar and that I actually do know that there's a God, but I actually don't.
Yep, that's true. Yep,
right.
That's what I believe.
So if I just said, point number one, I believe that all Christians are actually liars that don't believe in God. They're actually just closet atheists that can't admit that they're atheists. Would that be a good argument?
I would disagree, but you could make that argument, I guess.
I don't think it'd be a great argument. I don't think reading people's minds is ever a good argument. So maybe we could just toss that one aside, eh?
That's fine.
Cool. What's point number two?
What did I say again? Something just like first I said something inherent, everybody knows. I said, I did say scripture. Oh yeah, sure. Then I said the makeup of the universe, how everything.
Sure. Okay. So point number two is scripture. What about the scripture would lead me to believe that the Christian God is real?
I think it's a pretty good historical depiction of God's interaction with His creation. Yeah.
Sure, but what if I said to you, I don't think it's actually historical? Like, I think there are some historical bits in it, just like there are historical bits in the Quran, right? But I certainly don't believe in the God of the Quran.
Yeah, sure. That's fair enough. You could get into the more specific, esoteric details about what the Bible speaks on history, and then how the historic scholars get into the historicity of the Bible and all of that. I'm kind of a layman, so I don't know. I can't like verbatim produce that information for you off the top of my head. But I would say that I've experienced a good amount of evidence that shows the historicity of the Bible for my own understanding.
Interesting. Okay. When was the Exodus?
I don't know the exact date. I guess I could Google it really quick, I suppose.
Sure. Do you think the Exodus is historical?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So if we assign a date to it, there's typically two date ranges, right? And one of them is based on the Bible and one of them not so kind of based on the Bible. The most common one is that it happened in the middle of the 1400s. And that's because of a verse in 1 Kings chapter 6, where it says that the Exodus was 480 years prior to the building of Solomon's temple, which I think we can all agree was about 970, 980. Right, based on the Bible and what we know from the Egyptian and the Babylonian records.
Yeah, around now 966 or something. I guess.
In that range, right? Okay, so that means the Exodus would have been in the middle of the 1400s. Now, the reason why this number, this late date of the 1200s, keeps getting thrown out there is because both Genesis and Exodus seem to be under the impression that Pharaoh Ramses was the Pharaoh, at least at some point prior to the Exodus, because it says that he built the storehouses of Pithom and Ramses, the Israelites, and it says when they settled in the land of Egypt, they settled in the land of Ramses. So the Bible also is suggesting that the Israelites and Ramses II were in Egypt at the same time period. Of course, the problem with that is Ramses didn't live until the 1200s. He didn't live in the 1400s, which means we've got a historical gap of about 200 years that need reconciled.
Fair enough. Yeah, I'm not very well educated on the specifics of that, but I would be fine with adjusting the date to match whatever history we seem to know.
So the reason why that's important then is because it demonstrates that the Bible isn't actually a great history book. Right, even on its own internal timeline, it can't seem to get things correct. And I think there's some really bad inconsistencies with the numbers. Like in the book of Numbers, to be specific, it says that there were 600,000 fighting men that left Egypt. And if you equate this to a population, that gets you between about 2 and 2.5 million people. And then somehow 2.5 million people all drank from a single rock that water flowed out of. And 2.5 million people just kind of traversed in the desert and didn't leave any evidence, which is wild to me that such a large mass of people could do that. And I don't fully understand how you even manage that amount of people. I did the math on it once. A location requiring about 15 miles in diameter would be needed for the minimal amount of space for 2.5 million people to dwell together. And that's if they're all standing up and they're all like within 1 foot of each other.
Yeah, I don't see any problem with that, I suppose.
So you think an area of about 15 miles worth of people wandered around in the desert for a period of 40 years and didn't leave any remnants?
Yeah, I mean, if we're dealing with like the limiting possibility being the power of God to allow for something like this to happen, then I guess you would have to admit that if someone believes in God, they wouldn't see it out of God's potential power to allow something like that to transpire.
Well, I don't think we're questioning why or could it happen, like if you are theorizing that God does exist. The question is, how did it happen and then leave no evidence? Why is it the case that there's no evidence for the claim?
Well, I guess what kind of evidence would be left for 1 million people roaming the desert for with 15-mile radius for 40 years? Removed so many thousand years from that time. Now, what kind of evidence would we see for that?
Well, I would expect to see lots and lots of pottery and household goods and different things like that. But I think my favorite thing that I think we would expect that people don't talk about are billions of quail bones. Theoretically, for all 40 years they were out there, they ate quail, they ate manna and quail every day, which means if 2.5 million people are eating quail, we should expect to find millions and millions of quail bones in the desert, roughly comparable to the time period that was there. So I would say billions of quail bone.
I don't know. I'm not like an archaeologist, so I don't know like how much of a particular animal's remains stay intact over a particular amount of time, and any sort of given circumstance that animal was destroyed or killed or consumed. I guess that's something I would have to look into specifically. I can't say off the top of my head if that's a very convincing argument.
Sure. So what I'm saying is that we would expect there to be remains. If 2.5 million people are eating quail every day, we would expect some quail remains. That just seems to be kind of a no-brainer to me personally.
I guess does anybody actually try to find if like any quail remains existed at all within that entire radius of their potential wandering through the wilderness?
Yeah,
we know that.
Oh yeah, there's hundreds of archaeological digs in the Levant, in modern day Israel. Quite a few of them happened in the Negev and in the Sinai. So like that doesn't seem to really be an issue. Like we've got lots of people have been looking for stuff for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if I'm convinced that there would be any significant amount of remains left after so many years for such an event. So,
well, we know that there would be, like when we do digs like in the Philistine territories, right? We find lots of pig bones because the Philistines loved to eat pigs and the Israelites didn't, right? When we do digs,
were they in the same situation where they were moving around constantly, or were they stationary? Were there like established cities that they stayed for extended periods of time?
Well, there are 5 primary cities in Philistine once they had settled.
So it'd just be totally different, I guess.
Oh, it wouldn't be totally different at all. What I'm saying is that with a minimum population of the Philistine cities, we find lots and lots of animal bones from where they were, from what they ate. We don't find any such thing from the 2.5 million Israelites that were dwelling near Mount Sinai.
Yeah, And you would at least admit that there would be a difference between them being stationary and Israelites wandering throughout a much larger radius,
They
right?
didn't.
There'd be something very more. There'd be something significantly more distinct to a stationary city that existed for a very extended long period of time, as opposed to people that were constantly wandering through the wilderness. That would be a distinction, at least, right?
It'd be a minor distinction. The amount that they wandered isn't all that large. If you read the book of Numbers, it's not like they were just up and moving to a different location every day, and they weren't like covering the same ground over and over again. They clearly were. They were clearly covering the same ground over and over again. But even if they were only there for a weekend, listen, I've seen the pictures from like after a large music festival. You get 1 million people together for a huge music festival, and it's an absolute train wreck after they leave. Like, there's no way you can tell me that 2.5 million people had been wandering out there for any period of time and then just didn't leave anything.
Yeah, and I would argue that any of those musical festivals, if you checked for remains 5,000 years later, you'd probably find almost nothing.
No, I disagree. I mean, if you went after Woodstock, right, and you had, say, whatever, I don't know how many people were there. Let's imagine 1 million people were there, and then nobody was there again. You just left the site be, like no one built a city over top of it. Then yeah, you would expect to find remains at some point. What type of remains would be? I mean, some of it would be biodegraded, and some of it wouldn't, right? But we would expect to find something, and what we find is a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, I would say you'd find a whole lot of nothing if you try to look for the remains after Woodstock, also after 5,000 years. I mean, the remains would be very sparse, if anything, I think.
Well, it's not 5,000 years. I mean, it's really talking about 2,500 years or so. But we find remains much, much older than that in populated regions. It's also true that the narrative, everything about the Exodus narrative reads like it was written at a much later time period. And in fact, all the 5 books of Moses read as though they were written after the United Monarchy. And I think the most damning evidence of this is that there's a bunch of Hebrew word plays in the first 5 books of the Bible that only work in biblical Hebrew. But Moses didn't know biblical Hebrew. Biblical Hebrew didn't exist until the 9th century, hundreds of years after he died.
Okay, so there was a literary ancestry for the how Scripture was kept, and it was passed down through many generations, and had its own sort of language or idioms or whatever have you, evolution through the maintaining of the meaning of the Scripture over time.
No, you pay attention to what I'm saying. The language of the Bible that we actually have in Hebrew, that language did not exist until the 9th century BCE. There are parts of the biblical text that are clearly grammatically only workable if you're in that specific language. For example, in Genesis chapter 2, when it talks about how women were named, right? So for example, in English, we would say, man came first, and then we got woman, and she was called woman because she came from man, something like that, right? That's something that came originally from the Hebrew text, because the Hebrew text says that Isha, that's the woman, came from Ish, that's Hebrew for man. This type of wordplay doesn't work in the language that they would have actually known, which would have been Egyptian. That doesn't work at all. So whoever was writing this text is clearly writing at a time when biblical Hebrew was already in use.
Yeah, that's fair to say, and I guess you could say that the Hebrew language could have emerged out of their Exodus, and evolved over time. And then, you could also say, like, did English exist during that time? No.
No.
But I would say that, of course, the English translation of those books currently would be an accurate representation of what was originally written. So
I don't think you understand at all what I'm saying yet. What I'm saying is that the language of Hebrew simply did not exist, and Moses wouldn't have known it. He would have known Egyptian and maybe one of the Akkadian dialects. So the word plays that are in the Hebrew Bible don't make sense unless they were written by somebody who lived hundreds of years after Moses, which means Moses could not have been the author, because Moses couldn't make a Hebrew wordplay in the original text if that language didn't exist yet.
I guess, are you saying that it's impossible to have a translation of a particular wordplay?
It's not a translation of anything. That's what I'm saying. We don't have an equivalent in Egyptian. Like the wordplay of Isha from Ish doesn't have an Egyptian equivalent.
I guess I'm not fluent in Egyptian or Hebrew, so I can't really deny or confirm that. But yeah,
Right.
I guess I'd have to look into that.
And then, like, all of the patriarchs are given names from biblical Hebrew that predated or postdated Moses, so many years after Moses, right? And so all these
Are you sure about that one? I mean, what's the evidence for that one? I guess.
Yeah, because they're Hebrew names. Like the Semitic dialect that they're speaking in wasn't a thing at the time that Moses existed.
Okay, and was Jesus like the actual name referred to Jesus back in the time of his existing on Earth?
I mean, the Greeks would have called him Isu, if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, so he wouldn't have been called Jesus back then, right? But we still understand that he had a name and there's like a reference point.
Yes, I'm not saying that they didn't have names. What I'm saying is that the names that they do have are Hebrew names. Like they don't have any antecedents in the language that preceded what they would have been speaking. So if Abraham would have actually came from Ur, he would have been speaking some form of Akkadian.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see any problem with the potential for having the evolution of languages and then something being interpreted later, because that's exactly what I experience currently with my language and my understanding of, like, say, languages from Jesus's time.
Right, and you're not following it yet. Maybe it's my fault. I'm not explaining it well. The name Abraham is a play on words in the Hebrew language. The name only has a meaning in biblical Hebrew. Abraham, the father of many. Same thing with Sarah, Zerah, meaning seed. The first 12 to 13 chapters of Genesis, all of the characters have names that coincide with their role in the story. They're all a play on words. Isaac comes from Yitzchak, meaning he laughed, which refers to the story. None of this is doable unless you already have biblical Hebrew. All of these biblical Hebrew names that only work because they're a play on words in the Hebrew language, they don't work if, in fact, the story was about somebody living at the time of Abraham, because biblical Hebrew didn't exist yet. None of these names could have been, there's no equivalent to them. They couldn't have been written.
Yeah, with all due respect, I'm not sure that's how etymology works.
It literally is, yes.
I could do the same experience, say the same experience with my name, with Peter, originally Petra, where he was, named Rock. So the meaning of the word is still maintained, even though the name itself has changed over time with etymology.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying the original language that the word came from. You follow? Now the problem is we know the language of Abraham. We know the language of his time period. We know the language of his people. And what I'm telling you is that the play on words that we have in Hebrew don't have the same thing in Akkadian. They're different. One is a syllabic language and one is a consonantal language.
So you're saying that we do know the language of Abraham's time?
Yeah, we did. We absolutely do, yes.
Okay, and what is that language?
It's Akkadian. I've said it 5 times.
Okay, so if a later language has a similar meaning to what was written in another language, and the etymology makes a connection, I don't see why
That's why I'm telling you is there is not a connection. The name Isaac works in biblical Hebrew. These names are, most of them, other than Abraham. Abraham does have a cognate in prior languages, but most of these names that we're getting in Genesis are derived from biblical Hebrew, meaning the wordplay doesn't work in any other language.
Are you sure about that?
Yes.
Is this something that is actually confirmed?
Yes, I went to school. I learned Hebrew and Akkadian. Yes.
Okay, so there's no
they're not the same language.
There's no etymological connection between Akkadian and Hebrew.
There are sometimes, but it's not as easy as you think. Like the word for laugh in Hebrew is not going to be the same exact word for laugh in Akkadian, and the grammar doesn't line up at all, right? So in order to get Isaac from he laughed, you have to conjugate the word using rules of Hebrew grammar. In Akkadian, let's imagine for a second that there actually is the same word, right, in Akkadian for laugh. It's the same root word. It's not, but let's pretend that it is. You still would never get to the name Isaac because it's a completely different grammar. Akkadian's a syllabic language.
Uh-huh. I would say that the exact same relationship exists between my native English and Aramaic, Hebrew, and Greek.
Yes, but okay, I'll say this for the last time. When you take a name in Hebrew as an English speaker, you already know what it means in the original language, and you take the meaning from the original language, right? Just like my name, Justin, if you go back to Latin, it means justice, right? That's the root of my particular name. I only know that because somebody told me what it meant in the original language. What I'm telling you is that what these names mean in Hebrew don't have the same meaning in the origin languages of the people. Not in Egyptian, not in Akkadian.
I would say that that's just an argument from ignorance and doesn't show that etymology did not exist. It's just that we are ignorant of what that etymology is.
We are not ignorant of it. But I have an Akkadian dictionary at home. I took Akkadian in school.
No one even knows the ancient Greek properly today. Like no
yes,
one actually
they do.
Knows fully. No, the ancient Hebrew today, no one actually knows that.
Again, yes, they do. How do you think they're teaching it in school?
So you think the modern day Hebrew is the same as ancient Hebrew?
I didn't say it was. It's got about a 70% overlap, though.
Okay, so there is a degree to which we are ignorant of Hebrew.
No, there's a degree in which you're ignorant of Hebrew. People who actually went to school to learn Hebrew aren't ignorant of it. My professor, who has a bachelor's, master's, and a PhD in Semitic languages, is not ignorant of the Hebrew language.
So we know the ancient Hebrew language perfectly and ancient Akkadian language perfectly.
Well, you don't even know English perfectly. You're adding a modifier to the requirements that is completely unnecessary and arbitrary. Nobody knows anything perfectly.
Close to perfect. Like
nobody knows anything perfectly. You're adding a dumb modifier to it. What I'm saying is that we know in the modern age how the Hebrew language works. This is not difficult.
So I guess you have admitted that there's an imperfect understanding of it, and then that does leave at least the possibility of there being ignorance of the etymology between those.
You'd be wrong.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand how that could be possible.
Not knowing every single word in a language doesn't mean that you get to make fanciful etymological links where they don't exist.
I never said that there was a link. I'm saying that we're ignorant of a possible link.
No, we're not ignorant. We know the words for laugh. We know the words for father. We know the words for seed. Like we know the words for these people in the languages that they would have spoke, and they're not the same as what we find in biblical Hebrew.
Yeah. I'm not talking about translation. I'm talking about etymology. That's different.
I am as well, yes. I'm talking about etymologies.
So what you just gave me examples of was translations, not
I did
etymology.
not do that at all.
So you think etymology is just straight up one language says this, and therefore another language says this, and there you have the etymology.
No, that's not how etymology works at all.
Okay, that seems to be what you were saying when you just gave me those examples.
Not even close.
Could you elaborate on what you were saying then, if I'm not understanding? Correct.
I guess I'll say it for the last time. The words in Hebrew don't always have an etymological link with the language of the people that the Hebrew names are applied to. Case in point, the name Isaac. Zakak in Hebrew is not the same as laugh in Akkadian. They're different words. There's no etymological link. The play on words with Isaac's name only works in biblical Hebrew.
Yeah, and is there a link between our understanding of what Isaac literally means in ancient Hebrew and what it means and what it means in English etymologically?
We don't care what it means in English. We're talking about what it means in Hebrew. In Hebrew, it means he laughed. In fact, it tells you in the story, he was named that because his mother laughed. That's why he got his name. It tells you why he was named. Now, in the language they would have been speaking at the time, Isaac and Isaac and his mother Sarah and his father Abraham, they did not know biblical Hebrew. Biblical Hebrew didn't exist for another 1,000 years. They would have been speaking a dialect of Akkadian, or maybe even some modified Akkadian that's like mushed up with like the language of Mari or Ebla or Sumer. But we know what those words are in those languages. The word for laugh in the prior languages before biblical Hebrew are not the same word.
Okay, so there could be at least a translation there then, right?
No, I'm not saying it's a translation. What I'm saying is the name only works in biblical Hebrew. It would be a different name. Isaac would have a different name altogether.
So the word laugh doesn't exist in Akkadian?
No, the word laugh does exist in Akkadian, and that's not the name of Isaac. Isaac's name is not Seyachum. Isaac's name is Isaac.
Yeah, and I'm saying that it's possible that it actually was Hakum.
It's not.
And then eventually over time was kept in posterity through Scripture as Isaac, just as I understand the Scriptures only through English currently.
If his name was not Isaac, that means the name Isaac is wrong.
Just means is the name Peter, when I'm referring to the New Testament Peter, is that wrong too, I guess?
No, we know the root language that Peter comes from, and we still know what it means in the root language. What I'm telling you is that the name Isaac has a meaning in the root language that is not the same as what he would have actually spoken.
Because they used a different language to write what had happened.
Because Akkadian has a different word altogether for laugh, which means his name would have been something different than Isaac. His name would not have been Isaac.
So they couldn't be somebody later in history that their native language is Hebrew, exposed to writings of Akkadian, translating the name that is some representation of laugh in Akkadian.
Why would you translate it?
And translate it into Hebrew.
Why would you translate it?
For better understanding. The same way
But that wasn't his name.
The same way I have scriptures interpreted to me right now.
But that wasn't his name. You don't have to translate somebody's name.
I'm sorry. Like I guess that doesn't happen in the New Testament either with Peter, like I said?
No, it doesn't. Peter's not a translation of anything.
Peter is not the actual name used when Peter existed.
Yeah, it is.
They didn't actually call him Peter. It was Petra.
No, that's wrong.
You actually wait. You actually think that Jesus and his time of existing on Earth referred to Simon as Peter, not Petra?
So Peter is an English rendering. The Greek rendering would have been Petros. But there's different ways that you could render the name Peter. Peter was an option. Petros was an option. Petra was an option. There's nominal endings in Greek. There's about 5 different ways you can say the name Peter. But we all know
did not exist back then.
But we all know the root word. The root word means rock.
Yeah, but Peter did not exist back then. That was the point I was making.
Peter did exist, yes. At the time,
not the word Peter. The English word Peter.
The English word Peter is the Greek word. We took it from Greek.
Which was originally what? What was the name of it?
Petros.
Yes, Petros.
Yes.
So it wasn't Peter, it was Petros.
It's the same name.
The
only thing that changed was the nominal ending. So this is the difference between translation and transliteration. In transliteration, you have to change some of the nominal endings of words to match the grammar of the language you're bringing it into. That's not a translation. That is a transliteration. If you were translating the name of Peter, your name would be Rock. Is your name Rock or is it Peter?
Yes, it's Peter. So
okay, so if your name is Peter, then it's not a translation; it's a transliteration. So you're confused between transliterations and translations.
Yeah. Okay, I stand corrected. I am using the wrong terminology for that. So transliteration then of Isaac's name from the original language. I guess I can't see how that could not happen.
Because that wouldn't be a transliteration. A transliteration would sound just like it does without the nominal ending. So like one of the nominal endings in Akkadian is the U, right? There's U and Those are like nominal endings in Akkadian. That's all you would have to do to transliterate it into Biblical Hebrew is you would just change the ending. You might change it to im instead of That's it. It wouldn't be a whole different word.
I'm not sure that's how it always works out, though. I mean,
that is how it works out, yes.
Jesus' name sounds completely different.
That's because it's been transliterated 3 times.
Okay, there you go. So a transliteration, with enough variance or enough differences or enough times can create something significantly different.
But 3 different times in 3 vastly different languages, we're talking about a transliteration directly from Akkadian into Biblical Hebrew.
With how much time passing did you say again?
Oh, I'd say about 1,000 years, but from one language, Akkadian, that was still in use. I don't know if you know this. Right. Akkadian was still in use when Biblical Hebrew was getting, we'll say the word invented.
Yeah, and 1,000 years ago, I wouldn't even understand it.
1,000 years ago, English didn't exist. We're talking about languages that do exist, and Biblical Hebrew and Akkadian crossed over. Just like right now, English and Greek cross over.
Yeah, I'm just saying that you can't make a comparison between between a language from one time period and 1,000 years removed from itself.
Yes, I can, because Akkadian existed at the time when Proto-Sinaitic was turning into Biblical Hebrew. That's literally how the Ugaritic language got developed. They took the Akkadian symbols for their words, and then they turned it into an alphabet to match what the Phoenicians were doing. So the invention of Biblical Hebrew from Proto-Sinaitic and from Phoenician was at the same time period which Akkadian was still being used. They would have been able to do a 1-to-1 transliteration from Akkadian directly into Biblical Hebrew, and they didn't do it.
Which date of Akkadian was this translation then made? Like what version of which version? Like, so you're saying Akkadian from its inception is exactly the same as it was 1,000 years later.
No, but the root words are going to be the same. So the alphabet changed. It went originally from a sign language to a syllabic language, and then the Ugaritic, the last phase, kind of went into a consonantal language. But you're still kind of missing the point. The root words are the same.
Yeah, yeah, I can accept that. That's fine. But I think enough time and variance for a language and its roots, and then the alliteration into another language, and then that language itself only being known like 70% is what you said, the ancient Hebrew. And
What are you talking about? I didn't say that.
Oh, you said that earlier. You can.
I said modern Hebrew and biblical Hebrew have a 70% overlap. If you know modern Hebrew, if you're a native Hebrew speaker, you can read pretty easily about 70% of ancient Hebrew.
Okay, so wait, how much percent of ancient Hebrew?
If you're a modern Hebrew speaker, you can read with ease at least 70% of the Hebrew Bible without any trouble.
Okay, all right, fair enough. And then I guess would you happen to know? And if you don't know this is fine. Would you happen to know like what percentage, like academically, we know of ancient Hebrew?
I mean, there's no way to know academically what percentage of a language we know, but we do know in biblical Hebrew there's between 6,000 and 8,000 words. So it's not a huge language.
Okay, so I think there's enough time variance and enough ignorance of ancient languages to allow for the potential of ancient Hebrew.
I think you've missed the point entirely, Peter. I wish you would listen to the words coming out of my mouth. What I'm saying is that the words in question, right now we're still talking about the name Isaac. We know exactly what words to use. It doesn't matter. Listen, if you don't know the word for curtains in Akkadian, it doesn't fucking matter. We're talking about words we do know the meaning of. We do know the words for laugh. Those are words we know. Even if those were the only words you knew, that's enough to know that there's not an etymological link.
Okay, just so I make sure that you understand the point I'm trying to make, can you tell me back to myself what I'm trying to say about your point there?
What you're trying to do is muddy the waters and say if you don't know every word in every language, then you can't establish there either is or isn't an etymological link, which is a really bad argument.
That's not what I said.
That's literally what the argument you're saying. You're saying if you don't know 100% of a language, then you can't say that two words don't have an etymological link.
Wait, you don't think there's the potential for there being an etymological link if there's a percentage of ignorance of a language?
No, I didn't say that. What I'm saying is that the words in question are well fucking known. That's what I'm saying. The words we need to know the meaning of, we know.
Okay. And how does the Akkadian depiction of laughter put into a form of a name not have the potential to be translated into ancient Hebrew?
Because you don't translate names. You transliterate names. There's no translation of names through history. Your name is your name.
Really? That never happens? There's never like a time when like a story or something where it like refers to a particular object or a way of being with, if that name has like a particular meaning, that name is then directly translated and its meaning kept, but then the word being completely different?
I couldn't say that it never happened, but it's also a stupid question asking if something never happened, therefore it must be the case this time. That's a dumb argument. What I'm saying is that
has happened in literature, right? At least we have evidence of that happening in literature.
I don't know. Right? Can you give me an example?
I don't know. You'd probably find something.
Well, do you know of one?
I can't think of one off the top of my head.
Yeah, neither can I. It means it's probably not fucking common, is it?
I didn't say it was common. I said it exists.
Oh, can you give me an example?
All right. I guess my ignorance of that is evidence of it not existing.
Right.
I can't come up with it off the top of my head.
Now, So the fact of the matter is, the people who wrote the first 5 books of the Bible lived at a time period in which biblical Hebrew already existed, which is why it's completely chock full of phrases and names that only exist in biblical Hebrew, and they don't have precursors to languages that came before them. And there's other evidences too. For example, in Genesis 14, how far did Abraham chase the armies? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Chased them as far as the tribe of Dan.
Okay.
When did the tribe of Dan move north?
I don't know. I don't remember.
After the period of the Judges, hundreds of years after Moses. Abraham literally couldn't have chased the tribes or chased the people as far as the tribe of Dan if the tribe of Dan didn't exist yet.
Okay.
Why?
Wait, which verse is that? I'm sorry.
It's in Genesis 14. I think it's 14:14.
Sorry, I don't have the whole Bible memorized. I just need to refer to this really quick.
I can read it for you if you want.
After his return from the defeat of the Chedorlaomer, I don't know how to pronounce that, and the kings who were with him.
That's a tough one, I know.
Yeah, the king of Sodom went out to meet him at the valley of Shiva, or Shev. I don't know. That is the King's Valley, and Melchizedek, king of Salem, brought out bread and wine, and he was.
I'm in 14:14.
Oh, 14, sorry.
Yeah, when Abraham had heard that his nephew had been taken captive, he led forth his trained men born in his house, 318 of them, and went in pursuit as far as Dan.
Dan? That's not the tribe of Dan, right? That's
the territory of Dan, yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure if that's actually saying the tribe of Dan.
The territory
of a particular geographical location.
Named after the tribe of Dan. How do you think Dan got its name?
I don't know.
It was named after the tribe of Dan, who moved there because originally they were located right next to the Philistines. Philistines kicked their asses and they had to move north. So they moved north to the northeastern tip of Israel, and that became their land. That's where Dan is located. So when it talks about chasing and pursuing these people as far as Dan, the furthest extent of the land, this is not something that is sensible unless Dan already existed there. Dan did not exist there at the time of Abraham, which means whoever wrote this narrative was writing at a time period after Dan had already settled there and renamed the place Dan.
So Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and then Jacob had the son Dan, right?
No. I mean, sorry, but the tribe, the tribe of Dan is where the name came from.
I don't think that's where it came from. I think it came from Jacob's son Dan settling there.
Dan did not settle there. Dan settled in the land of Egypt, as with all of Jacob's sons. All of them went to Goshen and settled there.
I think they were pushed further north by the Philistines, right?
After the Judges period. That's long after Moses.
Yeah, sorry. There's a lot of particulars in the Bible that you could get into, and this is one I've never researched. Mm-hmm. So I'll have to put a pin in this one and look into it further. So,
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't find the Bible to be a great historical record because the New Testament seems to have this idea that Moses wrote the first 5 books, and nothing in the first 5 books to me sounds at all like Moses wrote a single word of it. And we have no remnants that it originated in Egyptian, which would have been his language he would have wrote in.
Acadia.
Well, he could have written it in Akkadian. We have no evidence of that either. But if he came from the land of Egypt and he was raised in the palace and he learned the right while he was in the palace, his primary language would have been Egyptian.
Okay. Fair enough.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen, Peter, anything else?
I guess the title I had from this was God is imaginary. So I
Sure,
guess was that like the main source of what the topic was supposed to be about, or did you just want to get into like historic particulars of Scripture?
Well, I mean, my claim is that your specific God is imaginary. My God's not imaginary.
Oh, okay. My specific God's imaginary.
Right.
And then you know this. I guess what knowledge or evidence do you have for this?
Because you can't demonstrate your God to exist outside of your imagination. So by default, your God is imaginary until you can prove otherwise.
Oh, okay. So the evidence that I was giving, I guess, is not, or the reasons for why I think God exists is not good enough for you to say that you believe he exists.
Well, I don't think I heard a reason yet. What was the reason?
So what was the God that you said you believe exists?
Well, I believe in Doug.
Okay, and why do you believe in Doug? What are the evidences for his existence?
He revealed himself to me, and he was prophesied.
How so? What's the evidence of the revelation and the prophecy?
Well, there's about 100 prophets in here, actually. Put a 1 in the comments if you're a prophet of Doug and he revealed himself to you. You're going to see a lot of 1s in the comments. It is about a 10-second latency delay, of course.
Okay, so genuinely, these people believe that they have received a revelation of Doug to themselves. Is that right?
Calling us all liars?
I mean, I haven't said that. I'm asking for clarification. So you're saying that you actually genuinely, 100%, you're not trying to be ironic or make a point through this demonstration. You actually believe that there's a Doug.
I know there's a Doug. I don't believe it. I know it. I've touched it.
Let me get this straight. You want me to believe?
No, I don't want you to believe.
You're saying that you genuinely believe that there's a Doug, that he actually prophesied to you, and that he has revealed himself to you.
100%. And rock hard prophecy.
Okay, great. And you also want me to believe, or not believe, sorry. And you're also saying that you don't believe that my God exists.
Oh, I definitely don't believe that your God exists, and I don't think you have any evidence that your God exists.
I would say that I believe that you think my God doesn't exist in the same way that you believe that you think your Doug exists.
Oh, no, I don't think that at all. I actually know that Doug exists. I mean, most of the people here...
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying.
About 1,000 people here that have actually seen Doug with their own 2 eyes. Put a 1 in the comments if you actually saw Doug with your own 2 eyes. I bet you're going to see a lot of people who's actually seen Doug.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the same conviction you have about your belief in Doug is the same conviction you have in your disbelief of my God.
Yeah, I definitely don't believe in your God. That I started with
in
that.
In the same way, and the exact same way, I would say the same conviction you have for your disbelief in my God is the same conviction you have in your belief of Doug. Can you at least, would you say that that's completely true?
No, I'm saying that Doug is God. Your God is not. Your God is a false God. And the difference is I don't actually need to convert you to Dougism. Doug doesn't care if you follow him, and I don't care if you follow Doug. But the interesting thing is, your fictional God really does care. Like, he's really butthurt if people don't believe in him, so much so that he's going to torture you.
That's great, but you didn't say that you actually believe in Doug to the same degree that you say that you disbelieve my God, right? So the degree to which you disbelieve my God,
I think you're confused. We'll try.
You believe in Doug, right?
We'll just try this again. I 100% don't believe that your God exists, and I know that you have no evidence of your God. I 100% believe that Doug is my God. So I don't. What's the confusion for?
Okay, so there it is. So the same level of honesty that you're operating with me on in terms of your belief in Doug.
You didn't say anything about honesty.
There's the same level of honesty that
I think you're really having trouble with words.
My God.
I think you're having trouble with words. I didn't say anything about being honest. I said believing. I said I believe in Doug, and I don't believe in your God. And I've asked you for evidence. Well, believe means that you are convicted that something is true, and I am not convicted of the truthfulness of your God. I've been looking for evidence of your God's existence, can't seem to find any, and people have really bad arguments for this particular God. So, like, every time I talk to a believer, I'm more inclined to believe that I'm correct, that this God is fiction.
But you're convicted and completely convinced of your belief in Doug, though.
Oh, completely convinced, but
yeah,
that's neither here. But that's neither here nor there. The question is whether or not your God is real.
Okay, and so in all honesty, you believe that Doug is real. Right.
I told you 5 times. Doug is my God. I believe that he's real. I know that he's real. I've touched him. I put my hand on him. The question that we're asking is about your God. I don't care if you believe in my God.
Okay, so that's why I'm just making an observation of your honesty here. Is that the degree to which you're honest about your belief in Doug?
But you're really having trouble. You're really having trouble with the argument right now.
My God.
So just to bring things back to the actual bar, the question is whether or not your God is anything but imaginary.
I don't know. I was just bringing my attention to Doug.
Why? I don't care if you believe in Doug.
Well, I just wanted to see, like, what kind of evidence would you need in order to believe in God that
I would imagine his
provided book, that hasn't.
I would imagine that his book wouldn't be full of misinterpreted history.
Doug has a book?
Contradictions.
Interesting.
Failed prophecies. Those are not things I would expect if a God wrote a book.
Oh, so Doug has a book too, huh?
No, I didn't say that at all. Really what I'm saying is that your book, the book that your God co-authored, is full of things that are simply not true, which is why that particular God is silly. It's also full of the most horrific, ungodly behaviors I've ever seen in my life, like sending 2 she-bears and mauling 42 children to death. That seems like a really weird God to me.
Yeah, I guess I don't see any moral issue with that.
You think it's okay for bears to be sicked on children?
Oh, absolutely. If God deems it, he can do that.
Interesting.
That's within his purview.
Interesting. If God was evil, could you know it?
God, it's like that's like asking, can up be down?
It's crazy that you just can't say yes or no. If God was actually
not, I will answer.
If God was actually not good, could you know it?
You're trying to ask me, could I acknowledge that a contradiction is
it's
real?
Not a contradiction. The definition of God doesn't include that he's good. I'm asking you, if in fact there was a God and the God wasn't good, could you know it?
The God being God in and of himself requires that he is good.
Why?
Otherwise he would not be God.
Why?
Because he's the creator and origin of all of existence.
That doesn't mean he's good.
That means that he is the originator of everything, which gives him an authority as
none of that means he's good
over creatures.
None of that means
he's relationship.
None of that means that he's actually good.
There's a distinct authority and responsibility between creature and creator.
You're not actually giving the argument for why he has to be good.
I'm sorry, say again?
You haven't provided an argument for why God has to be good, why he's necessarily good.
Because he would be the origin of all meaning, all thought, all ideas, all morality, and all matter. Everything would originate from him. Being
the originator has nothing to do with whether or not you're good.
He would be the transcendent, because he's the creator. He transcends above his creation and is the ultimate authority of that creation.
No one cares if he's authoritative. The question is whether or not he's good. Do you understand that good is different than authoritative? Like
The,
my boss can be authoritative. That doesn't make him good. Now, that being said, I actually have two great bosses, but being authoritative has nothing to do with being good.
without a God or without a power above your boss, that would make him good.
No, just being authoritative doesn't make you good.
Having a transcendent authority on creation makes it so that relationship, the creator, can only be good to its creation.
No, it doesn't. Zeus came down and literally raped women. Was that good?
He wasn't the creator of everything. So it's a different
in Greek mythology. In Greek mythology, Zeus is the most powerful of the deities, and he came down and did things that you would deem as not good, right? So
I don't.
So in a world where you're the most powerful, just being the most powerful, just being the most authoritative, doesn't mean that you can't do bad things.
How so? Like, tell me what would be the other source for what is good or bad?
Because
what would be the source of morality.
There's no contradiction in it. There's no contradiction in being all powerful and being able to do bad things. And the Bible literally tells you he does evil things.
There's no contradiction? I'm sorry. Can you tell me what you mean by that?
Give me the contradiction in being all powerful and also being evil.
Because that would be the idea that he is doing something against himself.
No,
in and of himself.
You've just defined him as being good, and you say because he's good, he can't be bad. No, there's nothing about being God that makes the definition of being good. There's no definition of God that requires him to be good or her. You've just chosen that for your definition. You've said my particular definition of God requires that he's all good. Well, that's adorable that you've made that definition, but that definition is not inherent in the idea of God.
It's inherent in the existence of morality.
Again, even if you invented morality, there's nothing that binds you to only doing the good parts of it. If you're all powerful, then you are capable of doing bad. That's part of being all powerful. If God is incapable of doing bad, then he's not all powerful.
That's like asking, can God lift a rock or make a rock so heavy that he can lift?
That is not even close to what I'm saying. You keep saying that there's a category error afoot, and there's not a category error. Being a God does not necessitate that you're good.
It does in the relationship of the creator and creature distinction.
It does
that
not.
Distinction in and of itself deems that the creator can only be good.
No.
And the creatures are capable of doing evil.
Wrong.
How so?
Because you've just claimed it be true. Give me the argument for why a God cannot do bad. Support your premise.
It's logical. It's like
it's not
when
logical.
A potter. Yeah, it is. It's like this. It's the same thing as if a potter makes a clay pot for something that is good, that's of virtue or value, and makes another pot for like a chamber pot or something of dishonorable use. They're not the clay. The potter is not beholden to his different pots that he made, whether for honorable use or dishonorable use.
Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that God is beholden to his creation. What I'm saying is that there's nothing in the definition of God that necessitates God being good. That's just a part. That's a definition you applied to him.
This is the God of the Bible specifically.
So what?
That I'm referring to.
The God of the Bible tells you he does evil. He says he created it. And then he does it, which is why I asked you if God was evil. We're talking about generically, right? Just if God, if this is a hypothetical, if God was evil, could you actually know it? And it sounds to me like you already know the answer. The answer is no, you can't know it.
If there's a difference between God creating evil and God being evil. That's not
Doing
the same
evil
thing.
makes you evil. That's part of that. Just you're doing a dumb semantic argument
So
now.
so
So
so so Potter.
if I murder a bunch of people, that makes me evil. All right, doesn't mean that I'm inherently evil from birth. It just means I did some evil shit and now I'm evil.
If you created those lives, then you would be not evil. No.
Oh shit! So you
But
can just murder your children then?
if you created
This guy's
your children
crazy.
out of
So
if you created
so you're
your
pro-abortion
children
then?
from if you created your children from absolutely nothing,
We just found
only from
a pro-abortion Christian. It took a while to find one.
if you created your children from absolutely nothing but your own essence that existed from the beginning of time, then you would not be beholden to those children. No.
See, you keep adding every time you make an argument and I debunk it, you have to add new stipulations to it because your first argument fails. You're like a goalpost on wheels. What you said
Clarification
is
is not
if you created your children, you can do whatever you want with them. So then I pointed out that we're literally creating children, and then you changed it. You moved the goalpost. You moved the goalpost, and you said no. I'm going to turn since you won't let me talk, I'm going to turn your mic down so no one can hear you. So you then said, no, only if you created them out of nothing. But that's just an arbitrary distinction. Creating children and creating them out of nothing is a meaningless distinction when you're suggesting that literally just being all powerful is enough to do evil things and then they are magically good.
Am I able to speak now? Is that okay? Can you hear me?
I don't know. I think conversations are difficult for you. So typically the time you're supposed to speak is right after I finish speaking, but you keep speaking in the middle of my speaking. So now that I'm stopped speaking, I think it's pretty evident and everyone here can see that that's your turn to respond.
Okay, sounds great. Then I'll assume that you won't interrupt me ever again. So I was making a clarification. I was not changing the goalpost. You made an assumption about what I was describing, and then I clarified what I was actually talking about. And you still haven't addressed the fundamental aspect of what I'm trying to get at, which is the creator-creature distinction that exists there and what that means relationally in terms of moral responsibility.
That's an arbitrary distinction that you made, that human beings made up. It has nothing to do with the definition of God. Being God does not necessitate that you're incapable of doing bad things. If God is all-powerful, then that means he is capable of doing bad things, does it not?
He's capable of creating evil.
Does all-powerful include the ability to do bad?
Does all-powerful include the ability to make a rock so big that he can't lift it?
Answer the question. Does all-powerful mean that you have the power to do something bad?
It's contradictory, so no.
It's not contradictory. It's not nonsensical.
It is nonsensical.
Okay, so God is not all-powerful. That's all you had to say. Okay. Now, last question, since you actually can't be an honest interlocutor. I give this hypothetical to a lot of people. It sounds to me like what you're suggesting is that anything God does is then good just by virtue of God doing it. So is it your belief then that if God commands you to do something, it's always the right thing to do it?
Yeah, maybe sacrificing my own son.
Sure. So if God told you to go to the local orphanage and adopt all the babies and then run them through a meat grinder and turn them into baby paste and then dry them out into little strips of baby paste jerky and snack on them every once in a while, would that be the right thing to do?
Yeah, this isn't a unique idea. As you know, this idea was explored when Abraham was commanded by God to.
Crazy that you just needed to say yes or no.
So obviously, what am I implying by referring?
If God told you to make the baby paste, would it be? Because you're not answering my question. It was a very easy yes or no question. If God told you to make baby paste, is the right thing to do make baby paste?
Am I going to be able to get a full answer if I say
it's a one-word answer.
Okay. Yes. And
that's all you had to say. Congratulations. We already know. We already know your elaboration. That's all we needed. So we've had
You
this
don't.
discussion
You
4
don't wanna
million
hear the
times,
truth.
Peter. No, it's not the
Yep.
truth. We've just heard the same bad argument 4 million times. We do this 3 nights a week.
You're running
We've been
away
doing
now.
it for 2 years.
Talking
Nobody's
about it.
running away from your elaboration. We all know your
Interrupting me talking.
philosophical nonsense. So the fact of the matter
Shutting me
is,
down and interrupting me.
you are incapable of knowing what bad is. What you've done now is you have admitted that you have no idea what good and bad is. You are just inherently believing what good is. Like, you've taken it on faith that good is whatever your God tells you, which is why you can be convinced to go and murder an entire orphanage full of babies and turn them into baby paste, because your God is toxic, and it turns, like, probably you're a normal person in real life, but it turns normal people into toxic, ridiculous people. And I want you to play this back like later this week and just think, like, there are like 2,000 people watching this right now, watching you justify turning babies into paste if your God told you. That's sick. That's delusional. You should be checked into an institution. But thanks for coming up and not giving any evidence for your God and letting us know that you have absolutely no morals.
Thanks for not.
All right. Well, that was painful, but sometimes I keep these numbskulls on long enough to teach them a hard lesson, to make sure that next time they want to get on the internet and call into one of these shows, they'll think twice about the bullshit they're about to speak. Let's grab some super chats, and we'll get on to our next guest here in a minute. Oh shoot, hold on. The framing of this super chat needs adjusted ever so slightly. I apologize. 1 second. There we go. And we get this guy over here. It's always something that needs adjusted, like midstream. All right, now we can read the names. Bean Dogs, my good friend, good to hear from you. It says, need more Frank Turk puppets in here tonight. Come on up, fake apologist. Remember Ravi? Oh my God, Ravi Zacharias. When it came out that he was like sexually harassing women, I was 0% surprised. I was not shocked in the slightest. This is like, just another Thursday. And Larry, good to see you, my friend, says, rock on. Yes, praise Doug. And thank you for the 666. Hail Nero and praise Satan. And Larry Beck again saying horizontal rocks. Thank you for the 666. And yes, we are dual streaming horizontal and vertical. If you prefer horizontal, go to my secondary page, DZ Debates, and you'll be able to get the horizontal stream. I think I've decided on the setup for now. We're going to keep streaming vertical to my main page and horizontal to DZ Debates. And DZ Debates is just going to be my horizontal channel. And Larry Beck, again, with another 666. Big W says, apologies for the previous all caps. No, listen, no worries at all. You can all caps all you want in the super chats, my friends. Shit makes it easier to read. And Goku says, much love, everyone, and Professor Justin. Well, thank you so much, Goku. I appreciate that. I don't know if I could classify myself as a professor, but maybe as a chef. We'll see. Dr. Pizza, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, the ability to control others through the fear of the unknown is its greatest disservice humans have ever done to each other in a long time, or in the long term. Have you heard Patton Oswalt's Sky Cake bit? Yes, I actually have. The Patton Oswalt gives this hilarious take on like the invention of God, and it's hilarious. If you haven't heard Patton Oswalt's bit on this, I highly recommend it. That's a great suggestion, Dr. Pizza. And Mateo, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, Justin, I'm going to start a channel like yours, but in Spanish. Wish me luck. Praise Doug. Stay hard. Listen, I love it. I love that for you. Let me know when you get your channel started so I can sub to it. And, I'll do what I can to help you out. And Adele, my good friend, good to see you tonight. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Says, on vacation, you deserve it. On vacation, can't picture a better Friday night than Justin cooking and rock hard for Doug making me steak. Oh my God. So I'm cooking apologist. Rock hard for Doug is cooking steaks. It sounds like we're having a regular old barbecue. I love this for y'all. Tell Rock Hard I said hello. And Mike Reel, thank you for the $10 super chat. Big W, big appreciation. And Kent, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. And yes, it's me. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, willful ignorance is a hell of a drug. It really is. Willful ignorance is just, well, we're going to see some of it. And Evan says, Aisha, PDF file, Muhammad. Wow, big word for a 9-year-old. Justice for Aisha, guys. Justice for Aisha. And Evan, back in the conversation, thank you for the super chat, says Peter the Rock is only a pun that works in Greek, but Jesus should have been speaking Aramaic. More proof that Doug is the only rock we build upon. Yeah. So that's the other thing is the wordplay in Greek is funny. Like, sure, Jesus probably did know some Greek. Shit, his followers probably knew some Greek too. But yeah, you're right. They would have been speaking Aramaic. That was the language of the time period, you know? iReactor, thank you for the 666, says, dude doesn't understand that puns don't work across languages. They certainly don't, unless there's an etymological link between the two languages that include the same root word, and we don't have that for Isaac. That's why that's such a good example. Yes, it's me again, says, sounds like God sent his DEI apologist tonight. I don't know what that means. What DEI apologist means, but thank you for the super chat and thanks for being here. And it's me again, says, I thought Lord Doug was the hardest rock until Peter. Listen, he is, okay. That's just a bad translation. The church is built on Doug. And Free Your Mind says, I'm very happy I found your channel. You rock. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And Tariq says, at this point, I believe Peter is just trolling. He might have started off good faith, or religious indoctrination just makes you that arrogant. So Tariq, that's it. That's exactly what happened. They're so indoctrinated and they're so unknowledgeable that they just do pretzels and backflips rather than being honest. And they get to be so dishonest that it's actually hard to believe that they're real sometimes. But that's the battle we're in. Greg, thank you for the $5 super thanks. And Mike, good to see you, friend. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Big W, very generous. And Mike says, oh shit, hold on, this screen is kind of cut off. There we go. It's so weird to me how people with no education or training or deep knowledge on the subject matters feel so confident to come on here and smirk and be smug about your statements of fact. A Friday night theist fry. Cheers. That is the craziest thing, that people with actually no training or expertise in these topics will get up here and make the craziest arguments, pretending like I'm the insane one. Saint Brush, thank you so much for the 666. I became a Christian today because Peter's name was originally Petrus. Look at the transliterations. That color changed my life. We're going to change the look at the trees counter to the look at the transliteration counter. That's going to be the thing. And God's Grim Reaper says, there's a music playlist dedicated to Doug on my channel. Praise Doug and hail Satan. Well, I'm glad you mentioned that. Guys, go follow God's Grim Reaper and listen to the Doug bangers. Can't wait to hear those. And Mike coming in again says, the evidence of Doug is everywhere, from the highest mountaintops to the lowest depths of the ocean. His geological greatness is self-evident. And obviously, it's just everyone knows that Doug is God. There's suppressing the truth in unrighteousness. That's just all there is to it. And Kaylin says, oh, brother, this guy stinks. Yeah, you nailed it. I know what that's a saying now. I've been informed. I appreciate that, chat. And Evan says, I have to go look for the brain cells I lost listening to that dumb dog shit idea Peter tortured us with. I'll probably never be back. Doug bless. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, Evan. And N8C, thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I really do appreciate that. That's super generous. And Narcissa, I apologize if I didn't say that right, says, hail Payman and Doug. I agree, yes, hail Payman and Doug. Doug's not the only God. And Chuck says, try to get my Seventh-day Adventist family to call you. I'd love to talk to them. I know what they're going to do. They're going to come up here and they're going to talk about the book of Daniel, literally my favorite book of prophecy in the Old Testament. So I cannot wait for it. I'm excited for the day that I get to talk to some more Seventh-day Adventists. And Kay, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, when I debate my Christian friend, he feels like I should be more upset with Islam than Christianity because of Aisha. But wasn't there also underage stuff going on in the Bible too, like little girls disposed of war? You nailed it. Yep. Numbers chapter 31. There are thousands of little girls that are given as war spoils to the army, to the commanders of the army under Moses, approved and dictated by God. So, I mean, yeah, the Christianity's got the same problem that Islam's got. A whole bunch of little girls, getting taken advantage of, and it's horrific every time we hear it. But what are you gonna do? That's that's the way these religions are. That's all they got. They don't have anything worthwhile. Oh my goodness. But thank you so much for the super chat. And let me grab just a couple more. I've got so many, guys. I'm trying not to get backed up. Thank you so much for all the super chats. It's super generous. I totally appreciate all you guys' amazing, dedicated support. And I know when I get these long conversations that, sometimes we can get backed up on super chats, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? I'm doing the best I can. And I want, if someone sends me an atheist, I want to respect them and, read the super chat out for everybody so that you get your money's worth, John the Baptist, by the way, fucking amazing name, says, what did Muhammad like most about 26-year-olds? I don't know if they were 26. Says there was 20. Oh, no. What did Muhammad like most about 26-year-olds? There was 20 of them. Holy shit, that was good. That was good. On a serious note, I can't believe how Muslims tried to defend this disgusting practice. Keep up the good work, Justin. Well, thank you so much, John the Baptist. And listen, that's fucking amazing play on words. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. Big W. And Sonus, thank you so much for the 666 big W. Hail Satan, hail Nero. Holy shit, thank you for your generosity and for supporting the channel, friend. It says, hello from Argentina. Is there any reference of stoning in other cultures or scriptures? There is some reference to stoning in the Islamic tradition. Let me think on that, though. As for, you'll find stoning written about in the Talmud. You'll find references to stoning in the ancient Near Eastern literature, like in the Akkadian literature. I don't know how much of it you'll find in religious literature. It seems to be more of a backwoods, nomadic, legalistic type of thing to do. So you don't find it in as much of the sophisticated literature of the time period. You know what I mean? But good question, and shit. Send me a DM and I'll think on that. I'll see if I can dig out some resources for you. And Gary Norris, thank you so much for the $99.99 super chat. Big W, Gary. It says, thank you for your work, Justin. I learned a ton from your channel already. You have the patience of Job. If there had ever been a Job, keep going. Well, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate that. And yeah, trust me, man. It takes some patience to do this nonsense. It really does. It's not easy, but we do it because it's meaningful work. And Evan says, praise Doug for sharing his rock hardness. Rock hard for Doug. W, Sharon. Never forget about the co-redemptics, Sharon. And Margarita on board, ready for even fail bros. Meg, thank you so much for being here. And yes, get your margarita ready. Make sure there's a little umbrella in it. And we're going to be doing some cooking. And Patrick says, hey, Justin, just wanted to say thank you for doing what you do. You've been such a great source of information. Well, Patrick, thank you so much. And that's one of my goals here, is to arm people with information and facts. And Vinny, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you for the super chat. It says, rock and roll hoochie coo, Rick Derringer rip. Many won't know, but you will. Praises to Doug. I do catch the reference, and yes, absolutely rest in peace. Also, if you like atheist music, make sure you check out Vinny Angel's Rock and Roll Bedroom on YouTube. And last super chat, Carlos, thank you so much for the 200 Mexican dollars. Says Friday night is all right for roasting and cracking. Go, Justin. Well, thank you so much, Carlos, for being here. And unfortunately, I don't have any cracking with me right now, but tomorrow I'm gonna have some cracking flowing for sure. All right, let me get our next guest in here. All right, we've got with us Godhead Trinity. Is that correct?
Okay. Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, awesome.
So should we call you Trinity or Godhead, or do you have a name like to go by?
You know, I've got a YouTube channel. It's at Godhead Trinity, but yeah, you could call me Godhead. It's fine.
Sure. Okay. So Trinity, is it safe to assume you're Christian?
Yeah, I'm a born again Christian. With a
Cool.
question as well for you.
Sure. Well,
Are
maybe
you are
I'm not a
you a
Christian.
Christian? Or is there a story behind that, or were you always atheist?
No, I was a Christian for quite some time, probably about 20 years, and then I studied the Bible, and the Bible made me less and less convinced that this God was real. So I'm no longer convinced of Christianity being true. So, what would be the best evidence in your mind, or the best argument for Christianity being true?
Okay, so it would be for me the crucifixion.
Well, shit, a lot of people got
And
crucified.
yeah, I know. But the point is it historical that the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth died on a cross? Do you believe it happened?
I think I personally would believe that it happened. I know there are some that don't. There are
Do you?
mythicists out there that don't believe it actually happened. But like for me, like I'm inclined to believe that there probably was a guy named Jesus out there teaching people, and he ran afoul of the law and got himself executed.
And so, what are you basing that on? So, are you basing that on what you've read in the text? Like, what are you using to substantiate what's in the Bible?
Well, we've got other texts, like we talk about a little bit from Josephus and Pliny, and we know that his early believers all had comparable stories of his death. And even in the writings of the Sanhedrin, they talk about how he was executed, although his execution, according to the Sanhedrin, was slightly different. It says he was stoned and then he was hung up on a stick, which is a little bit different. But nevertheless, why would the Jews write about killing this guy if he didn't actually exist?
Exactly. And what we see in the Bible is clear evidence that the Messiah was crucified, and
I don't
that
see any
means a lot.
evidence of that.
That means a lot.
What does Messiah mean?
But sorry. I just wanted to I wanted to ask before. I'm happy to ask that question, but what I wanted to just gauge it's Justin, isn't it? Justin.
Yeah.
It's Justin. What I wanted to gauge was so Jesus Christ died on the cross. You accept that as a historical fact. You're not saying.
I accept that he was killed by the authorities. I don't know if he died on the cross or if he was stoned, but it seems like he got capital punishment one way or another.
Okay, and I'm sure if you're being intellectually honest, that
I am.
With the history, the Romans at the time, what was their means of death penalty?
Crucifixion, but it's also true that the Jews were still stoning people, which is why in the Jewish writings it says that he was stoned and then he was hung up. So it depends on who was actually doing the execution. Was it being led by the Romans, or was it being led by a coalition of Jews and Romans? We don't really know for sure. It depends on whose story you believe.
Well, which one is rational and which one's reasonable? Because
I think either one of them are rational.
Okay, so do you have anyone of the equivalent of Jesus that died by death penalty in any other way?
Yeah, there are literally thousands of people that died both by stoning and by crucifixion. I don't know how that's an argument for Jesus.
No. I'm just saying, my argument is that it was definitely crucifixion. I think you're trying to imply it could maybe 20% be something else or something.
No, I'm saying that we don't know how he died. I'm saying that we know he died most likely through capital punishment. The means of capital punishment is a little fuzzier.
Okay, and what are you using to substantiate your claim that
I already told you the writings of the Sanhedrin. They told you exactly how they say they killed him. They said in Sanhedrin 43a that they stoned him and then they hung him up.
Okay, so then we know that, for example, Tacitus writings. We know that it was the Rome. I'm sure. But we know that Tacitus in the the Book of Annals is quite clear that it was the Romans that were the executioners of the Lord Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
According to Tacitus, but not according to the Jews. See, this is the point I keep trying to make, is the records of his death don't all agree. You have to pick and choose which records you want to believe. If they all agreed, listen, if the Jewish writings agreed with the Roman writings, then yes, I would say it seems like everyone agrees that his mode of death was X. We don't have that. We have competing texts.
Okay, when was the letters to the Sanhedrins written?
It's not a letter to the Sanhedrin. It's the writings of the Sanhedrin.
Sorry, the writing. Sorry, I didn't get. Yeah,
the writings of the Sanhedrin are variously dated from the first, second, and the 3rd century, depending on which part of the text you're in.
So what's the consensus then?
There is no consensus. The Sanhedrin is not a single text that was written at a single time period. It was written in bits and pieces.
Do you know who the author is?
The members of the Sanhedrin.
Do you know their names?
I could find them for you. Do you think it's important?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because that highlights integrity of, and I'm not saying that you're someone.
You know that their names their names are given in it, right?
Exactly, and that's why I'm expecting the name.
So you can just read it.
You're bringing this as. I think what's your percentage of a possibility of stoning? Because I think I don't think, you've heard of Bart Ehrman, right?
Everyone's heard of Bart Ehrman, yeah.
All right. Okay. So what does he say about the crucifixion?
Oh, I have no idea.
Oh, it's now you don't have an idea. I think okay. So you're saying that everyone's heard of Bart Ehrman.
I said everyone's heard of Bart Ehrman. I didn't say that I know everything Bart Ehrman says. Just so we're aware, like, just because I'm an atheist and Bart Ehrman is an atheist doesn't mean I've read everything he's written.
Of course.
I don't know why you think that I have. Okay,
no,
so
I'm just saying,
listen, I'm sure Bart Ehrman says some stuff. I'm sure he does. I don't know what he says about the resurrection.
Sure. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, so what he does say is that he's pretty certain that it happened.
I'm sure he does. So what?
Yeah.
Why do I care?
So someone like him, he's a very big critic of Christians. Big critic. And he agrees.
And so are the Jews, and they disagree. The Jews don't think he was.
No. I mean, look, come on. Let's be. I mean,
sounds like your whole argument. Your whole argument depends on Jesus being crucified, isn't it? This is crazy to me.
No, really, no. It's, as you know, as a former Christian like yourself, you're a former Christian, right? You know that the crucifixion is the core of Christianity. If that is not proven,
no, the resurrection is.
Actually, it's obviously, yes, both are.
The crucifixion is meaningless. Whether he rose from the dead is a part that is meaningful. No. 1 Corinthians 15 says, if Christ is not raised, then we are most pitied among men.
No, Isaiah 53.
Isaiah 53 didn't say anything about crucifixion.
No, it says that by his stripes we are healed.
Didn't say anything about crucifixion.
Okay, Psalms 22.
Psalm 22 doesn't say anything about crucifixion.
Should we go there?
Yeah, sure. What do you want to read?
Verse 16? Psalm 16. Sorry, we'll go to Psalms 22. Okay.
Verse 16, 17.
Psalm 16.
Yeah. Well, I suppose they gotta learn.
I'll just go. I'll go to Psalms 22 now.
It says, for dogs are all around me, a company of evildoers encircles me. They bound my hands and my feet. I can count all my bones. They stare and gloat over me. They divide my clothes among themselves. For my clothing, they cast lots. Now, let me ask you a question. Who's speaking here?
Okay, so so King David, okay, he's obviously writing this psalm.
Okay, so King David's writing. Okay. Now, in
King David, King David.
In grammar, what language do you need to use in order to refer to yourself?
Inspiration coming out of these verses.
Just pay attention. Hold on.
My friend,
what words do you need to use to speak to yourself? Don't be scared. Just answer the question.
Come out of these verses.
Just answer the question, and we can move on. What words do you use in language to refer to yourself?
Okay, so you're talking about, it depends, but different points of writing, innit? Points of view when it comes to writing.
Me,
So first person, second person,
I,
third person.
my, mine. Okay. All the modes of writing in Psalm 22, is this referring to the present tense of the writer?
Okay, so it can be both.
Why?
It can be both because
Why would I say it's both?
Because remember scripture. Remember when you was at, I think, like, I don't know how far you went as a Christian in terms of study and everything.
Buddy, I went pretty far. This is why this is going to be fun for me and not so fun for you.
No problem. No, that's fine. That's fine. And we're going to clarify your final conclusion about whether the crucifixion happened. That's the key, I think. Because at the moment, I think you're sort of. It seems like you're a little bit sort of sitting on the fence. So I just want that. I need the clarity.
I'm not sitting on the fence. What I'm saying is that we don't have verifiable evidence as to his mode of death. You have to pick and choose which authors you believe to determine which mode of death he experienced. And Psalm 22 doesn't help you because it doesn't mention crucifixion. And it's not even a prophecy. It doesn't mention Jesus whatsoever.
Okay. So then my question is, what's your percentage that the crucifixion happened?
50-50.
Just give a 50-50. Jeez. All right. So there's a verse where it says, "They pierced my hands and feet." In verse 16,
doesn't say that.
as you said. It does.
No, it doesn't. What's the Hebrew word for pierce?
I know where you're going.
No, you don't.
You're going.
You think you know where I'm going, but you don't. Because if you knew where I was going, you wouldn't be making this argument. So what's the word for pierce in Hebrew?
Okay, we can go there. Do you want to share the screen? Can I share the screen?
I don't think there's a way for you to share the screen on my screen. I'm just asking you, what's the word for pierce? There's no method for that. I'm asking you, what is the word for pierce in Hebrew?
All right. I can get that for you.
If you have to look at, I mean, I can just tell you, no, that's not the word for pierce. That means like a lion. The Hebrew word for pierce is dakar.
That means to bore open. Huh?
It means to dig.
I think we're saying the same word.
We're not. The word for pierce is dakar.
That's kind of what I'm trying to say.
That's not at all what you said.
Okay, my pronunciation is obviously not, but...
So the Hebrew text you're looking at says ka'ari.
Okay, but go on.
The Hebrew text you're looking at is ka'ari, which means like a lion.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, like a lion isn't pierced. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is...
One second. If you put your hands in a lion's mouth...
If the Hebrew word for dakar is in fact the word for pierce, then why doesn't dakar show up in the text?
Is in the actual Hebrew.
It's not in the Hebrew. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
I'm literally looking at it.
You're literally not. You're looking at a word that is not dakar.
I'm looking at Ka'ari.
Dakar starts with a dalet.
I know, but it's the I'm basically reading it out in English.
Yes, which is not the word pierce.
Yes, but how it's pronounced is kari.
No, it's not.
Okay,
that's a different word in Hebrew. This is the problem when you you use these online tools and you don't actually know the language that you're referring to. The word dakar means pierce. The word
it's like.
The
argument is
the word kara. The argument's not the word.
And feet were pierced.
It doesn't say that.
You can't.
So just pay attention and learn something for once. I actually know Hebrew. Okay.
We have Messianic Jews who fully accept this.
You don't. Messianic Jews are irrelevant to me. I could care less if Messianic Jews believe the same thing you believe. There are more Jews who disagree with you.
And you didn't say that.
It's irrelevant. So. Doesn't say anything about piercing here. Ka'ari, if that's what's in the text, which is what you have in the Masoretic text here, ka'ari, that means like a lion. That doesn't mean they pierced. That means like a lion, which is why when you read in the Jewish Publication Society in their translation, it just says like a lion at my hands and my feet. That doesn't mean pierce.
you can go to Rashi, okay, and it basically, if you think
Rashi's
about
not going to
just-
save you.
I'm not asking him to save me, Christ to save me. I
No,
don't
he's
need
not going to
Rashi
help your
save me.
argument. No one's talking about your
Okay, well,
salvation.
no,
We're
I
talking about
already
your
know that.
argument. Rashi's not going to save your argument. Ka'ari
You know,
means like
this
a
is-
lion.
Do you know why theologians or former theologians get confused? It's
They
because
don't get confused. It sounds like
they
you're
don't-
confused.
They don't,
What's
they
confu-
don't,
You're
they
the one
don't seek-
confused.
they don't seek God
You're the
for
one who
understanding.
you're the one who thinks that
Not to-
you know more than the actual guys
No,
with the PhDs.
It's historical that Christ died by crucifixion, and you're kind of saying, "Oh, it's 50-50 or 50."
I'm saying it depends on what text you want to believe. If you believe the writings of the Jews or if you believe the writings of other people. That's why I tell you we don't know for sure his mode of death, and it's also irrelevant. You're trying to run away now from Psalm 22, the topic,
I'm on the hill.
the topic,
on the east hill.
the topic
You're all
that
the way on the
you,
west hill.
the topic that you brought
I
up.
need
So
you to meet me on the.
I need you to like take some Adderall or some Ritalin and fix your ADD and try to do one topic at a time. I don't want to do meta commentary. I don't want to jump back and forth. I don't want you to tell me what you think other atheists believe. We're still on Psalm 22, and you haven't established that Psalm 22 mentions a damn thing about crucifixion. So
Okay,
I'm
can I-
still
can I-
so
can I-
I'm still
can I-
trying to find the mention of crucifixion in Psalm 22, and then even if you can find that, which you can't, but even if you were able to find that, you'd still have to relay somehow how Psalm 22 was in fact a prophecy when there's no prophecy in Psalm 22.
No problem. Okay, Justin, let me do this because, like I'm saying, right, I don't know if you're sitting or standing up. To say that the Lord Jesus Christ did not die by crucifixion, and what I mean is you're giving it a 50% sort of rating.
What I'm saying is
I
we
find very-
don't
Oh, no, but
know.
look, Justin, let me just. I'm going to be really quick with what I'm saying. So, and when you say we don't know, to be quite honest, I think you're on your own.
I don't
You're
care if
on
I'm
your
on
own.
my own. What I'm saying is
Okay,
it depends
no
on who you
problem.
ask.
That's
If you
fine.
ask the Jews have various opinions on his mode of death. If you ask other people,
Which Jews?
they believe that he
Which
was.
Jews?
I just told you literally the writings of Sanhedrin. If you find an Orthodox Jew today and you ask them, how did Jesus die? They will refer to how he died in the writings of the Sanhedrin. If they're educated, then they might actually turn to some of the Roman literature and say, well, the Romans say this. But the fact of the matter is, as we started from the very beginning of the conversation, we have two competing narratives. In fact, if you ask a Muslim, they would say he wasn't crucified at all. His body was switched out, or some kind of swoon theory.
Okay.
But the
Now,
fact of the matter is, we have two competing theories as to how he died, which means one of them is true and one of them is not. You have to pick which one you think is true.
Okay, so firstly, the evidence that you're appealing to is, like you said, the writings of the Sanhedrin. Now you have to substantiate what else you have, because, like I said, what I think you're going to find very, very quickly is that it's actually, a historical fact without any this doubt you're giving 50%. Most historians would look at you and be like, "What? Writings of the Sanhedrin?" And you're saying there's names on there. You haven't given me the names. Right, you're giving a date. You can't.
The names are irrelevant.
Justin, you don't. There's nothing to worry about because I'm more than happy to listen to you. I'm not gonna be long. So basically, right, you can establish the dates, the names, who wrote what, and give us exactly what was said. I mean, I'm more than happy to pull up Tacitus, Pliny the Younger, Lucian, Suetonius, Josephus, etc., who all attest for Christ dying and there being an impact in Rome. So it's not like, I mean,
no one's questioning that. This is why I keep telling you actually have to pay attention. You keep jumping from topic to topic. The question at hand right now is his mode of death. Whether or not he had an impact after his death is completely different than what we're actually talking about, which is why I keep having to interrupt you, because you can't stay focused on a single topic. You started with the crucifixion, then you jumped to Psalm 22, now you're jumping back to the crucifixion, and then now you want to move on to, well, did Jesus make a big impact after he died? That's a whole nother topic. So you're struggling to actually stay on topic, which is why you and I can't actually have a good conversation.
So the point you're making about the impact, okay, I will delay on talking about that. But everything else, right, we're talking about, did Jesus die by crucifixion? You're saying it's 50-50. Okay, you're talking about writings of the Sanhedrin. I'm talking about the primary sources historically that we know, that is secular, hostile sources.
The Jews are a hostile source, if you weren't aware of that. They're the ones who killed them.
So we have Isaiah 53 verse 5.
I'm sorry, did Jesus stand in front of the Sanhedrin?
Of course.
Oh, okay. Do you think the writings of the Sanhedrin might actually count for something?
Tell me who wrote it.
Do you think the writings of the Sanhedrin count for something?
Quotes.
I'm not asking you about the author. I'm asking you about the writings of the Sanhedrin, according to the Jewish people who maintain the writings. Do you believe that the writings, the names? I don't want to be rude. Then you are being rude, which is why you refuse to answer the question. You're dodging the question because you're terrified to answer it. The question is, do the writings of the Sanhedrin matter?
If it's authentic.
And how do you know?
Give me the name.
I'm asking you, how would you know if it's authentic?
Yeah, exactly. So, firstly, what credible historian is putting their own credibility on the line?
I'm asking about credible historians. I'm asking, how can you tell if the writings of the Sanhedrin came from the Sanhedrin?
What credible historian says it has?
I'm not asking you about credible historians. I said, how could you validate if the writings of the Sanhedrin actually came from... Okay, and the Jews have a historical narrative. Do you believe that when they say these writings came from the Sanhedrin, that they came from the Sanhedrin? Do you believe that?
That's the thing. If I would only believe it, and this is, you're asking me, right? I would only believe it, okay, if you can put a date on it, right? If you could advise on who wrote it, because that's important. And also, I need to know what the actual quote is. Like right now, you're pointing to the writings of the Sanhedrin. I don't even know what is said. So
I already told you it's Sanhedrin 43a, and I'm more than happy to read it for you. You want me to read it for you?
That's what I was waiting for. Yeah, that's what
you never asked for it because you can't actually pay attention. You're not actually listening to the words coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, so you're saying I'm not paying attention, but
so it says It says in Sanhedrin 43, if you can stop talking long enough to listen. All right, let me grab it real quick. Let's see. Blah, 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 blah. Let's see. There we go. This might be readable. I think you can read the text on the screen. Okay. Rav Huna says, it is obvious to me that the stones with which the condemned man was stoned and the tree on which the corpse is hung after his execution, or the sword. So he's saying there's a clear process to the Jewish mode of execution. You stone them, then you hang them up on a tree. Then later on, he talks about how this exact thing went out to Jesus. This happened to Jesus. Give me a second to find a part where he says this happened to Jesus. There we go. On Passover Eve, they hung the corpse of Jesus the Nazarene after they killed him by way of stoning. And a crier went out before him for 40 days, publicly proclaiming, this Jesus the Nazarene is going out to be stoned because he practiced sorcery, incited people to idol worship, and led the Jewish people astray. Anyone who knows of a reason to acquit him should come forward to teach it on his behalf. And the court did not find a reason to acquit him, so they stoned him and hung his corpse up over Passover Eve. So again, the question you have to ask yourself is whether or not you believe that the Sanhedrin actually wrote this text. Now, you probably don't. I do. That's where you and I differ. That's why I say his mode of death, for me, is in question because we have competing writings.
Okay, which historical writer from the time of Jesus agrees with you?
I don't know. I've never looked to see which ones specifically agree with the Sanhedrin, but you're proving my point. My point is, we have a document that has a competing narrative from your favorite writers, which means you have to choose which narrative you're going to accept. You've chosen the Roman narrative. I'm saying there is a second narrative. That second narrative is what the Jews say happened to them. All I'm saying is that the narratives we have from the contemporary period don't all agree, which means we can't say definitively we know exactly how he died. If the Jewish account agreed with the Roman account, then I would say yes. It seems definitive that this is the manner of death. This is how he died. Being that we have competing narratives, especially from the people who claim to be involved in his death, I'm saying that we don't know for sure.
Okay. So you're saying you don't know any sort of, historical writer or person from the time of Jesus that agrees with what you're saying.
I'm saying I've never bothered to look. And that's not my argument. My argument is that they disagree. That's the basis of my argument. My whole argument is that we have texts from some people that disagree with other people, which is why we can't say we know for sure. That's the basis of the argument.
Okay, so the basis of your argument is based on the Babylonian Talmud. Is that correct?
The basis of my argument is that the tradition of the Jews differs from the tradition of the Romans.
Okay. So do you know that there is actually no known official Sanhedrin document from the time of Jesus that says he died by stoning?
Oh, we literally just read from it.
No. Is it official?
Again, this goes back to whether or not you believe that the Sanhedrin wrote the Sanhedrin, and I believe it. I think that the writings of the Sanhedrin are authentic. I don't believe the Talmud was invented by somebody hundreds of years later, just for the same reason that you believe the letters of Pliny were written by Pliny.
Of course. Why wouldn't, you've got the vast majority of historians that agree with this.
I never said anything about what historians believe. All you did is ask me what I believe about the mode of death for Jesus, and said, I believe we don't have definitive evidence for how he died. We have two competing narratives.
Okay, so then the timing of this particular document you're using to give a 50% rating, etc. So can you be specific and actually substantiate your claim? When was this document written again?
Again, I told you, the writings of Sanhedrin were written over a period of 300 years. Some parts are old, some of them even predate Jesus, and some of them post-date Jesus. The format for the Talmud is not that it's laid out in a chronological order. It's an argumentation order. It says the Gemara says such and such, and then later there's a refutation or there's an agreement by a later rabbi, and then there's a later rabbi that's added his refutation or agreement on top of that. So it's laid out in form of argument. It's not laid out in form like the Bible where it's a narrative. So the first argument in any particular topic is always the oldest part. The last argument or the last piece of discussion on that particular topic is usually the latest part that was written.
Okay, so effectively you're saying that this particular Babylonian Talmud says Yeshu was stoned and hanged, but in reality, my position would be it's a later, non-historical religious polemic. I don't believe it's a Sanhedrin document from Jesus' time.
You don't have to believe that. But I also don't think that the Gospels are true either. So, I'm not saying that you personally need to believe that the writings of the Sanhedrin came from Sanhedrin. For the same reason, I don't believe the writings of the Gospels came from the people who are claimed to actually pen them. I'm not asking you to believe that. I'm explaining what I believe and why I believe it. When I say I don't know exactly how Jesus died because the narratives we have don't all agree, that's the reason why I don't believe it. I'm not saying that you have to believe the same thing I believe.
So why would you be so confident in a document that was written how many hundred years after Jesus died?
Because
You said
again,
three.
it wasn't. It
many-
was written in stages, and we have quotations in the Sanhedrin document that obviously predate Jesus, and we have some that postdate Jesus. So again, you've come up here and you've demonstrated you don't actually know how the Jewish literature reads. You don't know how it was assembled. You don't actually know the history.
I do.
Your
I do.
argument,
I know.
your argument
I know.
at this point rests on your ignorance. So again,
So
So
you're
again, what
basing your
I'm
argument
what
on
I'm
a document that
is
came out hundreds of years later.
it did not. So follow this again. The
said
writings
300 years.
the writings of the Talmud were compiled over the course of 300 years. Some of the writings are early. Some of them predate Jesus. Some of them are late. Just like in the Bible, we have some writings that are early. Mark is an early gospel. Easy to see right there. John is a late gospel. Are they talking about the same stuff? For the most part, yes. Did they get written in the same time period? Only vaguely. They're separated by a little bit of a time period, at least a couple decades. So the Sanhedrin wasn't written all at once. Someone didn't sit down and write it. It's a compilation of text over a time period.
Okay, so I think we can, about this. You're basically putting your you're holding the position that this Sanhedrin document from there's a passage in the Babylonian Talmud that talks about Yeshu being stoned and hanged. Okay, which is interesting because hanged is actually there. But anyways, you're effectively saying that this is a authentic document, which I'm very surprised. You're saying it's a historical document. And I think people listening and watching, they're going to do their homework.
They already have. That's why they're here watching you make a fool of yourself.
No, I'm not.
Yeah,
I think they're gonna look into this, and they're gonna.
I don't think you've actually talked to an Orthodox Jew before, because the Orthodox Jewish position is that this is actually an authentic writings of the Sanhedrin. Just so we're clear, I'm not making the argument that I know he was stoned. What I'm saying is that the two traditions we have do not agree. Therefore, I am reserving judgment. I cannot say I know he was crucified and or stoned because the traditions don't agree. That's what you do when you have competing traditions. You have to choose one of them or choose neither of them.
Okay. So I think the significance of Christ dying on the cross is the reason why you should reconsider becoming a Christian again, giving your life to Jesus.
But I don't care if he died on the cross. That's meaningless to me. A lot of people die.
Yeah, a lot of people die. But
Simon Bar Kokhba died.
Why is everybody talking about Jesus around the world to this day? Why?
For the same reason that people are talking about Muhammad, because religions are popular.
But we know that Christianity, let's be honest, so much more impactful than Islam.
Islam's growing way faster and will eventually replace Christianity.
No, birth rate. That's it.
Yeah, that's how they're going to do it. They're literally going to replace Christianity by having way more babies.
No.
You are aware that Christianity was spread by the sword, right?
I disagree with that.
Oh, you'd be wrong then. You just muted your microphone.
Oh, sorry. Thanks. Even if we have people that are, should we say, bad believers, they're people that don't follow what they preach.
I didn't say anything about bad believers.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just making a point that basically, if we have people that apparently were part of spreading the sword, spreading the faith of Christianity through the sword, the scriptures, the new covenant that we're under does not condone, hurting anybody like that. So Jesus made it very clear. He said, love the Lord with all your heart and soul.
But
and
I'm not making a theological argument. I think you've completely misunderstood my words. I'm not making a theological argument. I'm not saying that Christianity teaches you should do this. You made the statement that Christianity has a big impact. And I pointed to the spread of Islam. Islam obviously was a religion that spread by violence. And I said,
it's trash.
in the same In the same way, Christianity was spread by violence and conquest as well, which accounts to why it is so widespread.
So look, I don't agree with that. If, for example, I tell you
You'd
why,
be wrong.
because, well, when I look at, for example, the impact that Christianity had in Rome, women couldn't be in the same room as a man. In Rome, they used to put the babies that the fathers and the mothers didn't want on the streets. Also, the disabled.
What do you
were
talk
thrown as
about?
garbage. No, but hear me out.
Have you never read Cicero?
All of these outcasts of society, Christianity embraced them in Rome, and that impacted Rome.
Women literally
People
owned
thought-
businesses and gave testimony in court.
Who?
Women owned property, owned businesses, and gave testimony in court.
I'm not disputing that.
This
I'm
crazy
saying
stuff that a woman couldn't be in the same room as a man is fiction.
in Rome,
Yeah, that's wrong.
I disagree with that.
Well, you're completely wrong.
So you're saying to me that
How in
a
the world are
woman-
you going to have a society where a woman can't be in the same room as a man? That's preposterous.
Are you aware of what Rome got up to back in the day?
Yeah, I'm pretty aware of what Rome got up to, which is why Cicero writes about women giving testimony in court.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No,
I'm sorry. Is the court like a location where a man and a woman are in the same room?
No, I'm talking about in the house, in a
You
domestic.
didn't say in the house.
Well, that's what I said, in the same room. That's what I mean anyway. That's what I mean.
Well, you didn't
in a
say what you
domestic-
mean.
Yeah, if you allow me to, I'm more than happy to explain it. It's not really so in a domesticated environment.
Are you saying that
was
that
lesser than a man?
Well, that's different than being in the same room.
No, yeah, exactly. So I'm saying.
Well, that's true
that
in the
if a
Bible
man-
too.
If a man was in the room and he had a guest in Rome, she couldn't necessarily be in the same room or speak. It was seen as that, the sort of culture they had then was very much, get out of here kind of
So
thing.
what? What do I care about that?
And Christianity broke all of that.
No, it didn't.
It did.
No, it did not.
It impacted Rome big time.
No, it did not. It
are you
impacted
saying-
Rome when the leader of Rome adopted it as the religion, and then issued an edict 2 emperors later, making it official to convert people by force and to go out and persecute people who were philosophers and teachers of other religions. Theodosius II, thank you very much.
Well, there were emperors actually that weren't so friendly with,
Yeah.
towards Christians.
I know.
They
That's why it had an
persecuted-
impact.
Not particularly. You would have thought that, the numbers would decline, no?
No, I wouldn't think that. When the king makes it the official religion of the empire, it doesn't decline.
I mean, after how many years of brutality to Christians?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, Nero started the brutality pretty early, so about in the 60s, and then after Nero, obviously, you had Titus Vespasian. He wasn't very good, and then Caligula was a monster. He wasn't good either. But
Yeah,
none of
don't
that's
forget Diocletian.
Yeah, but none of that's really relevant. You keep moving from topic to topic. The question is, why is Christianity so large and so impactful? Obviously, because it was adopted by the most powerful empire in the world. Just the same reason why Islam is so powerful and is so impactful on its religion, because the people who follow it became the dominant power in the region.
So I disagree with comparing us to Islam. It's an
I don't.
absolute joke. The Quran, to put the same, effectively, I don't know if you are or you want to clarify, but are you? In fact, maybe you can. Are you sort of putting the Bible and the Quran on the same level, on the same table?
Yeah, they're both historical mythology.
Okay, so firstly, right, the Bible substantiates its claims
No, it
in
doesn't.
history. 100%. Of course it does.
It gets history wrong all the time.
Okay.
And biology. It gets biology wrong, gets history wrong. It says the earth is flat with a dome over top of it. Do you think there's a firmament?
Have you read Isaiah 40, verse 22?
I've read all of Isaiah. Do you think that a circle and a disc are the same thing?
So my understanding of that, I don't know what verse you're referring to. What
You're
verse
referring to Isaiah 40:22 when it talks about the circle of the earth. The Hebrew word chag doesn't mean sphere. It means in this phrase a disk, which is what they thought the earth looked like, which is the way it was described in Job 34.
Exactly. So
a disk is flat, by the way.
Religious text. Sorry, name me any religious text, because if we can, any person can go to Isaiah 40 verse 22, and what they're going to see is that it talks about the earth being circular.
A disk, okay? Yes, flat.
Yes, a circular, like roundish.
No,
exactly round.
A flat disk.
It doesn't say it's even what you're getting.
That's what the word means.
Okay.
Circles are flat. I don't know if you know that.
So
you're aware that circles are flat, right?
What shape is the earth?
It's a sphere, and it's not a circle.
Okay. So you're saying flat disk. From what point, where does it tell you the angle to look at it?
The angle is irrelevant. It's making a statement about the earth, and it says that it's a disk.
Exactly. And what angle are you looking at it from?
It's not a disk, though. The angle is irrelevant.
Do you see what I'm saying? Because if you're looking at it from a sort of flat line angle, you're going to see a flat earth.
Yeah, the question is not what it looks like. The question is, what is it?
It tells you in a verse. Everybody can see it.
It doesn't say what it looks like. It says what it is.
This is not a strong argument for the Bible endorsing flat earth.
I think you're actually missing the point. Saying what it is different than saying what it looks like. I can say my phone looks like a Pop-Tart. It is not a Pop-Tart. It is in fact a phone. I could say my phone, when I hold it this way, looks like a 2D rectangle. It is not in fact a 2D rectangle. It is in fact a 3D polygon. So the question is not what it looks like from my vantage point. The question is, what is it in fact? And Isaiah 40:22 is making a statement of fact, not a statement of what it looks like from God's perspective.
Okay. Let me even expand on this. Do you know what's so amazing about the Bible?
Is that it's false all the time?
Well, no. I don't know what you have.
I got a lot of false stuff in the Bible.
Exactly. What's your where are you getting your morals from? But anyway,
okay, it's a huge pivot. It's crazy pivot.
No. Let's not go there. But I just want.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go there either. Yeah, the guy who believes it's okay to genocide people, to rape women, to hand out little virgin girls to warriors. Yeah, but those are the morals we need. We need the morals that says it's okay for women to not actually have any autonomy over their body. And I don't know if you know this, but if you keep talking over me, no one can hear you. This is the fun part is I'm literally talking right into my microphone, and my microphone's louder than yours. So every time you try to talk over me, they just hear you mumbling in the background. For all of eternity, for as many years as this video is going to be on YouTube, every time you do that, they will just hear you mumbling in the background. That's your choice. You can do that. You can be the mumbler. You can be that guy that mumbles in the background of me talking if that's what you want.
Well, let the people judge, I was keen to have a good, normal conversation. I think that when we go to the book of Job, you can see that it clearly says the earth hangs upon nothing.
It says it's flat. It says it's like clay beneath a seal. It's like clay under a seal.
Seal. What's the shape of a seal?
It's a flat disc, my friend.
You're even using the words which are somewhat analogous to the earth.
A flat disc, I know.
Yeah. So you say flat.
Yeah, the Bible says it's a flat disc. That's what I keep saying.
The Bible
I don't know how much clearer I can say this. Have you ever seen an ancient seal?
Of course.
And what's it look like?
Yeah, it's the shape it's not obviously like a perfect round ball.
The flat round disc. I've got it on the screen right now. You probably can't see it. Everyone else can see it. Just look up the seal of Hezekiah.
But it talks about, the stars being stretched out. I mean, there's a lot of detail in the Bible. I don't know what other religious text is like this.
I'd say the Quran's pretty much the same thing. In fact, the Quran literally says that Allah spreads out the heavens, very similar to what the Bible says.
Nah,
the Bible also says that you can stone women to death if they don't bleed on their wedding night.
There's a lot of things the Quran says which is terrible. It's trash.
I don't know why you keep arguing with the Quran. I don't believe in the Quran. I think it's just as silly as your book. So Do you think
I
that
disagree.
women should be stoned if they don't bleed on their wedding night?
Who?
Women. Do you think that
Women should.
it was ever a good thing to stone women if they don't bleed?
Okay, so are we talking about morality now?
I'm just talking about the Bible.
Yeah, we can talk about morality.
I'm talking about biology right now.
But if you want to go there, we can
I'm talking about biology. So do you think that women who don't bleed on their wedding night should be stoned?
But you're
It's crazy that you can't say yes or no.
Okay, let me answer. It's if someone is stoned on their wedding night, right? I'm not necessarily a fan of that. I don't believe that's a good thing to stone anybody to death, to kill anybody. As a born again Christian, that is absolutely wrong to kill anybody, right? I'm interested to know where you're seeing that in the New Testament.
I didn't say anything about the New Testament. I'm talking about biology. I don't know why you keep trying to pivot. So in the Bible, we have this narrative in Deuteronomy 22 where God says, if you go into a woman and then you suspect that she's actually not a virgin, it's Deuteronomy 22:13.
I'm not an Orthodox Jew. I'm a born again Christian. I'm under the New Covenant.
The New Covenant's irrelevant to this conversation. This is a question of biology. So pay attention. So in Deuteronomy 22, it says you can stone a woman, right? It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence he's looking for?
Okay, so let me go to it because you're reading it and I need to see where you're going.
It's crazy that the Holy Spirit-filled Christian hasn't read the book.
I mean, why you're taking us here is interesting, but we can go. Let me just. I don't know. Can you hear me?
I can still hear you. Did you find Deuteronomy 22? It's right after 21.
22. Yep.
Yep. 13.
Let's go. 2022, verse 13.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence he's looking for?
So this looks like to me, they would have obviously done their investigation about her conduct. So it could have been basically.
They obviously wouldn't.
The Bible. I'm answering your question. Please just give me 30 seconds. Honestly, this is not difficult for me. Honestly, the Bible says, out of the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses, let the matter be established. So the Bible throughout Genesis to Revelation requires eyewitness testimony. So that's a big part of whatever happens to her. So that's the answer, really. There has to be witnesses.
You're saying dumb things because you haven't read the whole passage yet, and you're about to be proven wrong. So it says when he goes into her, what's he looking for?
Shall we read it?
I just did. Suppose a man
17.
marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. What's the evidence he's expecting when he lays with her?
So this might be obviously the hymen, the actual piece of flesh that obviously is within a woman's. That's basically the hymen that protects or proves virginity.
This is not an inspection of the hymen.
So I'm trying to work out
if he inspected the hymen and it turned out that she didn't have one or something, he wouldn't just listen for 5 seconds. If he was inspecting the hymen, then if it wasn't there, he wouldn't have lay with her. The question is, he's looking for evidence that occurs at the time he laid with her. When he did the deed, when he put himself inside of her body, he's expecting something to happen. What's he expecting?
You have to, where you're going with this is beyond
crazy that you can't grasp it. What would a person expect a virgin to do when you stick your thing inside of her?
What?
This guy's obviously a virgin. There's literally no way that you don't know the answer to this. I cannot believe that you're playing dumb on this. He's expecting her to bleed.
I'm so interested in your answer, to be honest. But go on.
He's expecting her to bleed. That's why it says, after I lay with her, after I went into her. He's expecting the evidence of her virginity to be blood.
I already said that. I said
you
blood.
did not. You said an inspection of the hymen. You
can't inspect the hymen.
I agree. Yes, there's no inspection of the hymen here. Okay, so back at the bar, at the beginning of the passage, he's saying, "I laid with this woman. I went into her, and I did not find the evidence of her virginity." He's obviously expecting her to bleed, is he not?
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Now it gets even more clear in verse 15 when he says, "The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they will spread out the cloth before the elders of the town, and the elders of the town will take the man and punish him." Okay, so far, what we've got to now is she doesn't bleed, or she does bleed. The evidence of her bleeding is the sheet, correct?
It's that and eyewitness testimony, of course. But yeah.
Well, you can't have eyewitness testimony. No one's watching them have sex.
Exactly. So if she did commit adultery, that would be part of the judgment. But I understand what you're saying.
You can't have eyewitness testimony to somebody not doing something.
No. So
the eyewitnesses stood outside of the tent.
Someone in adultery, that's a normal act of life. But
you can't catch somebody not in adultery. That's my point. So the only eyewitnesses you had during this ceremony, no. That is irrelevant. We're talking about what makes her innocent, not what makes her guilty. Obviously, if somebody catches her in adultery, then yes, she's going to be guilty. We're asking about what makes her innocent in this particular case. The only thing in this case that can exonerate this young woman is whether or not she bled on that sheet.
Okay. So why is it wrong?
I didn't say it was wrong. Just keep listening. Do we agree then the passage is suggesting that the reason why she's going to get stoned or not get stoned is based on the evidence of the bloody sheet?
It's because, adultery or having sex outside of marriage, there was a capital punishment for that, according to
Deuteronomy 22 as well. I'm not talking about that. I'm asking what the evidence is of her either being guilty or not guilty. What is it?
So I don't like you're kind of it's very straightforward. Right?
It's in the passage. It's the fucking bloody sheet. The bloody sheet is the only evidence ever mentioned.
I've already established that. I'm not.
Then just answer the easy questions. These are layup questions. I don't know why you're struggling to answer them. Okay, I'm giving you softball questions because I'm waiting for softball fucking answers so we can move on. So it's very easy. The passage is clear that the evidence of the young woman's virginity is whether or not she bled on that sheet, correct?
Go on. Yeah.
Now, the problem with that is that only about 43 to 45% of women bleed the first time they do the deed. This is not a good test on whether or not somebody is actually a virgin.
Says who?
Says not only the ancient writings of the Greeks and the Jews, and also biology. So if you actually know like a single biological source, you would know that women don't always bleed the first time they do the deed. And in fact, there's a number of people here in the chat. I bet I don't have a 50-50 split on gender in my particular live stream, but there's enough women here. I'm going to say put a 1 in the comments if you didn't bleed the first time you did the deed, and there's going to be a flood of 1s because, as it turns out, just doing the deed with a virgin doesn't mean she's going to bleed.
Okay, so let's say we're following what your train of thought. You know, blood on the sheet. You're saying it's not a good way of identifying someone who's, had sex outside of marriage, etc., or lost their virginity. But what exactly is your point? Are you saying that what this verse is basically instructing is wrong?
I didn't say it was wrong. I'm saying that it doesn't
Oh, so it's
understand
okay.
biology. So the evidence for the crime and the punishment is based on faulty evidence, which means
Yeah.
if they're using the bloody sheet as the evidence, it's faulty evidence. It's based on a bad biology.
Okay, bad biology. Okay, so you're saying you're giving a percentage. I think you said 43%. Can you give us the quotes, please? Where you got that?
Yeah, the latest study was done by Flow Health, and they reference studies by the National Institute of Health.
Okay, and how far did they go back in society? How far? What year?
I don't think they did a historical study. Do you think that women's
Okay,
hymens
so
evolved?
You're applying a piece of research that was done, what, maybe this year, last year, or whatever.
Clearly in the modern age.
Not historical research. Isn't that interesting?
Funny that I do have historical research, because if you actually just read the writings of the ancient Greeks and the Jews, in fact, they tell you that there's a lot of women who don't bleed, and they actually have to come up with different reasons for why they didn't bleed when they go to court. For example, there was one young woman who claimed that the reason why she didn't bleed on her wedding night was because she lived in a house and she had really tall stairs, and the climbing of the stairs caused her hymen to prematurely rupture.
Okay, do you have the evidence? Give me the source, please.
Yeah, it's in the Mishnah. It's in Yevamot 59.
Okay, so
in fact, there's a bunch of them.
Quote it, because you said 43%, and I'm very interested to see this number in this.
Well, do you want me to quote the ancient writing or the modern? You keep flip-flopping.
No, I don't want. We're talking about ancient Israel. I need evidence from ancient Israel.
Well, I just told you those are the writings of the Jews. The Jews are the ones who wrote about stuff happening in ancient Israel. Actually, and hold on just 1 second, because as it turns out, we've got a nurse with us. How you doing, Noah?
Hi, I'm doing pretty spiffy.
Hey, we got a guy that believes that women's hymens bleed every time they have sex.
Well, I'd like him first of all to be able to find a hymen and establish what it looks like, because there's multiple kinds of hymens.
Yeah, so this is actually a really good question. And before we get started on this conversation, I'm going to have to ask you, guest, I think Trinity was what I was calling you, not to interrupt the other guest. You can interrupt me, but don't interrupt the other guest, okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so did you hear her question?
I think she said there's different kinds of hymens. It's all getting a bit graphic for me, to be honest.
Yeah.
But go on. Yeah.
So there's about 4 or 5 different types of hymens, and that's if they're still intact. I actually am trained as a rape nurse, I'm sorry, I'm not supposed to use that word. It's called a SANE nurse. I'm not going to explain what the initials stand for, because I think that might cause a problem. So this is something that I'm actually trained in, and there's multiple types of hymens. They can be, quote, intact, and there are times when there's a completely imperforate hymen where the female cannot even bleed through that. So like when she's on her period, she actually goes into severe abdominal pain because it's imperforate. There's no hole there for the blood to get through. That causes a significant problem and a lot of trauma and a lot of bleeding. Thankfully, it's very rare. Now, there are some hymens that are much smaller, but it's still kind of shaped like a scrunchie. And if it's stretched open, it might go back a little bit more to its previous, or it might not. You might be able to see it, you might not. As a SANE nurse, we're taught to examine them to see if there's any damage. Now, if it's consensual, there may be damage, there may not be damage. Even if it's not consensual, sometimes there is no damage, even if the person was or was not a virgin before. There's no way to establish, even with an exam, a full internal exam, that we can do today in 2025 with speculums and lights and camera and imaging with ink blots that we use to stain for injury and for blood. So like we can actually swab it with ink that will turn the tissue purple. Sometimes like you still can't even tell if there was because the women's body is made to stretch. Some people are stretchier than other people. And yes, maybe our genetics have evolved at some point to be more resilient. But I'm sorry, I'm getting steamed up here. but some women are they're not going to bleed. Because they are more stretchy. And there is no way to say, yes, they were a virgin before this happened or they weren't, as far as looking at the anatomy. The only way you could say for sure that they are a virgin is if they have a completely intact hymen. And we know that that is actually not a good thing because it's traumatic. It's not good for the body. Like you would actually have problems on your period. You wouldn't be able to have babies. All right, I'm done with my pulpit. Sorry. I mean, not sorry.
That's okay. So, Trinity,
Okay.
do you understand that there's not like one hymen? Like, there's not one type of hymen.
Okay. Can I respond, please,
Yeah.
if okay? Just to some of what she said, right? Okay. So that passage effectively is about a moral framework. Now, I understand that, you've got a nurse on the video and she's going into, the various types of hymen that people have. And you're effectively saying it's not a reliable way of checking someone's virginity. But then just like someone who might be sick, it's hard to know. Everybody's different, right? So we've also got to sort of think of that. But I think ultimately, if you reject the moral framework of Deuteronomy 22,
it's not a moral framework. That's not my argument. My argument is that whatever's happening is based on bad biology.
Okay, so in terms of biology, right? My counter in terms of my response to this claim that this is bad biology is that when it comes to, if you think about ancient Israel, it's not obviously like today. In ancient societies, women's social and economic survival often depended on their marriage status and reputation. So this kind of served as a deterrent, and it deterred false accusations, mistreatment, and so forth. So my interest, and if we think of this like in an impartial way, we've got to think, okay, well, was there any standard at the time that was better?
No one's questioning whether it was something better. The question is, why is the faulty test being administered?
So you're looking at it from, and this is the thing. Remember, you're reading the Bible.
Maybe the better thing is to not kill people.
Can I just respond, because you're now going to killing people? But the point I'm making is this is a deterrent, and I don't know if you know of a better deterrent for that time.
Doesn't have to be a better one for this one to be a bad one.
I mean, unless you can advise, was there a better standard to deter?
It doesn't matter. We're not questioning what's a better deterrent. We're questioning whether or not it's okay to convict people on faulty evidence.
Okay, so now you're making a moral argument, right?
What I'm saying is that there's two problems with this whole situation. One, and the first problem is that it doesn't understand biology. It's suggesting that if their body does a particular thing, then it means a particular thing. But that's not a clear connection.
I think that your nurse was right to say that, yes, they're different hymens, but ultimately it's accurate. This verse is accurate in the sense that it's the hymen, when it's broken, that releases the blood. Right. I understand that it's not the same for everybody. I understand that. And I don't think the Bible is necessarily sort of making a case for the difference of people. But
Does everybody in ancient Israel have special hymens?
What it's emphasizing on is deterrent in a harsh world where social and economic survival to women was
no one
everything.
gives a shit about the deterrency. We're questioning whether or not the evidence is valid evidence.
So you're jumping from biological evidence to morality, and I'm
not. I'm not making that jump. I'm not making that jump. What I'm saying is that the evidence being provided gets biology wrong.
So firstly, I don't believe it's wrong because if you break hymen, blood comes out.
Wrong.
It's as simple as that.
That's not.
Simple as that.
That's false.
Okay, so
Nurse, you want to explain this one to him? He wasn't listening.
No, I was listening. I was listening, but at the end of the day,
okay. Like we'll try this again.
10
Nurse,
seconds, 10 seconds, Justin. So
we'll try this again. Nurse, just shake your head, yes or no. If a woman's hymen is broken, does she always bleed? Clear no. Okay, I'm getting a no from the actual medical nurse that does this for a living. Breaking a hymen does not equate to blood.
Are you asking me?
No, I literally just asked the nurse and you weren't paying attention.
Sorry, you lost me. Could you just say that again, please?
Yeah, I asked the nurse if breaking the hymen always bleeds. She said no. Okay,
so so firstly, I'll be honest with you. I don't know how qualified this nurse is.
You're questioning the nurse's qualifications.
I'm not attacking her reputation.
What are your qualifications?
Her reputation.
Wait, what are your qualifications?
I don't listen. You're you know. Like
here, let's talk about the qualifications of all the women here in the live stream. Everybody in the live stream, put a one in the comments.
What you're doing.
So all the women here, put a 1 in the comments if you did not bleed the first time you did the deed, because apparently having an actual certified nurse here is not enough. He actually has to see the proof, because just being a nurse isn't good enough. It's
Let
crazy.
me give my qualifications.
What was it? The University of Phoenix Online?
Let me tell him my qualifications.
Yeah, please do.
Can he hear me?
Yeah, he can hear you.
Okay. So I have a master's degree. I'm actually a nurse practitioner, and I see patients on the daily. I also am trained as a the S word abuse kit. When you have a problem and you go report it, and they need to validate you in court. That kit thing they do in the hospital. I'm trained as one of those nurses. I was also a PHRN, which is like a nurse paramedic, on an ambulance for about 10 years. Do you want me to keep going, or does that validate me enough? I can keep giving my credentials.
Do you think she's qualified enough? What do you?
So I think no, she's got qualifications, no doubt about that. But I don't.
And I've also.
Okay, continue. Go on.
I was going to say I've also probably done a lot more pap smears than he has.
I'd have to assume that, yeah.
Okay, so to respond to that, firstly, we're talking about the women in ancient Israel. How do you feel about that?
Why would their hymen be any different than mine?
Okay.
Actually,
Go on.
Why would their hymen be more likely to be present than mine when they live in a much more active and like a much more like a difficult culture where they have to carry their water and they're going up and down stairs and they're riding horses and like all of those things? Like their lifestyle was a lot more difficult than most of, at least the area where I am. So they're going to be less likely to have an intact hymen. They're less likely to bleed on their first night because trauma happens, things change, life happens, especially when you're working hard. So yeah, okay. They'd be less likely than the current generation.
Did you hear the initial argument about
Well, which initial argument?
so this whole idea that this is bad biology kind of thing,
Yeah,
and
it's very bad
this is part
biology.
this is part of someone being accused of not being a virgin. Did
So
you hear that?
my impression of this part of the Bible is that it's made up by a man who is just making a guess at women's biology and somebody who doesn't really understand what goes on with a woman's
Okay,
cycle and biology. And that would make sense from a Jewish perspective because
no problem.
they're not around their woman when she's on her period. They're not allowed to touch her. So it would make sense for them to not understand the cycle and not understand um, the anatomy that's associated. So it
Okay,
would very much make sense from a man-made sense. Hmm.
okay. So does your training and expertise extend to research of ancient Israel and the women thereof?
I do not have a historical like education as far as I don't know what hymens look like in that period of time. I haven't studied that part. However, based on logic and how things today affect people, I could make an educated guess as to how that would impact a person at that time.
I mean, do you see it as important? Do you think it would be informative if you were able to extend your learning, education, research going back to ancient Israel? Would it be informative?
I don't. It wouldn't change. It wouldn't change the outcome because we know that women obviously were not bleeding on their wedding night. We already know that, and we already know that killing them is problematic. And
Can I,
yeah, go ahead.
so my question then would be, what ancient source during the time of ancient Israel would you be examining, exploring to substantiate your claim?
Yeah, what claim am I substantiating? That women had intact hymens back then? I'm not sure what would we need
That's
to
it.
establish so that all females had an intact hymen, whether they had sex or not.
Yeah, it's just it seems like I'm not saying like entirely.
He
I'm just
believes
thinking.
in hymen evolution. He thinks all ancient Hebrew women had special hymens that always bled.
So
That's
I
why we
mean,
got the Hebrew hymen emoji. Everyone who's got the emojis, put them in the chat.
Oh, and remember that imperforate hymens are actually really problematic and cause a lot of abdominal pain and can actually cause death because your belly will bloat and you can get septic because there's no way for that menses blood to leave the body. So if women had imperforate hymens at that time, the generation would not have continued because they would have all died.
So it's very difficult for me in terms of, I hear what you're saying and I take your expertise, but I think there is something about, I guess, appreciating the time of ancient Israel and at least exploring what did people say about this particular topic, right? Even if we just take what the passage that we've read and look at it in the context of the women in Israel at the time, and then obviously come to some sort of conclusion. But I don't think you've done that. But
I have.
I understand. I understand your position, though. Sorry, I didn't get your name, but I understand your position because you're someone who's got training in a modern way. No problem with that. Absolutely, what you're doing with the women that have been abused is commendable, I have to say. However, when it comes to a time period when I guess you wasn't born, I wasn't born, nobody, none of us here was born. I don't think your research and your study extends to that time.
It's okay, I do.
When
I've got it.
When me as a historian, I'd ask, give us a source that would substantiate your claim.
I've got it. Do you want to hear it?
So yeah, so that's my response to the nurse. Sorry, what was her name again? You don't have to give it if you don't want.
Well, she goes by Noah's lions ate dead babies on the ark.
No problem.
But I have done the research, and I've got texts from the ancient times showing that women were being entered and not bleeding.
Okay. So as long as it's authentic, so yeah. What's the source?
So this one comes from the Mishnah, and it talks about how Hebrews are actually experts in diverting, meaning going into a woman and not causing her hymen to rupture. Says Rabbi Shimon would concede that intercourse with a virgin is forbidden. Rabbah said to him, unlike these Babylonians who are not experts in diverting during intercourse and are unable to engage in intercourse without rupturing the hymen, there are those who are experts in diverting. Therefore, the rupture of the hymen is not an inevitable consequence. So the ancient Hebrew rabbis believed that there is a method of going into a woman that as long as you're careful, you can do it without rupturing her hymen.
Okay, so this is the thing, Justin. You've been talking about hymen this and hymen that, but this whole practice you're seeing in Deuteronomy 22, is it right or wrong?
I'm still talking about the biology. Are you going to concede that the biology is a problem?
I don't think the I mean you're quoting you're saying you're quoting the Mishnah. So can you tell me who wrote it?
Does it matter? There's a voice in the Jewish community suggesting that there's a way to have sex with women that causes the hymen to not break.
And what I'm saying is your source is not authentic.
It doesn't matter if it's authentic. It's from a Jewish rabbi.
I know. See, you're comfortable.
Rabbi Shimon.
You're snaring Christianity. Because that's what you're.
Rabbi Shimon was his name.
It feels like you're talking from a unauthentic source. Justin.
It's not. It's the Talmud. It's from Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Shimon is suggesting this is from ancient Jewish people. By the way, do you think the Romans wrote the Talmud?
It's not the Babylonian.
Who do you think wrote it? Who do you think wrote it? Who do you think wrote it?
A Babylonian Talmud.
Who wrote it?
God knows. It's not part of us.
Do you think Jews wrote it?
Nobody knows. I think it's pseudographica.
You don't think Jewish people wrote the Babylonian Talmud?
Listen, they may have wrote. That's what I'm saying. They may have written.
Did Jewish people write it? Did Jewish people write it?
You tell me. Give me. You said you.
I'm asking you. Do you believe that Jewish people produced the Babylonian Talmud in Hebrew?
I would say possibly.
Possibly? You think the Romans? Who do you think did it if it wasn't the Jews?
This is what I'm saying. Like,
who do you think wrote the Babylonian Talmud if it wasn't the Jews?
I'm happy to say I don't mind if it was the Jews. It was the Jews.
Okay. So there are Jews in the ancient world who had a viewpoint that you can go into a woman. It doesn't matter what Jew you think it is. It doesn't matter if you think you know his name. None of that's important. Even if you think Rabbi Shimon isn't the rabbi who actually said it, there are authoritative Jews who wrote in the Talmud that you can literally go into a woman, and as long as you do a particular trick, you cannot break her hymen and cause her to bleed.
Okay, so you're quoting from a Jewish person who wrote this particular passage within this text, the Babylonian Talmud.
You asked for an ancient Jewish source.
I asked for an ancient Jewish source, but I want a credible one. This one's fake.
Was it written by Jews?
It's fake.
How do you know? Prove that Rabbi Shimon didn't say it.
It's fantasy.
So is the Bible.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. You think you're saying the Bible's fantasy, but you have no equivalent. You can't tell me or give me any other book of antiquity that is more credible than the Bible.
I don't think comparing the Bible to other literature is useful.
See how you're struggling? Can you see how you're struggling, Justin?
I've never bothered to compare all the false statements
I bet
in
you didn't
books.
Selectively, you're selective, aren't you?
Well, it's not necessary. Like, I don't need to take the Bible and say, well, the Bible says 100 things wrong, but the Quran says 200 things wrong. To me, it's irrelevant. Both of them are saying things that are
I'm going to highlight your biases.
That are completely wrong. It's not my bias. I don't need to have a mathematical breakdown of which ancient book says the most wrong things to know that the Bible says things that are wrong.
Where'd you get maths from? I just asked you, give me the most historical any other book that's more historical and credible than the Bible.
Oh, well, first of
Simple.
all, it's not a book, it's a collection of texts. And if you want a collection of texts that are more historical,
course,
I'm
I
going to
know
go
this.
with
No,
the
what-
Babylonian Chronicles.
Ah, okay. So you're saying the Babylonian Chronicles is more credible than the Bible?
Yep. Have you actually
Okay,
read
so-
them?
Okay. No, it's good. It's good. You're saying
Have
the
you read
Babylonian
them?
Chronicles. Listen, I know I'm aware of the Babylonian Chronicles, right?
What are they?
Okay.
I bet you don't know what they are.
Okay. So if you allow me to finish,
He doesn't
and
know.
actually allow me
You
to
can
just-
say you don't know. You don't have to
because
pretend
the
to know
thing is,
things.
we got, right. My friend, listen.
Okay, so you don't know. We'll just establish
allow me
that.
to
So,
finish, that would
how do you know that the Babylonian Chronicles are not as reliable?
Uniform text written on clay tablets. It's not difficult. Okay, so listen, look.
I love how
Right.
he's literally googling it as we're
Listen,
talking.
listen,
So
listen.
So what about the Babylonian Chronicles are untrue?
My friend, you're trying to control the conversation. I just want to.
No, I'm trying to keep you on point. You asked me
No, you don't
what
need
text
to.
is more reliable than the Bible, and I said the Babylonian Chronicles. You looked up the Babylonian Chronicles, and now the first time you're ever seeing them, you're saying they're not as reliable as the Bible. And you asked me what metric did I make a breakdown of how the Bible is more or less reliable than ancient texts. So I'm going to ask you the same question. Have you made a breakdown of how the Bible is more or less credible than the Babylonian Chronicles?
Okay, so firstly, regarding the Babylonian Chronicles, right?
Yeah, what did they get wrong?
This is very like so. There's a big difference, huge difference.
What did they get wrong?
Firstly, I'm not saying I think there is some. I think there is some interesting things about it.
What did they get wrong?
What I'm saying is, it's you can't compare it to the Bible because the
What
Bible
did they
has
get wrong?
Vast more information.
No, it doesn't. What did they get wrong?
I'm not saying it got anything wrong.
Then how do you know the Bible is more reliable than Babylonian Chronicles?
Exactly, because
So you don't. Okay, so you made a dumb statement.
So firstly, it covers only 600 years. The Bible covers how many years?
No, it literally doesn't. The Babylonian Chronicles covers a period. Covers a period of two different time periods. If you include all the Akkadian texts, then you're covering well over 1,000 years. But the time period is actually irrelevant. I didn't ask you whether or not it covered a longer period of time. I'm asking you whether or not it's more reliable about what it says.
You're twisting, man. You're really. I'll be honest.
You're just a moving goalpost. You're a goalpost on wheels.
No, you know. Firstly, the Bible covers a much wider time span.
About 800 years, but it's not relevant to the question at hand. The question is not what covers a longer time period. First of all, you're wrong. The question is whether or not it's more reliable about what it says, and I don't think that it's reliable about what it says.
Okay. But what I'm saying is you're saying it's not reliable,
right?
That's up to you. I'm saying the Bible covers not only from the time of Adam, but it goes all the way to the time of the apostles and beyond, and also it's got prophetic info.
Well, shit. Well, the Babylonian Chronicles go back even further. They go all the way back to the creation of mankind, way before Adam. In fact, the Greeks go even further back. The Greeks, there's a number of Greeks who didn't believe that the universe even had a beginning.
So look. There is no one's like me. I'm not dodging anything. But your argument about
you're completely dodging.
This Chronicles point you're making, to be honest,
it's a good one, which is why you can't refute it. So
Compared
until you can show me one thing wrong in the Babylonian Chronicles, that means the Babylonian Chronicles are more true than the Bible. I can show you stuff in the Bible that's not true.
Okay, let's talk about the Babylonian Chronicles.
I'm going to show you one thing in the Bible that's not true, and every one thing in the Bible I show you that's not true, you have to show me something in the Babylonian literature that's not true. Deal?
Go ahead. I don't mind.
Okay, fantastic.
So,
open your Bible to Mark chapter 2.
So before we go there, can we establish that you didn't want to, touch on the morality of that scenario brought up in Deuteronomy 22.
It's not in the purview of the discussion. We're talking about whether or not the book is true. We're not talking about whether or not I think everything in the Bible is moral. That's a whole separate discussion. Now, listen, when I'm done demonstrating that the Bible is not actually true, when I'm done telling you and teaching you how the Bible is not true, then we can have a moral discussion.
Oh, I doubt it. I doubt you're gonna.
Don't run. Don't be a coward. Use the power. Use the power of the Holy Spirit and actually come to the text. I'm going to show you something in the Bible that's not true, and then I need you to show me something in the Babylonian Chronicles that are not true.
Justin, I cannot wait to talk about morality.
I'm sure you can. So, Mark chapter 2, verse 26. Pull it up.
What's it called?
Mark 2:26.
Have you, just out of interest, you've read the whole book?
I've read every last word of this book.
Okay. Yeah, go on.
Now, Jesus is speaking, referring to David when he ate the showbread. And he says how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of the presence, which is not lawful for any but the priest to eat, and he gave some to his companions. Now, you might be interested to know that in 1 Samuel 21, where that story originates, Abiathar was not the high priest.
Okay, but are you saying that he wasn't the high priest?
He was not. It was Ahimelech.
Okay, do you want to substantiate what you're saying?
Yeah, 1 Samuel 21, we'll go right to it. When David went to the priest at Nob and ate the showbread, this is what happened. David came to Nob to the priest Ahimelech. Ahimelech came trembling to meet David and said to him, "Why are you alone and no one is with you?" And then the whole story unfolds, Ahimelech being the high priest.
Okay, so if you go to, so are you in 1 Samuel chapter 22, verse 20?
1 Samuel 21. Ahimelech doesn't become a priest until after his household is murdered by Saul.
Okay, so
Ahimelech is the father of Abiathar. So what happened was Abiathar, the child, the son of Ahimelech, was the only one left standing when in the story of Saul, when he's angry about what happened with David and the priests at Nob, he has his sidekick Dog kill all the priests at Nob. And then Abiathar is the only one in his household who escapes. When David takes the throne, when David is in power, he makes Abiathar the high priest.
Okay. Yeah, so if we go to 1 Samuel 22, let's go there.
21.
I know I'm going to just explain it.
Yeah, I'd ignore the text that proves you wrong too.
So let's get it.
Go ahead, pull up your Apologetics Press talking points. I already know them.
So you're good. So you're basically saying that the high priest is the wrong name for the high priest.
It obviously is the wrong name, which is why when Matthew tells the story, Matthew corrects Mark and wipes out the name Abiathar, removes it altogether.
Okay. Let's go to verse 20. So if we go to 1 Samuel chapter 22, verse 20 to 23. So I'm just going to get that up. I'm actually going on my online Bible just to get the quote 22 verse 20 to 23. Yep. So we'll just read to the end. So my position.
Sounds like you don't have a position. You're looking it up right now.
No. I've got it. Okay. So Abiathar was Ahimelech's son,
I just
Okay.
said that. Yes. Were you listening?
Okay, and later, and yeah, I heard. I know. And later became high priest. Okay, so let's read.
This is his first time doing this. This is adorable.
No,
Listen,
don't worry. So
if this is your
so
first
1
time
Samuel
encountering an
22.
apologetic argument for something, just admit it. Stop pretending like you know things you don't.
Bro, let me just read it. Let me read the verse, okay?
Mhm.
So it says, but one of the sons, Ahimelech, son of Ahitub, escaped. His name was Abiathar. And
I
he
already
fled
said
to
that.
David.
You weren't
And
listening. It's okay.
Okay. And Abiathar told David that Saul had killed the priests of the Lord.
Mm-hmm.
Then David said to Abiathar, I knew that Doeg the Edomite was there that day, and that he was sure to tell Saul, I myself am responsible for the lives of everyone in your father's house. Stay with me. Do not be afraid, for he who seeks your life is seeking mine as well. You will be safe with me. Okay, so let's go to
exactly
also,
what I said. Ahimelech is the father of Abiathar, which makes Ahimelech the high priest at the time that David ate the showbread in chapter 21.
Okay, so yeah, just hold that thought.
I love it when they get up here and they think this is my first time reading it.
Second, we'll see. Don't worry. Go to 2 Samuel chapter 8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and we're going to read verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so do you want to read it?
Yeah, in fact, I'll put it on the
Okay, I'll
screen.
read it.
It says, David reigned over Israel, and David administered justice and equity to all of his people. Joab, the son of Zeruiah, was over the army. Jehoshaphat, son of Ahilud, was recorder. Zadok, son of Ahitub, and Ahimelech, son of Abiathar, were priests. Sarah was secretary, so on and so forth.
Okay,
And your point? You do know that Abiathar had a child, right?
Okay, so let me just make my point.
He doesn't know it, apparently.
Point is,
okay.
No, basically, my point is that Abiathar was the better known priest. And so when Jesus,
it didn't say anything about who's better known. It says who was the high priest.
So I'm just giving my perspective on this. Basically, Jesus would have been referring to the period when Abiathar was active,
which was not when David ate the showbread.
Even if Ahimelech was priest at that exact moment,
high priest.
So that's my. Yeah. So that's my.
Do you know the difference between a priest and a high priest?
I don't think that's a problem.
Do you know the difference between a priest and a high priest?
Yes. The high priest would be the responsible for shedding blood onto the mercy seat during Yom Kippur. So
how many high priests are there?
Not a problem. I don't see the problem.
The problem is that Jesus says Abiathar was high priest and he was not.
No, so what you're forgetting is that his audience knew who Abiathar was.
They knew who Ahimelech was too.
A significant priest closely tied to David.
And so was Ahimelech.
That's the point. So it's not, you're making it about, the priest's name. But basically,
because the name is wrong. That's why it's about the name of the priest. The question is who is the high priest?
You're not laughing now. Basically, if you read the context, right, it's about the human need of David taking priority over legal.
When who was the high priest?
So you're making it.
He's floundering. The question is, who was the high priest?
You haven't heard this kind of answer before.
I have heard it. It's a diversion. The question isn't whether or not there's a theological point to be had. The question is, who was the high priest when David ate the showbread? What's his name?
So like I said,
we'll try this again. The answer needs to be a name. What is the name of the high priest when David ate the showbread?
The reference, is
what is the name of the high priest when David ate the showbread? What is his name?
Okay, so my understanding is that it's Abiathar.
It's not.
Okay. The context, okay, Jesus is referring to Abiathar, a significant
He
priest
wasn't the high
closely
priest.
tied to David.
He
This
was
is not
not the
about
high priest.
history. He's just highlighting, okay,
It doesn't.
what Abiathar done.
It doesn't
when
matter.
David
The
was
theological
hungry.
viewpoint is not relevant. We're asking who was the high priest.
Everything about it is.
So
You're making
the
it
high
out.
priest was
You're-
Ahimelech, not Abiathar.
Listen, man. You're reading one verse and you are.
I know.
just-
I'm reading one
you
verse
are
and I'm showing you
reading one
something
verse,
in
you're
it
not
that's
reading
wrong.
The context.
The context is irrelevant. The question is, who was the high priest when David ate the showbread? Because that's what the statement is. The statement says that Abiathar was the high priest who gave the showbread to David. That wasn't true.
Okay, so who was better known?
It doesn't matter who's better known. The question is, who was the high priest?
No, because the thing is, right?
No. I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna let you keep diverting. Nobody gives a fuck who was better known. The question is, who was the high priest? It doesn't matter who was more famous. It doesn't matter who you like better. The question is, who is the high priest? That's the question we're looking to answer right now, not who was more popular. So again, the high priest was either Ahimelech or it was Abiathar. Who was it?
Exactly, and I'm saying that it's Abiathar.
And you'd be wrong because the text itself says that Ahimelech was. Ahimelech was the priest that gave David the showbread.
So if you read 1 Samuel 22, verse 20 to 23.
After Ahimelech's already dead.
In the eyes of David.
Ahimelech's dead.
In the eyes of Jesus.
Do you know he's dead in that chapter? He dies.
No, you're not listening to me. See, like you're so enraged with what you want to say. You're not even like.
I'm not enraged. I want you to engage with what the text actually says. So
Exactly.
in 1 Samuel 21, who does it say the priest was that gave David the showbread? What's his name?
So what's happening here, right?
So what's happening here is you're too cowardly to answer a question. You keep running from every single question. I need you to grow a pair and answer a question. No one can hear you while you're muted, just so you're aware. No one can hear you. So the question is, who was the high priest when David ate the showbread? Who was it?
Okay.
According to 1 Samuel 21, who was there when David came and ate the bread?
Like I said.
Nope, it's a name. A name needs to come out of your face right now. What's the name of the priest who was in charge when David came for the showbread?
Let's go to that verse again.
Say his fucking name.
Let's go to the verse.
You've read it. 20. You know his name.
So you want a name, okay? Who is the high priest? Who determines
Answer the question and I'll tell you.
Who determines it?
Answer the question and I'll answer yours.
My answer.
Wrong again. In 1 Samuel 21, who is the priest in charge that gave the showbread to David? What is his name? I will not let you pivot until you utter the name of the person in 1 Samuel 21. What's his name?
1 Samuel 21. Okay, let's go there. I'll go there. Let me go there now. You're asking me a question, but you're not being clear in whose eyes.
I'm very clear. What is the name of the person in 1 Samuel 21 who was in charge of the priest at Nob that gave the bread that he was in charge of to David?
1 Samuel 21. Don't worry, I'll read again.
They never hear it the first time I read it. They always got that Jesus blood in their ears.
You used to be Christian, didn't you? Anyway. Okay, so. Okay, can I just ask, in 1 Samuel 21,
I'm
what verse
still
are you
waiting
going
for the
to
name. What is the name of the priest? Give me the name.
My friend. I'm asking.
Listen,
10-second.
I'm not your friend until you can engage in honest dialogue. I asked you the name of the priest who gave David the bread. What is his name?
Okay. Are you referring to him as a high priest?
I'm referring to him as the high priest because he's clearly the one in charge, because he is the father. What you don't have is a situation ever in the Hebrew Bible where the son of a priest is the high priest over his father.
Okay. I disagree with that.
Show me an example where there's a son who's high priest over his father.
I want to see where the high priest.
Show me an example.
Where's high priest in this chapter?
Actually, so this actually gets even more interesting, because this is the second thing that Jesus gets wrong, which is that the term high priest doesn't develop during the time period of the Old Testament. That's something that actually develops in Jesus's time period. It doesn't show up in the Old Testament. Now, I can tell you what the high priest is, though. According to the Jews, the high priest, the word
chapter you gave me a hard time about.
The high priest in Jewish tradition is the priest that is highest ranking, which is always the head, was always the head of the household. It's not the son.
Where is it? Where's the word high priest?
If you're actually listening, you would know that there is no actual high priest in the Old Testament. So when Jesus says high priest, he's wrong as well. So the high priest is not a term that even shows up in the Old Testament. It's a term that's given in Jewish tradition to the highest ranking priest.
Okay. So you're saying, you gave me a hard time about high priest this, high priest that, but there is no word high priest in the chapter.
That's what I keep telling you. Jesus is wrong even using the terminology high priest. So high priest
was the better known priest.
So high priest is the highest ranking priest.
What?
That's what it means to be the high priest. You're the highest ranking priest.
Does it say that in the Hebrew then?
That's what it means to be the high priest. That's definitionally what words mean.
I think you're inferring into the text.
I'm not.
Yeah, Jesus did the right thing. He was referring to the better known priest, which was Abiathar.
He was not. He said the high priest. He didn't say the better known priest.
No. You see, you made it out like almost the word high priest was there. If it was in there,
the word high priest is in Greek.
You would absolutely show me. But
the high priest is there in Greek.
Sorry, you can't show me the word high priest in the text.
In the Hebrew or the Greek?
In the Hebrew.
Because it's not in the Hebrew. That's why I keep telling you.
Exactly. My point. Exactly.
Because the high priest isn't a role.
You're not laughing anymore.
No, I'm laughing at you because you're not understanding what I'm actually saying. So the high priest is the highest ranking priest. That's what it means to be the high priest.
Okay, like I said, prove it.
Okay, what do you think the term high priest means?
I just explained it, and I think he was satisfied.
No. I'm asking you, what does the definition of high priest mean?
Okay, like I said, the high priest would be the one on Yom Kippur, okay, to spread the blood or flick the blood onto the mercy seat during Yom Kippur.
Show me that. Show me where it says that.
Oh my gosh. You want me to go? I mean, not a problem.
Show me where it says the high priest is the one that flicks the blood.
It's okay, so we're diverting.
Because what you're going to find out is the person who flicks the blood is not called the high priest. It's just the priest that's the highest rank, which is why Jesus uses the phrase high priest to refer to the priest of the highest rank.
But this is what I'm trying to. This is my point. Jesus refers to Abiathar for a reason.
Yes, he's wrong. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You're wrong.
The
because you're
reason is
basically
irrelevant.
saying
The reason is
that
irrelevant. The question
Ahimelech,
the question is, who was the high priest? The high priest
and
is
it's
the
not
highest
there in
ranking
the text.
priest.
You told me to go to First Samuel. I just kind of took. I just trusted you.
Who
I
is the
trusted
highest?
what
Who
you
is the
said, I
highest
trusted
ranking
you,
priest in the Old
and
Testament?
okay,
Always.
he's saying it. Okay, I might.
Who is the highest ranking priest?
And I read it and I found out. Oh no, it's not there.
Who is the highest ranking priest? What do you call him?
What do you mean?
What do you call
highest.
the highest ranking priest?
Shall I? I can get some verses to reflect that.
What do you call him? How do you refer to him? What do you call him? Do you call him the second priest? The third priest? What do you call him?
Okay, so like Aaron, who was the first high priest in Exodus 28 and Leviticus chapter 8, they have a specific role. You're not showing me the specific role.
And which was the highest?
Because you know, this is being debunked. You're not showing me the specific role of Ahimelech, are you?
Ahimelech was at the house of Nob, and he is the father of Abiathar, which makes him higher ranking than Abiathar.
What does that mean? Show me the role.
Being the father in the household of priests, it means you're the highest ranking. That's why when Eli, when his sons,
show us the verse in the Bible that proves that.
when Eli's sons were being chastised, it was Eli himself who had to take responsibility for them. Eli himself was the one who was getting the punishment brought down by the prophet, not the sons Hophni and Phinehas.
So are you saying, okay, all right. So are you saying the sons were priests?
I'm saying that when you have a family of priests, the highest ranking is the head of the household.
Justin, it's not looking good, honestly, because you're struggling.
I need you to pay attention to what I'm saying. So we'll try this again. Well, because I know conversations are hard for you. So just shake your head, yes or no. Yes or no, is the highest ranking family member the head of the household, yes or no?
Evidence.
Is the highest ranking member of a household the head of the household?
It depends on the role. That's my point.
Is the head of the household the highest ranking member?
The head of the household. In Jewish culture, the sons took, yes, the eldest, the firstborn, did hold a significant role. It was important.
I'm not asking if it was important. I said, who is the highest ranking in the household?
Well, your argument is just all over the place.
It's an easy question. Just answer it. If you don't know, you can say you don't know.
Your claim.
So I'll try this again. This is an easy question. All I need is a simple 1, 2, maybe 4-word answer. Who is the highest ranking member in a household? What do we call them?
Okay, you're asking me a question. I'm going to give you my answer. Okay. The highest, if you say somebody is the highest ranking person, right? You could attribute that to a son, the firstborn. It depends. I don't
only
see,
if the father's dead.
Scripture for this.
So again,
it's not a private interpretation, Justin.
It's not a private interpretation. The head of the household is the father. The head of the household.
Not showing the verse.
The head of the household is the father.
Okay, but how does that equate to a priestly role?
Because the father is in the role of, if you're a family of priests, the father, the eldest, the leader of the household of the family of priests, is the highest ranking of them.
Could you say that again?
Yes. Every example we have in the Hebrew Bible of priests, of families of priests, shows that the highest ranking of them, the one who gives the orders, the one who is in charge, is the father, the eldest. Yeah.
Okay, so who's older, Moses or Aaron?
Well, it doesn't matter because Moses wasn't the priest like Aaron was. It was the line of Aaron that were established as the Levitical priests.
No. But I'm listening to what you're saying. I'm listening to your point. Okay, and that's my question. My question is, once again, who is older, Moses or Aaron?
Well, as far as I recall, Aaron was older.
Okay, show us the verse.
Oh, okay, sure. He first shows up in Exodus. Let's see where it says he's older. Exodus 28, maybe. Let's see. It wasn't Exodus 28. We do have their ages, though. We know which one was older. Give me a second.
Okay.
So he lived 3 years longer than Moses. We knew that much.
Effectively, what you're asking is how was
He was
high
3
priest-
years older. Let me see the verse. See, the Torah states that Aaron was 83 years old and Moses was 80 when they spoke to the Pharaoh. Let me see which passage it shows up in. So 3 years apart.
Okay, so
Exodus 7, maybe? Moses was 80 years old and Aaron was 83 when they spoke to Pharaoh. Exodus 7:7. So Aaron was older.
okay. So then the question then is, who chooses? Who selects the high priests?
Well, God did, and God selected Aaron to be the high priest, and then he was the first high priest, and then after that, his sons were priests underneath of him. There wasn't another priest in charge until Aaron died.
Yeah. Aaron was directly appointed by God.
Yeah, and then when Aaron died, who was in charge after that?
Eleazar.
Yeah, you're right. It was Eleazar. Now, was Eleazar the high priest when Aaron was still alive before he was appointed, or not until he was appointed?
Okay. So obviously, if he died,
It's crazy that you can't answer the question.
I read it. Yeah, so he
Before
died,
Eleazar was appointed high priest, was he the high priest? It's a yes or no question.
He obviously wasn't.
Okay, he obviously wasn't. Now, why is it important that he wasn't high priest until his father was dying?
Okay. Because how he was chosen was directly by God. Appointed. He was directly appointed by God.
Didn't answer my question. Why is it important that Eleazar doesn't become the high priest until his father is out of commission, until he's almost dead?
Yeah, because it was Aaron that was chosen, not Eleazar.
Yes, Eleazar became the high priest after his father died because the high priest is the eldest.
Okay, so this was the start of the priestly line, and God chose Aaron, not the son. So I don't see, I to be honest, I don't see. I think you're trying to say that, okay, well, why didn't he choose Eleazar, etc. But
wasn't my question.
He chose. No, I know that wasn't your question, but I'm saying that he chose Aaron because of the situation and the context with Moses.
No one's asking why he chose Aaron. We're asking why did he wait until his death for Eleazar to become the next high priest?
I don't see what the issue is. Yeah. I mean, he died, and that was it. And obviously, it's about bloodlines, right?
Because there's only one high priest at a time, is there not?
Exactly. I don't.
Okay, finally. Holy shit. So there's only one high priest at a time. Now, who is obviously the high priest? How do we determine who is the high priest?
That's the whole point. The bloodline.
I agree. Yes, it's genetic. It's in the blood. How do we determine who is the high priest when there's more than one?
Okay. So, okay, let's go down the timeline. My understanding is Aaron.
It's crazy that you can't answer the question. I'm asking a functional question. How do you know who the high priest is when you've got more than one?
There isn't more than one.
There is. There's more than one priest. Even Aaron's sons were priests while Aaron was a priest.
Are you talking about high priests or priests? Because
I said high priests. How do you know who the high priest is when you have more than one priest?
Yes, because it's hereditary succession.
That's not my question. I didn't ask how it gets handed down. I said when you have more than one priest at a time, how do you determine who is the highest of them?
Exactly.
That wasn't an answer. I'm asking, how do you determine who's the top dog?
All right. So there's a number of things. Okay,
just give me the method. What is the method?
Relax, Justin. Let people talk, man. Like, you're just interrupting. It's just you're making it like you're trying to dominate, man. It's not gonna happen. Just let me say my piece.
If you would just answer the question, I wouldn't have to keep interrupting you.
Okay, Exodus 28 verse 1, chosen by God. Okay, Numbers 25 verse 13, passed down by lineage, hereditary.
We agree that the priests are hereditary. I'm not asking you how it was handed down. Listen to my question. I get sick and tired of asking you the same question over and over again. I am not asking you how it was handed down. I'm asking you, when you have more than one priest that is in a family line, how do you determine who is the highest ranking of those priests?
Okay. To determine who becomes the high priest when you've got multiple priests, okay, I've already established, okay, that there are a number of ways.
I haven't heard one yet.
The high priest.
Name one.
There's a number of ways. Okay. So if you look at 1 Kings chapter 2 verse 27.
All right, what about it?
Okay, so look at how this particular high priest was chosen. Zadok.
I think you're in the wrong passage. 1 Kings 2:27?
Yeah.
Zadok isn't mentioned here.
Just read verse and 35. Go to 35.
Oh, 35 or 27?
I mean, you can read from 27 to 35 if you want.
Okay, we'll read the whole thing. Now, we know about Abiathar having a doomed succession, right? It says Solomon banished Abiathar from being priest to the Lord, which was prophesied already in 1 Samuel chapter 2. We already knew this was going to happen. So it says Abiathar was banished from being priest of the Lord, thus fulfilling the word of the Lord that he had spoken concerning the house of Eli in Shiloh. Yes, just like I said, that's prophesied in 1 Samuel chapter 2.
So who chose the high priest?
The high priest was chosen by God when the prior high priest had to get banished. And then there was a new... And then there was a new succession because Abiathar was no longer a priest. I don't know if you know this. You can't be a high priest if you're not even a priest.
No, King Solomon removed Abiathar and appointed Zadok.
I'm aware of that. That's what I'm saying. You can't be a high priest. You can't be a high priest if you're not even a priest. It says Solomon banished Abiathar from being a priest to the Lord.
This is my point. You're making the point about your point about Aaron and Eleazar, right? Was that obviously you remember what you were saying to me? Who's the head of the house? Who's the eldest? That kind of stuff. Yes, I'm saying to you, it's multifactorial. It's God, it's lineage, and also, you know, it could be kings that could institute the high priest.
I'm aware, and when you have a family of priests, to be
the high priests.
I didn't say that at all. I'm saying when you have a family of priests, they're all priests. None of them are banished. When you have a family of active priests, one of them is the leader. How do you determine who the leader is?
I just told you.
You didn't.
It's not. It's the decision of who is the high priest. Listen, Justin, it can be God, it can be hereditary, or it could be kings who would like I just showed you a verse where Solomon basically removed Abiathar and appointed Zadok. This is a political and spiritual decision.
Yeah, and he was banished. He was no longer a priest.
Exactly. And then
So
also,
when you banish a priest, what do you have to do next?
that's my point.
When you banish the high priest,
That's my
what do you
point.
have to do
He put
next?
Zadok, the priest.
Just pay attention. When you banish a
Oh.
priest, when you remove a priest from his role, what do you have to do next?
Obviously appoint a new one.
There you go. Fantastic. And who do you typically appoint as the new priest? Is it the eldest or is it the youngest?
Well, that's my point. I don't believe it's just that.
I'm
don't get
asking
it,
if you're a king and you're appointing the
making it
next high
about
priest and
age.
you've got a
I'm not
household of
making it
priests,
about age.
I'm asking you, how do you go about determining which priest should be the high priest?
It depends. It could be political. It could be spiritual. It could be directly God naming the successor.
Well, as it turns out,
your point is
God,
not that.
neither
You're-
God, neither
you're
God
very
nor the
narrow-
king named
narrow
Ahimelech or
view.
Abiathar the high priest.
Say that again.
Neither God nor the king appointed Ahimelech to be the high priest. He was the high priest because he was the eldest in the household.
Listen, this is what I'm saying. During the monarchy period, for me, the two high priests, according to 1 Kings chapter 2, Abiathar and Zadok. So
This is pre-monarchy. This is what you keep failing to understand. Abiathar wasn't the high priest until Saul died.
we've got a difference of opinion on this.
We don't.
And I showed you a verse. Anyway.
You keep talking about what happened after Saul died. I'm talking about what happened when he was still alive. When Saul was still alive and David was on the run from Saul, David encountered a priest at Nob. That priest gave him the showbread. That priest was named Ahimelech.
Yeah, so
that was the
he's
father
not
of
the high priest.
Abiathar.
That's my point. He's not the high priest. That's what I'm saying.
Why would you assume that he's not?
Where's your evidence that he is?
Because he's the one in charge when David shows up, and he's the father of Abiathar. We don't
That's what
have
I'm
any
saying.
instances in
Show
the Hebrew
me
Bible.
verse
We don't
that it
have
says
any
he's the high
instances.
priest.
We don't have any instances in the Hebrew Bible of sons becoming high priests while their father is a priest.
Okay. So then show the verse. This is all you have to do, and then I'll concede.
I'm asking
Show the
you
verse.
to show the verse. You show me one
No.
verse where a son
Not only you,
becomes...
You're making the claim, okay?
I'm saying show me a verse where a son becomes high priest while his father is still active as a priest. Show me that verse.
Okay, so like I said, right, your view is singular. My view is multifactorial about the appointment of high priests.
We're talking about
You're
a
talking
specific
about
high
age and all of
priest.
this stuff because you're so stuck.
We're
on this
talking
particular-
about a
you believe
specific
it's a
high
contradiction.
priest.
And Justin, it's not a contradiction.
It is a contradiction.
It's not possible.
It is possible.
All you
Yes,
have to do is show the verse,
because
show the word high
because
priest.
because there are no
Show-
instances
show
in the
the
Hebrew
things that put
Bible
him in
of
place.
children becoming the high
don't even
priest
know how
while
high
their
priests are chosen.
father was a priest.
You're not even reflecting how high priests were chosen.
I am. So
You're
this was genetic.
not-
Who was Ahimelech's father? How did Ahimelech become a priest at Nob?
Exactly. I said it's multifactorial.
It's not multifactorial. He came from Eli.
It's okay. So, I'm not disputing that the priestly line comes from.
It came genetically.
From Aaron.
It came
okay.
genetically through Eli to
Exactly.
Ahimelech.
I
Okay,
said that.
and
That's
when
not
it
the
comes
way
through
you can be a
genetically,
priest.
when
A
it
high
comes
priest, there is a criteria.
when it comes through genetically, when it comes through a lineage, it's the eldest in the lineage who has the highest rank. You're trying to navigate to this multifactorial bullshit because you want to get away from the fact that this was a genetic succession. There's a genetic succession from Eli to Ahimelech.
Oh yeah, of course all the priests have a genetic succession. So,
That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's a direct
there's a
genetic.
connection.
There's a direct genetic connection from
For
Eli to
Not for high
Ahimelech. So Ahimelech wasn't the high priest when his father was priest. The father of Ahimelech wasn't the high priest when his father was a high priest. Hophni and Phinehas, neither one of them were high priests, while their father Eli was priest, because it's the
Were they
highest
priests,
one.
though?
It's the highest one active that is in charge, the head of the household.
Were they priests? All those names you mentioned, were they priests before?
They were all priests, and there's only one high priest at a time.
Exactly.
Which means it's not the son, it's typically the father. You don't have any instances where a son was appointed high priest while his father was still a priest.
Okay. So, like I said, I don't necessarily subscribe to that. There is a tradition though of I hear what you're saying about the sons taking over. For example, Joshua, son of Josedek. Okay, I understand that, but when it comes to the high priest, I'm saying to you that it's not always that way. It's multifactorial. When it comes
Then
to
show
the high
me
priest,
one time where it happened. Show me one time where a son is high priest over his father while his father is still a priest. You haven't done it.
look, how many high priests were there?
Can you do it?
How many high priests were there? But look,
Can you do it? Can you show me one instance where a son became high priest over his father while his father was still a priest in the same household?
I don't think that. I don't think.
Can you do it?
There's any. It's what you're saying. To be honest, to be honest.
So you can't do it. It's okay. You can just say you can't do it.
Listen.
It's okay if you're too cowardly to admit it. Listen, it's okay if you're too cowardly to not be able to do it. It's okay.
To the people that's the only way that high priests are chosen.
I didn't say that at all. That you're not listening to what I'm saying. I'm saying that every instance where there is a household of priests, we don't have a single instance where a son was the high priest over his father while they were both active as priests. We don't have one.
Okay, but what difference does that make to how high priests are chosen?
Because I'm not saying that every instance is genetic. I'm saying when you have a household of priests and the king hasn't hand selected the priest that's going to be the high priest, then it goes by genetic succession. And when you have a family of priests, it's not the son who is the highest, it's the eldest, it's the father who's in charge.
Okay, so look, if you look at Phineas, if we go to what's his name? If we look at Phineas, Judges chapter 20, verse 28, that will give you a bit of a sense. So I read the verse. It says, "And Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, stood before it in those days."
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So my belief is that is an instance of him sort of taking over whilst his dad is still alive.
Oh, I don't think so at all.
Okay, so what's your case?
My case is it didn't say anything about him taking over for his father.
So,
how old was his
read
father?
it. Did you read it? Did you read it?
Give it again. Judges what?
Judges 20, verse 28.
All right. Phineas, the son of Eleazar. When Phineas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, ministering before it, asked, "Shall we go up and fight against the Benjaminites, our fellow Israelites, or not?" the Lord responded, "Go, for tomorrow I will give them into your hands."
So so one of the most important things about the high priest was that God directly would communicate with the high priest, right? You would agree with that?
Well, I think he communicated with more than just a high priest.
Okay, but you'd agree that there was there was definitely a direct link between God and the high priest, right?
All the priests.
Did you hear what I said? But you'd agree, but between the high priest and God, God would speak directly to the high priest, right?
As he did all the priests, yes.
Okay. And so what's happening with Phineas?
Phineas is clearly a priest.
Okay, so I mean, personally, like I think
I'm sorry, did God not speak to all the priests?
He spoke to the priests. He spoke to the priests. But,
can he speak to Phineas?
What you're seeing
Can he
is
speak to Phineas?
God directly communicating. And
Can he speak to
him.
Phineas?
He can speak to Phineas, but this is
there you go.
But if you look at the role, because the thing is, where you're kind of mistaking things, is you're looking at the way with which one becomes a high priest. In a way, you're kind of sticking to this hereditary thing of father to son, but there are there are different ways. Okay, someone can become a high priest, and also the role involves different duties. Okay,
I don't disagree that there are different duties. No one's disagreeing there.
Exactly, and if
I'm sorry. When did Eleazar die?
Where God is saying to Phineas,
when did Eleazar die?
Go and officiate a war. That's
when did Eleazar die?
You're changing the subject now.
No, I'm helping you to understand that you're misreading Judges.
You're changing the subject because
you're misreading Judges.
You're saying I'm misreading.
It doesn't say that Eleazar was alive.
My point is that his father is still alive.
He's not.
It
says the Israelites inquired of the Lord, for the ark of the covenant was there in those days, and Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, ministered before it in those days. It doesn't say that Eleazar was alive, and it certainly doesn't say that Aaron was alive. All it's doing is giving. All this doing is giving the lineage. It says Phinehas, son of Eleazar.
Died then.
It says Phinehas, son of Eleazar, son of Aaron, ministered before it in those days. I'm asking you to demonstrate why I would believe that Eleazar is alive.
It's very simple. I think that's. I don't think that's. So my point. We have to read. I have to go to it now to actually expand on it. Let me go to it. Better to quote it. Just give me a second. Oh, I lost my Okay, Judges 20, chapter 20. So I'm just waiting for my thing to load, and then I'll just give you the 20 verse 28. There we go. All right, yeah. All right.
Waiting.
Yeah. So I think we're okay. I'll just read it anyway. So it says, on the second day, the Israelites advanced against the Benjamites. That same day, the Benjamites came against them from Gibeah and cut down another 18,000 Israelites, all of them armed with swords. Then the Israelites, all the people, went up to Bethel, where they sat weeping before the Lord. That day they fasted until evening and presented burnt offerings and peace offerings to the Lord. And the Israelites inquired of the Lord. In those days, the Ark of the Covenant was there, and Phinehas, son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron, served before it. The Israelites said, should we go up to battle against the brothers, or should we stop? Okay, so clearly the Lord is talking. Let me see. I'm just trying to find that verse. Wait. Hold on.
He's clearly dead.
Okay, do you have the verse?
What I'm saying is he's clearly dead because his son is in charge.
Exactly, but look, it doesn't say that.
It doesn't say he's alive. It just says the son of Eli.
But
Or
you're
the,
saying he's dead.
the,
I don't know
the-
why you're saying he's
the
dead. I
son.
don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is Aaron still alive?
Obviously not.
What do you mean? Obviously not. It says Phineas, the son of Eleazar, the son of Aaron. Why weren't you assuming Aaron's alive?
There's only one high priest at a time, innit?
Yeah, I agree. There's only one high priest at a time, which is why Eleazar is dead and his son Phineas is not.
All right. Okay, so
Thanks for proving my
there
point.
is- No. I don't see how you've proven your point.
There's only one high priest at a time. You said it.
There is a verse in Numbers chapter 20, verse 28. Sugar. Actually, there's another one. Joshua 24, verse 33 as well.
Yep. Doesn't mention when he died. Just mention that he died in Joshua.
Yeah. So what I understand this to be is what I understand this to be is if you were to look at the chronology, you would find that Phineas, I think it all matches up.
It doesn't.
But it does. Anyway, it does require. So the verses to look at, the key verses are.
Eleazar is
the key
depicted
verses are
as
Joshua
dying when
24,
Joshua is still in charge, by the way.
Judges 20, verse 28.
If you actually read Joshua 24, Eleazar is being depicted as dying during the days of Joshua.
Joshua 24.
Yep. After these things, Joshua, the son of Nun, the servant of the Lord, died, being 110 years old. They buried him in his own inheritance in Timnath-serah, which is in the hill country of Ephraim. Israel served the Lord all the days of Joshua and all the days of the elders who outlived Joshua and had known all the work that the Lord did for Israel. The bones of Joseph, which the Israelites had brought up from Egypt, were buried in Shechem in the portion of ground that Jacob bought from the children of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of money. It became an inheritance for the descendants of Joseph. Eleazar, son of Aaron, died, and they buried him at Gibeah, the town of his son Phinehas, which had been given him in the hill country of Ephraim.
Okay. But I don't see how that, like whole conversation, and I've sort of been graceful to explore the connection between Eleazar and Phinehas, and the, whether there's an overlap and that kind of stuff. I think the timeline shows that, and it's similar to when we see kind of like it's similar to some examples in the Bible of like what we see with the kings when it comes to co-regency. I'm not necessarily saying that you can have two high priests at the same time, but one thing for sure, Phineas was certainly somebody who would have been prepared to be the high priest during the time of Eleazar.
No one's questioning whether or not he was prepared to do it. The question is whether or not he was.
So yeah, I think you sticking to one single claim that, okay, the father passes it on to the son, I don't dispute that. I want to be clear. I'm not disputing that. But I'm saying that when it comes to choosing the high priest, it is multifactorial.
It's not multifactorial in the case of Ahimelech. We've gone over this. Ahimelech wasn't appointed by a king. Ahimelech wasn't appointed by God. Ahimelech came to the high priesthood through genetic succession.
Yeah, exactly. So I believe the person that Jesus is quoting, okay, there's a reason why he's quoting Abiathar. I think there's a reason why. So I don't see what the problem. Abiathar was better known, well known. He was the better known.
No one's asking who is better
priest.
known. No one cares.
And
the question's not who's better known.
No.
You keep running away. You keep running away to what you want Jesus to say, and not what he actually said.
Aaron well known?
So Jesus didn't say when Abiathar was well known. He didn't say when Abiathar was really popular. He said when Abiathar was the high priest. Again, the question is not was he well known. The question is whether or not he was the high priest.
And that's my point. My point is your claim is that Ahimelech was the high priest. That's your claim.
Based on all the evidence we have from the Hebrew Bible, we have no evidence that the high priest in a household of priests would be the son and not the father.
And that's what I'm saying. I don't disagree with that, Justin. We're on the same page about hereditary succession. We're on the same page.
And was Ahimelech a priest through heredity or through appointment?
No, I've given you an example.
But we're talking about a specific person.
Wait, I've given you an example about what King Solomon did. Do you remember? Do you not remember that example?
But we're talking about a specific priest.
You're talking about a specific priest, but you're
and how did that specific priest become high priest?
See, you're jumping. You're saying
how did the priest we're actually talking about become high priest? Now, listen. I know you're like having trouble focusing, and you're wearing my patience thin and the audience patience thin. The specific priest, the one we're talking about, we're not talking about any other priest. The specific fucking priest who gave David the bread, how did that priest become high priest? How did he do it?
That's what I'm saying. I don't believe he was high priest.
Then who was?
So I believe it was Abiathar.
Based on what evidence?
1 Kings chapter 2.
1 Kings chapter 2 doesn't say that.
Verse 35.
Doesn't say that. This is already after his father's been killed. You do understand that his father is killed in the next chapter. Ahimelech is murdered in chapter 22.
So look, so you're calling him a priest. That's the thing. You're calling him a high priest. He clearly
is. So you're going to run back to the same broken argument that we already spent an hour on. The high priest is the highest ranking priest. You already agreed to it. Running back to this argument just makes it look silly. The highest ranking priest at the time clearly was Ahimelech, which is why he was the one manning the showbread. He was the one who dealt with David. He was the one who was in charge of the priests at Nob. He was murdered in the very next chapter. His whole household was murdered. Abiathar did not become high priest until after his family was murdered.
Okay. I want to show you a verse which actually shows you a high priest, the word high priest. You're not giving that to me.
Gadol Kohen.
Can I give it to you?
Doesn't show up, but go for it.
Okay, so it doesn't show up in the case of Ahimelech. So then that's it. I mean, you've just answered
it doesn't show up anywhere.
Okay, so what I'm going to do.
Actually, there might be one or two mentions of high priests in the Old Testament.
Do you want to give it before I show it?
I can check. Let me see if Gadol Kohen in Hebrew shows up. Or if it's just an interpretation. There is. Okay, hold on. There's not many. There's the book of Numbers, chapter 35, and that's it.
Verse 25.
25, 28, and 32. All of them are a narrative. So let me grab the whole thing. 25 all the way through 32. Okay. The congregation shall judge between the slayer and the avenger of blood in accordance with these ordinances, and the congregation shall rescue the slayer from the avenger of blood. I'll put it on the screen too. There we go. Then the congregation shall send the slayer back to the original city of the refuge. Slayer shall live in it till the death of the high priest who was anointed with the holy oil. But if the slayer shall at any time go outside of the bounds of the original city of refuge, so on and so forth.
So if you go to Leviticus 21, verse 10.
$21?
Yeah, Leviticus 21, verse 10.
I don't think it shows up there. The priest who is exalted over his brothers, on whose head the anointing oil has been poured, and who's been consecrated to wear the vestments, shall not dishevel his hair or tear his vestments.
Right, yeah, that word, in the King James, it's high priest.
It's not.
Okay, Nehemiah 3, verse 1. How about that one?
We could do Leviticus 21:10. I don't believe Haggadol showed up there.
So Nehemiah 3, verse 1 gives the actual title. Nehemiah 3, verse 1, and Zechariah 3, verse 1.
Oh, you know what? Hold on. Let me see. I actually might have missed it. Yeah, the priest who is exalted over his brothers. I agree. Yeah. The priest who is exalted over his brothers would be the higher priest. I'm with you there. I missed it the first time I read it. Okay.
No, thanks for being honest. It's good. Okay.
In Leviticus 10:1, there is a priest higher than the other priests.
Yeah, thank you.
But all of them have oil put on their head, right?
Yeah, if you go to Nehemiah 3, verse 1 as well, and Zechariah 3, verse 1.
The high priest Eliashib shall set to work with his fellow priests and rebuild the sheep gate.
Can you see how clear that is? And then Zechariah 3, verse 1.
Yeah, there's a high priest. That's what I keep telling you.
Yeah, so can you see how it's...
No one's questioning whether or not there were high priests.
Yeah, but can you see how it's not ambiguous? It's, okay, this person's the high priest kind of thing.
Actually, it is ambiguous because we're not told who the high priest is at all times.
No, but so what I'm trying to show you, what I'm trying to say to you is that if you try and say it's like, I'm not saying you're being narrow-minded, Justin, but if you just have this one way, actually the Bible is as you can see in these verses, is clearly giving the title high priest to Joshua and Eliashib.
Yes, so, I'm aware. And the high priest in a household of priests is still the one who is still the one who is highest ranking.
Yeah, so you like, I know you're sort of possessing on Ahimelech and all that, yeah. But what I'm trying to say,
because that's the passage we're talking about. I know you've lost track of the conversation, but the passage we're still talking about is Ahimelech, and the question has to be asked: how did Ahimelech become the high priest?
And if you show exactly, I can't see any evidence, okay, that he is the high priest in Deuteronomy chapter 22. I understand the hereditary thing. That's standard. That's just priests in general.
That is the tradition. The tradition is that the highest ranking priest in the family is always the highest ranking person in the household. It's not the child. And you failed to give me a single instance. You failed to give me a single instance. And you're right. I didn't look for Haggadol Kohen in the text. I should have. I assumed it wasn't in there, but I was wrong. The question is, can you find an instance where a son, is the high priest over his father while his father is a priest?
Justin, do you mind if I ask about morality now?
It's a yes or no. Can you find an instance where a son is high priest over his father while his father is a priest?
Okay, so like I said,
It's just yes or no.
Well-
Can you do it?
okay, so I would say not
Yes or no?
really. But
The answer
King
is probably
Solomon-
no.
no, it's mixed. It is mixed.
Okay, then show me where it happened.
King Solomon.
King Solomon wasn't a high priest?
No. What I'm saying is he removed Abiathar. Do you remember?
I need you to listen to my words very, very carefully because I'm tired of saying the same question. Show me an instance where a son is the high priest while his father is still a priest.
I can't. Listen. You're looking for something. Okay. I think there's a line that doesn't necessarily reflect that. So.
Is the answer no? You can just say no if you can't do it.
It's not that I can't do it.
Just say yes or no. Can you do it or can you not?
Yes, you can.
Okay, then do it.
All right. So I'm going to give my answer then.
It's okay if you're Googling it.
No, I'm just looking at some verses. I've already given some anyway. By the way, you're asking so many questions from me.
I'm
spoken
asking
about
you
morality.
to demonstrate the validity of the topic we're actually talking about. What I'm saying is that there's a clear tradition in the Hebrew Bible where the head of the household is the one in charge. When you have a group of priests, it's the highest ranking, typically either the father, if the father is still alive, or the eldest brother. The only alternative to that is whether or not you've been hand-selected by God or a king, and we have no evidence of that for Ahimelech. Ahimelech came through succession, just like his son. All right. So listen, I know like contradictions are hard if you don't actually understand the context. So I'll give you an easier one. This will be the last one. This will be the last one, and then this. I don't know why you keep thinking you're going to be in charge of this conversation. This is the last contradiction I'll give you, and then we can talk about morality. I'll cook you on that next. So the last contradiction I'll give you is the easiest one there is. There's no easier contradiction in the Bible. Are you ready for it?
So we agree to disagree about the previous one. Okay, that's good.
No, I don't agree to disagree. I just agree that you're wrong. It's okay.
We didn't find any Hebrews showing high priest. So, but let's continue.
I'm right about what I said, which is that we have no reason to believe that Abiathar was the high priest while his father was still an active priest. That's just not a trend that we find in the Bible, nor in Jewish history.
The priests that were popular were always the high priest. But
no, that's wrong.
Really?
Yeah. Being popular doesn't make you a high priest. High priest is a role, not a popularity contest. Just being popular doesn't make you the high priest. Turn for me to 1 Chronicles 21:10.
If you're truly the high priest, you will be known.
No one's saying that. No one's saying that if you're the high priest, you're not going to be known. I'm saying is being known alone doesn't make you a high priest.
It's not a contradiction.
It's a contradiction.
It's just understanding.
No, it's just a contradiction. You lack the understanding. Go to 1 Chronicles 21 for me, though. This one's easy. This is just numbers. Numbers are way easier to understand.
Oh man, let me just
Although before we start, I should ask: do you agree that the number 7 and the number 3 are different numbers?
So let's just go to the verse you said. What was it again?
Yeah, it's going to be 1 Chronicles, and we're also going to be doing 2 Samuel. But go to 1 Chronicles 21 first.
Okay, so what? Sorry, let me just quickly get it up. Okay, bear me a sec. 1 Chronicles 21.
Mm-hmm.
So
Now,
you're gonna. I'm gonna be able to ask you. Sorry. I'm gonna be able to ask you a question after this, right?
you can ask me whatever question you want to. So this is the punishment that David is going to get for taking the
A little bit
census.
quick there.
No,
Justin,
trust
you're
me,
a bit
I've
quick
I've
there, man.
had the moral argument with like real philosophers. I'm not worried about you. So it says, Gad came to David and said to him, "Thus saith the Lord, take your choice. Either 3 years of famine, 3 months of devastation by your foes, while the sword of your enemies overtake you, or 3 days of the sword of the Lord, pestilence in the land." Now there are three punishments that he has to pick from, correct?
So bear me a second. My thing is still loading. Sorry, it's taking a bit of time. Okay, so First Chronicles 21. I'm reading from verse 1.
No, start in verse 11.
Okay, so yep. So you're reading verse 11. I'm not sure where else, but yep.
11 and 12. Gad delivers three different punishments, correct?
Okay.
Okay. And what's the first punishment?
Okay. So Gad came to David and said unto him, "Thus saith the Lord, choose either 3 years famine or 3 months to be destroyed before thy foes. While that the sword of thine enemies overtake thee, or else 3 days the sword of the Lord, even the pestilence in the land, and the angel of the Lord destroying throughout all the coasts of Israel. Now therefore advise thyself what word I shall bring again to him that sent me."
We just need to know the duration of the first punishment. How long is it?
It says choose thee either 3 years. It looks like 3 years famine or 3 months to be destroyed before thy foes.
That's right. So the first punishment is 3 years
Right.
of famine, right?
Okay.
Cool. Now, the parallel story is in 2 Samuel 24. The exact same story is told in Samuel about David taking the census over the Israelites and God sending the prophet Gad to have him pick between one of three punishments. Go to 2 Samuel 24 and start in verse 12. Actually, we start in verse 13. Gad came to David and told him, he asked him, "Shall 7 years of famine come on you on your land, or will you flee 3 months before your foes while they pursue you, or shall there be 3 days pestilence in your land?" Keep in mind, 7 is not 3.
I'm gonna go and read that. So I'm listening to you, but then I want to go and see it. So 1 Samuel 24, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
What verse?
24:13.
Thanks. Really hate that number 13, but anyway. Let's.
I'm sorry, 2 Samuel 24:13. I apologize.
Damn. Okay, nice. 2 Samuel. Samuel 24:13. Samuel 24 verse 13. Okay.
How long is the first punishment?
All right. So you said from verse 13. So if I read from verse 13, let me read. I'll read from verse 10 just to get context. Okay. So it says, "After David had numbered the troops, his conscience was stricken, and he said to the Lord, I have sinned greatly in what I have done. Now, O Lord, I beg you to take away the iniquity of your servant, for I have acted very foolishly." When David got up in the morning, the word of the Lord came had come to Gad, the prophet David's seer, go and tell David that this is what the Lord says. I am offering you 3 options. Choose one of them, and I will carry it out against you. So Gad went and said to David, do you choose to endure 3 years of famine in your land, 3 months of fleeing the pursuit of your enemies, or 3 days of plague upon your land? Now then, think it over and decide how I should reply to him who sent me. David answered Gad, I am deeply distressed. Please let us fall into the hand of the Lord, for his mercies are great, but do not let me fall into the hands of men. Okay.
All right. So first punishment, how long was it?
Was it 3 years of famine?
Only in one passage.
3 years of famine.
What's it in 2 Samuel?
It's 3 years of famine as well.
7.
What?
Yeah, 7.
I didn't see
Thus
7.
saith the Lord, 3 things I offer you. Choose one of them, and I will do it to you. So Gad came to David and told him and asked him, shall 7 years of famine come on you and on your land? And yours probably says 3 because you're reading it in the King James, and they spuriously changed it. But the Hebrew text doesn't say 3, it says 7.
Okay, so what I feel this is, I was thinking it would be such a complex. I thought you could give me a hard one.
It's not complex. Is 7 3 the same number? Because
No, this is.
it says Shiva in Hebrew, which means 7.
Okay, so are you a scholar by any chance?
Yeah, I went to seminary and Bible college and learned Greek and Hebrew.
Okay, so the question is that your practice right now?
No, I'm an atheist. Why do you think I would practice being a pastor and an atheist?
There are there are a lot of scholars out there that are very liberal and they are atheists, they're agnostic, etc. So so that's why I'm asking. So you're not a practicing scholar, but I don't know how long.
I don't even claim to be a scholar. I went to Bible college and seminary, and I had to learn the original languages as part of my degree.
It feels like this is
why I know that Shiva is not the same as 3. That's Shalosh.
So you get what I'm seeing here is different wording, same meaning. I'm seeing
not the same meaning.
Options.
7 and 3 are different things.
So you're appealing to the Hebrew. Right?
I'm appealing to the Hebrew text, which says 7. Yes.
Okay. What translation agrees with you?
The NRSV, basically everything but the King James. I think the NIV spuriously changed it too. The NRSV agrees with me. I think the New King James probably agrees with me. Let's see, they changed it. Yeah, the New King James keeps 7 in there. So in the New King James, it says, "So 7 years of famine come on you and on your land." In the New King James, let's see what we have in the Net Bible. Let's see. In the Net Bible, it says, "Shall 7 years of famine come on you and on your land." Interesting. They agree with me. I wonder what the NASB says. The NASB says, "Shall 7 years of famine come on you and on your land." Isn't it weird that all these translations say 7?
So let me have a look at this verse 13. Let's have a look. Verse 13. 24, verse 13. So I use the King James, so
you probably shouldn't.
What does the Septuagint say?
Septuagint depends on which edition you're referring to. Which strain of the Septuagint?
You can use just use any. I don't mind.
I'm sorry, there's not any. There's 6 different editions. You know they don't all agree, right?
Okay.
You want to do the Semiticus or the Theodosius, or which one you want?
No, I just want. All I'm saying is, I just ask you to go to the Septuagint. But anyway, I could do it myself. It's not a problem.
That's what I'm saying is, there's no such thing as the Septuagint. You know that, right?
I know there's different editions. I'm aware of
Oh,
that,
okay.
but I
Do
just
you,
asked you to
do you
choose
think
one.
do you think they
right?
all agree?
The latest one, you'd think when you say that choosing the latest one, but it's all right. Don't worry. That's all right. It's fine.
The latest one, the one like from Origin?
Don't worry. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You're not going to help the person you're trying to. So
I'm sorry. Was the Old Testament written in Hebrew or Greek?
Obviously Hebrew.
Oh, okay. I'm kind of particular to the Hebrew myself, being that it was written in Hebrew.
Right. All right. So I'm reading 2 Samuel 24, right, verse 13, and I'm looking at, for example, the 2 Samuel 24, verse 13. I can see three years. I can see the three options in all of them. I'm not seeing the 7 years.
Yeah, 2 Samuel 24 in nearly all English translations and the Hebrew says 7.
Okay. So my response to this, so I'm not okay. So I'm seeing the consistency in the options. I'm just going to have a look at this a bit more. Bear me a second.
What's the Hebrew word for 7?
Let me get to it.
Because that's what the question is. The question is, does the Hebrew text say 7 or 3?
So your case is that the 7 contradicts the 3.
Clearly 7 and 3 are different numbers, yes.
Okay.
I thought we established that before we read it, that 7 and 3 are different numbers.
Yeah, like I said, my translation, it's quite clear.
No, because your translation is doing apologetic work. It's not translating what's actually in the text.
Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. I'll just sort this out. I'm just reading it. Bear me a sec.
It's crazy how much work has to go into admitting that 7 and 3 are different numbers. These are the gymnastics you have to do.
Yeah. Right. No, I just need to read this because I'm taking in what you're saying, but then at the same time,
yeah, you're googling apologetic websites trying to figure out if there's a fix for it.
I'm not on no
I already know what the fix for it is.
I'm literally reading the verse. Just bear me. Okay, first Chronicles 21 verse 12 says 3 years famine, okay, in the KJV, which I'm using, and second Samuel 24 verse 13 is also 3 years in the KJV.
Again, the KJV is not the Hebrew.
Yeah, the Hebrew is shalosh shanim. Okay, so that basically means 3 years.
In Chronicles. Not in Samuel. In 2 Samuel 24, it doesn't say shalosh.
So, okay. My understanding of the 7 years, I sort of feel that this is a blended narrative.
Just waiting for how 7 and 3 are the same number.
No, I'm not saying that it's the same number. I'm saying it's basically what it represents. That's probably what that's kind of how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, 3 represents 3 and 7 represents 7.
Okay, and what about the duration?
3 is a different duration than 7.
I agree.
Cool. Do you believe that 7 years is a different duration than 3 years?
No, I kind of look at it like I said, that this is a blending of other biblical events.
So this happened twice? David took a census over Israel twice and got punished for it twice?
No, so for example, if you read so this concept of
Did this story happen twice? That's what I'm asking you.
I'm not saying it is. I'm not saying
okay, so it only happened once.
But just allow me, because it is, this a lot of people might be somewhat confused.
It sounds like you're confused.
No, I'm not confused.
I'm merely asking you if this narrative happened once or twice.
I said it hasn't happened twice.
Okay, that means it only happened once, which means only one of these stories is true. They can't both be true, because one says he said 7, the other says he says 3, and those are different numbers.
Okay, so let me just explain it. If you allow me to, you can allow me to?
I'd love to hear the explanation for how 7 and 3 are the same thing.
Okay, so if you... No, but you this is, the thing is, people laugh,
go ahead. I won't even interrupt you. Listen, I'll mute my microphone.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you, man. Thank you. So what we have here, okay, you've got to not just read the text, but you've got to obviously have, understanding of the text. So this idea of 7 years is there for a reason. It actually represents famine in elsewhere in the Bible. So it's more, should we say, symbolic. So, for example, if you go to Genesis 41, verse 27 to 30, this talks about the 7 years of plenty followed by 7 years of famine in Egypt under Pharaoh's dream. So this is a representation of famine. It's not a literary. This literary style is not literal. So where you see the 7 years, that's just analogous, or should we say akin to Genesis 41 verse 27 to 30. Same thing we see again, this type of language, this type of literary style in Ruth chapter 1 verse 1. Okay, this is once again reference to famine in Bethlehem.
I'm sorry, so are the 3s metaphorical or just a 7?
Just a 7. So basically,
in 2 Samuel, what happened was the prophet came to David and said, pick one of these 3 punishments, but keep in mind the first punishment is a metaphorical 7 years, the other are literal years or literal time periods.
Okay, so
you don't see how that would be ridiculous and confusing?
No, so what I'm trying to see is that number 7.
This is embarrassing.
When it comes to
I don't know how many people are left watching, but there's got to be close to 2,000 people watching now, where you're literally bending yourself into a pretzel, trying to say that now that because 7 and 3 contradict each other, the 7 is a metaphor. Crazy.
So I don't know what is lost in the message. I don't see what's lost, because I've just given you other verses where you see this same literary style. In Ruth chapter 1 verse 1, okay, there's a reference to famine in Bethlehem lasting several years.
We know. Okay. We know there were famines. I'm asking about a specific threat of a famine where he says that there's going to be 7 or 3 years of famine. And I'm asking you, why in the world would I believe that 7 is now a metaphor?
Because it's connecting, it's connecting the same matter across different verses.
It's a punishment.
In the Bible. I'm not denying it's a punishment. I'm saying,
okay, what's the duration of the punishment?
What I'm doing? Can you see what I'm doing?
What's the duration? No, I can't.
not
I can
just
see
using my
that
private
you're
interpretation.
coping right now is what you're doing. I'm asking, why would anyone believe that the 7 is a metaphor?
Because the same style of punishment, so to speak, you can see, and I'm giving you the verses. People can go and check Genesis 41 verse 27 to 30 and Ruth chapter 1 verse 1.
I'm asking
Go
you
and check it.
about
Go and check it.
passages
I'm
that
not-
are not
so
those. I'm asking
I'm
you
actually
about
giving
this
the verses
specific
to go and chew on.
passage where there are 3 different options to pick from.
So this is about, like I said, I used the word blending for a reason. This is about blending other biblical events. Nobody
not.
can tell. I mean, okay, so
Is
like I said,
what's the
I'm
3 a
I'm-
blend for?
What do you mean? What the freeze?
What's the
I'm
metaphor
not-
of 3?
Well, what do you mean? What's the metaphor for 3? The
What's the metaphor for 3?
You're trying to put words in my mouth.
No,
The metaphor
listen. If
is
7's a metaphor, why can't 3 be a
It's
metaphor?
7.
What's 3 a
7.
metaphor?
So interesting. You're asking all the questions.
What's the 3 a metaphor for?
Anyway, so like I said, I'm not saying the 3 is a metaphor.
I am. I'm saying I think
I'm
the 3 is a
saying
metaphor.
whatever
Listen, if the
is
7's
true.
if the 7's a metaphor, then why can't the 3 be a metaphor?
So this is what I'm saying to you. Go to Genesis 41, Ruth chapter 1 verse 1.
That doesn't answer my question. My
blending
question
of
is,
the
why
events.
can't the 3 be a metaphor?
Because it's supposed to be 3.
How do you know that?
Because when you see 7, you can cross parallel to
No.
other verses in the Bible and
No, you
connect the
can't.
dots.
No, you can't.
So
You
you're
can't
saying
just
to me,
you
go-
can't just
go
say
to Genesis
because
41.
you can't just say that because 7 shows up in one place, every time it shows up in another place, somehow they're cross-referencing each other. That's absurd.
No, I'm saying they're blended. Okay, you can understand.
I don't
is
think they
being
are
said.
blended. Why would I believe that they're blended?
You have to go to the verses. Like you're talking without going to the verses. It's interesting though.
Well, the verses have nothing to do with the text we're reading.
You want it to be a contradiction, but
It
there's
is a
an answer.
contradiction.
There's
No.
an answer.
The answer is that you're coping
There's
hard
an
right now, and rather than
Fine,
admitting
fine,
that 7 and 3 are different
fine,
numbers, you have to
Absolutely.
jump to metaphorical numbers now. It's crazy.
then
The level
From
the
your
level of
study, were
dishonest
there metaphors in the Bible?
the level of dishonest you have to be to say that the number 7 in a punishment is now metaphorical. It's not a real number, it's a metaphor. But you can't tell me how it's a metaphor. Your only reason to believe it's a metaphor is because you don't like what the number 7 actually represents. This might actually be a new low. This might actually be a new low in dishonesty on this channel.
This is proper dishonesty. This is what I call
What proper dishonesty is saying that number 7 and number 3 are the same number because it's a metaphor. It's crazy.
You said you went to
You've
Bible school.
got 2,000 people literally laughing at you right now, saying
I
that
know,
7
why
is a
is it
metaphor
not?
now.
So if you go to Daniel chapter 9 verse 26, okay,
Oh, you don't
What
want to go
does
to
the
Daniel
week-
9. Daniel
does
9 is going to cook you.
does the week represent 7 years? Yes or no?
The week does represent the years. You want to know why?
So is a week a year?
The week is
Okay,
a period of years. You want to know why?
The tables are turned.
Do you want to know why?
The tables have been turned.
Do you want to know why?
You're going on like there's no metaphors in the Bible.
The week is a metaphor that developed prior to the writing of Daniel. It was part of the vernacular. And do you want to know?
You agree with me. You agree
Do you
with me.
want to
There's metaphors in the
know?
Bible.
Do you
Well
want to
done.
know? I'll just answer the question. The reason why a week shows up is because linguistically in the culture, you could use that as a form of actual accounting. It wasn't a metaphor. It was a matter of linguistic accounting. It was a word that was used in the culture and language to refer to a collection of 7s. Do you want to know why? Do you want to know why we know that to be the case?
Bro, look.
I'll help you out. It's because the number 7, Shavah, that we literally just referred to in the text, when you make it a plural, that means a week. 7s, plural. It's just etymological connections. That's it. So a
So the
week is a
peace
period of
treaty-
sevens.
So still on the metaphor, the peace treaty that's established, how long is it for?
Half a week,
Okay, no.
which is
What is signed? What is signed?
3.5 years.
No, he breaks it in 3.5 years. What's the whole treaty?
The whole treaty is for a period of 3.5 years.
Be honest, Justin. Come
I mean,
on.
I cover Daniel 9 every time I'm live. Do you want me to just cook you on it now or
Justin.
later?
Justin, you're struggling.
I'm not struggling at all.
You're struggling badly.
You're over here saying that 7 and 3 are the same
You
number,
are
and
struggling
as it
bad.
turns out, 7 and 3 are not the same number.
I've just showed you 1 week is not 7 years, is it?
1 week is a period of sevens. You can use the term week to refer to multiple forms of
Okay,
seven.
So it's a metaphor, yeah? It's a metaphor that means something.
No, it's not a metaphor. It's an etymological link in the culture and the language. It's a period of. It's a way of counting groups of sevens.
Do you know what metaphor means?
Yeah.
Go on, tell us.
A metaphor is when you say something, but you're imagining it to be something else. So, for example, if I said you're a sheep, I'm not saying you're actually a sheep. I'm saying you're behaving like a sheep. And the term week
Sounds like the number 7.
and the term week. What's the word for week in Hebrew? I'm sorry. What's the word for week in Hebrew? Do you know it?
So are you diverting?
What's the word for week in Hebrew? I'm demonstrating to you why week is used as a collection of sevens.
Shavah.
Shavua.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay. So
Justin,
the
yeah.
word
Oh,
week, the word
Okay.
week literally comes from the word seven, which is why the word week and seven were used to refer to groups of seven. It's not a metaphor. It's just a linguistic way of speaking about groups of seven.
Oh, you dodged the question because Daniel 9 verse 26 it's clearly known that this Antichrist would establish a peace treaty for 7 years. And
It didn't
break
say
it
Antichrist.
halfway through. Look, this person, I mean, I believe it's the Antichrist.
Antiochus Epiphanes the Fourth, you mean?
Okay, no, it's not him.
It's clearly him.
So, by the way, it is 7-year peace treaty, and he breaks it halfway through. In the middle, he breaks it. That's
only if you're reading the failed King
50% of
James
7
version.
is-
In the King James
50%
version,
of
it
7
says something
is-
like that. In most English translations, it says he will make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half a week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease, which is precisely
Exactly.
what happened when
Off.
Antiochus Epiphanes rolled on into Judea and took Onias III out of his priesthood and replaced him with Jason. Jason made a covenant with Antiochus Epiphanes IV for a period of 3.5 years until the Maccabean revolt. Then the Maccabean revolt threw off the Greeks and ended the period where the offerings and sacrifices ceased.
Okay, so that's you hear this from. See, when people go to Bible school, sometimes they think they know it all, but that's wrong.
No, that's right.
This is blatantly eschatological because
Oh, it's certainly
you can
not.
go to the book of Daniel, you could go to Revelation, you could go to Matthew.
Revelation has nothing
We
to do
can
with
get into
Daniel.
that. I would definitely
Hey.
love.
I mean,
to
it
do a
sounds like
session
we
with
already
you.
are into it, and it turns out that I have no reason to believe that in fact this is eschatological, referring to like many thousands of years from now, because Daniel, everything that happens in chapter 9 is about Antiochus Epiphanes IV, and the scholars agree with me, and for good
What?
reason.
Okay, Daniel 9 verse 26 then. So
Mhm.
where it talks about the Messiah being cut off before the destruction of the second.
Doesn't say the Messiah.
So who is it?
See, this
You know-
is the
you know,
problem. You
could
keep
talk-
you keep reading the King James Bible like it's meaningful, but it's not. The word "the Messiah"
right.
does not show up in Daniel 9.
Okay, so who dies before the destruction of the second temple?
Onias III,
When did he die?
shortly before the building of the temple. So he was cut off. Actually, it would have been after the building of the temple. It was way after the building of the temple.
So
The
did
temple
verse
was
foretell him?
The temple was
So when was
completed.
this first written?
The temple was completed in 516. It started in 520. It was completed in 516. Joshua was the first high priest who was anointed.
When did Daniel write his? When did Daniel write that verse?
He didn't. He didn't exist.
Bro, listen. It's interesting. The same Jews that you're talking about, I've spoken with Jews.
Just so
I'm
you're aware,
I'm based in Speaker's Corner. You know, in the UK. I'm based in Speaker's Corner.
No one cares about Speaker's Corner.
Yeah, good.
So the fictitious Daniel wrote this roughly in about 522 is when the fictitious Daniel would have been writing this according to the narrative itself.
Yeah, right. Fictitious Daniel. I mean, you can't make it up, man, with you, man.
Yes, I can. Literally can prove that the book of Daniel is fictitious. But keep going on Daniel chapter 9, because the 490 years doesn't get you anywhere near Jesus.
Good. Okay.
And it doesn't say anything about the Messiah. There's two different Messiahs in Daniel chapter 9, and neither one of them are the Messiah.
You put your credibility on the line. That's your business, not mine.
It's not my credibility. I agree with what the scholars say.
Which scholars? I mean, which ones?
I literally just read you.
The majority would agree.
I can literally just. Oh no, not at all. I'll just read you from my study Bible right here. Let me see what it says in Daniel.
Why don't you go to one
about Antiochus Epiphanes?
Back in the day.
Says the reference to the desolated sanctuary would have particular meaning to those living during the Maccabean revolt. Oh, weird. Why is the guy with the PhD who wrote the notes in my study Bible saying that this is about the Maccabean revolt?
Is he the only one with a PhD?
What I'm saying is you're not going to find Old Testament scholars who think that this is a prophecy about Jesus. The closest you're going to get is a guy named Tremper the Longman III, who clearly admits that it's also about Antiochus Epiphanes III, or Antiochus Epiphanes IV.
Epiphanes the first. That's just, it don't even make... Okay, continue.
It doesn't make sense to you because you don't know history. That's why. So
I do know
the period of 490 years is what? Why is there a period of 490 years?
Daniel 9 verse 26.
Why is there a period of 490 years?
This verse is not about Epiphanes. You've got
why is there a period of 490 years to begin with? Pay attention.
This guy.
What's the purpose of the 490 years? Have you read the entire chapter?
I've read the whole chapter.
Then what's the purpose of the 490 years?
Okay. Finally. Okay, so what I want to do, I want to address that in a minute.
I'm going to ask you to address it now.
We're jumping from Daniel.
We're not jumping. I'm demonstrating to you why it's not about Jesus. I need you to pay attention.
About the weeks.
Okay, I'll just explain it to you. Then you could rebut what I explained, because you're not going to actually engage in honest dialogue. So the 490 years is the period of punishment that the Israelites are going to be in. This is quite clear at the beginning of the chapter when Daniel says he's reading the prophecy of Jeremiah. It says, I perceived in the books of the number of years that according to the word of the Lord of the prophet Jeremiah must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. That's Jeremiah 25. In Jeremiah 25, it says that the Israelites are going to be in captivity for 70 years, and then they're going to come back, and then their land is going to be restored. That's the prophecy of Jeremiah. Now, according to the narrative, he's writing about 522. This is the problem, because in 522, the 70 years have already passed and they haven't been restored. So he's trying to figure out what is actually the problem. Why has the 70 years passed, but we're not actually restored? And he tells you, because of what he finds written in the law of Moses. It says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. That's a quotation from Leviticus chapter 26. Where God says he's going to send them into exile if they don't obey. And then if they still don't come back to him, if they still disobey, he will multiply their affliction by 7. Now, 70 times 7 is 490 years. So we get finally to the point of the fact, which is the 490 years is in fact the time of their affliction, correct?
Okay, can I can I actually respond?
Just a yes or no. Is the 490 years the time of their affliction?
So how I see the 490 years, I see it as the
Just
years
a
of
yes or
time-
no. Is the
the
490
timeline
years
to
the time
Messiah,
of their
to the
affliction?
coming Messiah. That's how
That's
I
not
see
my
it. So
question. Is the 490 years the time of their affliction?
yeah, it includes the rebuilding of Jerusalem.
That's not my question. My question is the 490 years the period in which they're going to be inflicted upon?
Yes.
Right, because it's written. It's the curse written in the law of Moses, chapter 25. It's also in Deuteronomy. Okay,
but-
so
but then-
God
can I just say
says,
something? So
no,
then
I need you to
also-
actually pay attention because you're not tracking. Okay, so in Leviticus 26, I'll pull it up for you since you've never read it. 1 second. Says, if in spite of all this, if you will not obey me, I will continue to punish you sevenfold for your sins. This is what is happening in Daniel. Daniel is suggesting that the reason why they haven't been freed after the 70 years is because God has multiplied their affliction by 7. 70 times 7 is 490 years.
Returns.
So
Second
what
coming.
you get then is a period of affliction of 490 years. Do you agree?
I disagree with your premise.
Okay, what do you disagree with?
So the 490 years represents a divine timeline for God's plan to deal with sin, restore Israel, and bring the Messiah. That's my belief.
But
So
that's not what
I believe
that's not what the chapter says.
I don't believe that's the case. I believe it's prophetic.
It's not prophetic.
You don't believe
so
it is.
It
You
says
don't believe
that
it is.
it says that there's a
Well,
prophecy. There's a prophecy that must be fulfilled in Jeremiah. What's that prophecy say?
The Jeremiah prophecy. Oh, I have to go to the actual verse. Hold on.
Chapter 25.
I'm not there. I'm actually Daniel. So when Jeremiah 25. That's where you want to go. Okay. We're just like jumping around, man. I'm so like it's crazy.
I'm not jumping around. You brought up Daniel chapter 9. This is the bed you wanted to lie in. Now you're lying in it.
I actually want to ask a question. You've just been asking.
I'm going to need
question.
you to actually follow up on what
Let's
we're talking
see
about.
how
We're
you
talking about the
handle my
purpose of the
questions.
490 years.
I know. But
This was
for
your
anybody
topic.
watching-
You brought it up. Now
I'm
you want to
sorry.
run away from the topic you brought up.
believe
Daniel 9 is one of my favorite topics to
I
talk
think I'm
about.
defending the Bible
It's okay if you want to be a coward and run away from it, though.
No. The coward is the person who can't take questions. As simple as that. So,
I told you when you're
Okay.
done with Daniel chapter 9, you can ask your questions.
okay. My point to you was 7 is a metaphor, and
My-
you know, I've done
7 is
great
not a
job
metaphor.
in showing you that it is a metaphor. It has
not a metaphor.
It's symbolic of a meaning.
It
has
does not.
It has symbolic.
7 is not a
When it's-
metaphor
when you-
in 2 Samuel
week
chapter
is
24.
7 days.
7 is a
week
period of
is 7
time.
days.
Yes, a week, literally the Hebrew word means 7.
Okay. All right. So I'm on Jeremiah 25. What verse again did you want?
Just look for the
7.
verse where he says 70 years. It's going to be 70 years that they're going to be in Babylon. You should know this.
Yep.
Verse 10.
Yeah, I'm reading it. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't see what they should. What's the problem? I'll read it. I know. I read it. Moreover, verse 10 to 12. Moreover, I will banish from them the sounds of joy and gladness, the voices of the bride and bridegroom, the sound of the millstones and the light of the lamp. And this whole land will become a desolate wasteland, and these nations will serve the king of Babylon for 70 years.
There you go.
Oh, yeah. But when 70 years are complete, I will punish the king of Babylon and that nation, the Chaldeans, for their guilt declares the Lord, and I'll make it an everlasting desolation. So once again, you know, my question would be, how can you make something an everlasting desolation?
It means it's going to be
And that's once
destroyed
again
or
symbolic.
desolated forever. That's what that means.
Okay, so you're taking it literally then.
Yeah, an everlasting devastation is an everlasting devastation. The way that idioms work is you have to know in the language that they derive that it's an actual idiom. Like if I said my refrigerator is running, we all know that that is an English idiom. My refrigerator doesn't have legs, it's not running. So we know what Hebrew idioms look like. We know what Greek idioms look like. This is not one of them.
I mean, that's your opinion, but the 490 years, do you not see it as a divine timeline?
It is a divine timeline. The question is what's happening
For what?
during
for what purpose?
For their devastation. That's the time of their punishment. That's why he's starting with Jeremiah. He's saying, according to Jeremiah, our time of punishment is for 70 years. But look what happened. 70 years have already passed. Therefore, something else must be going on. What's going on? He tells you. All of us have transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, servant of God, has been poured out upon us because we have sinned against you. That curse states that if they don't return to the Lord, then their punishment will be multiplied by 7, which means the punishment they're currently experiencing is going to be multiplied for 7. That's 490 years, 70 times 7. So he's saying our time of punishment is not 70 years, it's 490 years. That's what's happening here.
Yeah, and my point is that after 69 weeks, which is 483 weeks, 3 years, the Messiah comes.
Well, first of all, that's not true, but we're not that far yet. You're trying to skip ahead. You're trying to skip ahead. You're trying to skip ahead. We're not there yet. I promise we're gonna listen. If you just put your big boy pants on and wait for us to actually get to the part about where your translation says the Messiah, and the Messiah doesn't actually get mentioned. So, again, what is the purpose? What's happening during the 490 years, according to Daniel? What's happening during that time period?
So what we know, according to Daniel and Scripture, okay, is that there is a rebuilding of Jerusalem after the Babylonian exile.
That's not my question. My question is, according to Daniel chapter 9, what's supposed to be happening for 490 years?
Jeez.
We literally just read it.
Yeah, so look, your understanding is different to mine.
Just read the passage. You're looking at it already. It's verse 11.
Yes, I know.
Verse 11 and what does it say?
Yes, it says, and this whole land will become a desolate wasteland, and these nations will serve the king of Babylon for 70 years. But then it goes on to say,
Daniel 9:11.
Read the context. Like, I don't know.
Daniel 9:11. We're not in Jeremiah anymore. We're in Daniel.
All right. Let me go to Daniel. Daniel 9:11. Sorry, just getting it up because it takes a bit of time to load on my end. 9:11.
I can read it for you if your computer doesn't work.
No, I've got it. Daniel 9:11. Okay. All right, let me get the context, man, because all this, like, isolated verses is crazy, man.
Not isolated. I already know the context.
Whole context.
He's explaining what's happening for the 490 years. Verse 11.
All right. Okay, so from verse Daniel 9, verse 6. Okay, cool. Verse 11. Okay, all Israel. Actually, let me read from verse 9. To the Lord our God belong compassion and forgiveness, even though we have rebelled against him and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord our God to walk in his laws, which he set before us through his servants, the prophets. All Israel has transgressed your law and turned away, refusing to obey your voice. So the oath and the curse written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, has been poured out on us because we have sinned against you.
Got it. And
You
what's
have
that
carried
curse?
Hold on, I just continue to read. You have carried out the words spoken against us and against our rulers by bringing upon us a great disaster. For under all of heaven, nothing has ever been done like what has been done to Jerusalem. Okay, and then it goes on to say, just as it is written in the law of Moses, all this disaster has come upon us. Yeah, we have not sought the favor of the Lord our God by turning from our iniquities and giving attention to your truth. Therefore, the Lord has kept the calamity in store and brought it upon us. For the Lord our God is righteous in all he does, yet we have not obeyed his voice.
Yes. And what passage in the law of Moses provides this curse?
You could go to Deuteronomy 28.
There's two of them.
Yeah, there's a few. I mean, this is the thing. The people of Israel are constantly being warned about this.
No one cares. The question is, what is the curse?
About being sort of made desolate. If you don't care, there's billions of people that care. Remember, Christianity is the #1 religion, so
you're failing to stay on topic. I'm asking you about the curse. I don't care about any of these tertiary subjects. What is the curse uttered in the law of Moses?
I didn't bring up another subject.
What is the curse he's talking about?
I'm reading it to you, my friend. Oh, goodness me. I gave you the chapter, Deuteronomy 28, verse 45 to 47.
Which is what?
Deuteronomy
What's the curse?
28, verse 15.
Just keep in mind, I already know what the curse is. I'm waiting for you to say it.
Well, it just says that, so Deuteronomy 28, verse 15 says, if, however, you do not obey the Lord your God by carefully following all his commandments and statutes, I'm giving you today, all these curses will come upon you and overtake you. So there's a bunch of curses.
Yeah, but what's the curse that specifically Daniel is referring to? It's Leviticus 26:18.
Leviticus 20.
Leviticus 26:18.
Yeah, I've got a different opinion on that. Okay, I got Leviticus 26:40 to 42 says, but if they will confess their iniquity and that of
that's
their
not what I
fathers
said.
Can I just read this?
It's in 18 and it's in 21 and it's in
that's
27.
What you're saying. That's your answer. I'm giving you my answer. I don't get this, Justin. I think the answer's there anyway. Anyway, I'll go to where you want to go. Give it again. Leviticus
26, 18, 21, 24, 27. He says it like 4 or 5 different times what the curse is. If you don't come back to me, he says, in spite of all this, I'll put it on the screen for everyone to read. In spite of all this, if you will not obey me, I will continue to punish you 7-fold for your sins. And he says again in 21, if you continue hostile to me, I will not obey me, I will continue to plague you 7-fold for your sins. In spite of these punishments, if you have not turned back to me and continue hostile to me, then too, I will continue hostile to you. I myself will strike you 7-fold for your sins. He says it over and over again. If you don't return to me during this time of affliction, I will punish you 7-fold, which is why you get Daniel's week where he says, it's not 70 years, it's 70 times 7. Our punishment is for 490 years.
Yeah, but I don't see how that negates from I understand that. Like, I don't have a problem with that. There's a whole bunch of things that happen in those 490 years. I don't disagree with that.
You keep trying to get ahead of the argument. You're never going to do well by getting ahead of the argument. Okay, so the 490 years.
Nobody's getting ahead of the argument.
The 400. You're definitely not. So the 490 years is the period of affliction that started with 70 and then was multiplied by 7. Correct?
I don't have a problem with that.
Fantastic. Now, what year did their affliction begin?
So my belief is pretty much from the moment of disobedience. So if we look at the timeline, well, I mean, you got a different opinion. I don't know. It's just a different opinion. That's all it is. So
what year did they go into exile?
What year did they go? Let me double check that.
Started in 605.
Is that based? Sorry.
Started in 605. The last assault into Judea was like 587.
Yeah, but I mean, what's okay? Okay, the deportation was 605, but
yep.
But what's the? Well, I don't get it.
The point is quite clear. The 490 years is the period of affliction. If you just take 605 and subtract 490 years from it, you're nowhere near Jesus. You're about 111 years off.
So what's your claim?
My claim is very clear. This whole chapter is about Antiochus Epiphanes. It was written in the middle of the 2nd century during the Maccabean revolt. Everything that happens in chapter 9 also shows up in 1st Maccabees chapter 1 and 2 and 2nd Maccabees chapter 4. All of it really well known to history, which is why all scholars agree. Daniel is a fictitious person. This text doesn't know anything about the time period that Daniel lived in because it thinks that Belshazzar is the son of Nebuchadnezzar. Belshazzar was the son of Nabonidus, who wasn't even related to Nebuchadnezzar. And we know this quite well from all the Babylonian records. But the fact of the matter is, whoever was writing Daniel didn't know that because they were writing in the 2nd century, not the 5th or the 6th century.
Okay. So I'll give my position on this because I think there's an answer to why it is Jesus, why it does talk about Jesus.
Go for it.
So I'll just give you the because you kind of want a calculation, don't you?
I don't think the calculation is helpful because neither one of them point to a Messiah. There's 2 different Messiahs, and they're separated by like 62 weeks.
Okay. So what we're going to do, right, is just allow me to. You don't mind if I just break this down, okay?
You're more than welcome to. Just know we've all heard it, and it's not going to be convincing, and it's going to make you look worse than where you talk.
Okay. Right. So I feel like we've moved around a bit, but if we go to Daniel 9, verse 25, I'll give my take on it. And obviously, if you disagree, that's fine. No problem.
I mean, I can speed it up and just tell you what your take is. Your take is that you believe that the word that went out was an edict given to Nehemiah in like 445, which it wasn't true. But if you count 490 years from 445, it gets you roughly to the time of Jesus.
No.
Cool. Then you're not going to get anywhere close to Jesus then.
All right. Let me just explain it then. Okay, so Daniel 9 verse 25 says, "Know therefore and understand that from the going forth of the commandment to restore and to build Jerusalem unto the Messiah." Can you see that?
You didn't say the Messiah, by the way. It's not there.
All right. Okay. The prince shall be.
What's the word for the Messiah?
Well, let me finish, Justin.
Well, you
look,
can't
come
finish
on.
because you're
Let me-
wrong.
let
It
me
doesn't.
finish
It doesn't
what I'm
say.
saying.
It doesn't say the Messiah. It says a Messiah.
I don't know what.
It says. It doesn't say the Messiah. It says a Messiah.
Well, I'm reading the King James. It
I know,
says the
which is why
Messiah.
I keep telling you should stop reading the King James because it's not a good translation.
Well, give me the best. Give me the best standard.
The standard that most scholars use is the NRSV or the NABRE.
Based on what textual tradition?
They're based on all of the textual tradition. They take into account all of the extant manuscripts we have.
Now we have the school of Antioch. We have the school of Alexandrian.
They don't follow schools. They take into account all of the manuscripts we have, every one of them,
Right.
even the
You
quotations
believe
from the church fathers.
Yeah, see, this is the liberal scholars that we have that have caused so much confusion with.
They're not liberal scholars. They're using a critical text. They're translating from the Biblia Hebraica Stuttgartensia, which is a critical text of the Hebrew Bible, utilizing all of the Hebrew manuscripts and even the non-Hebrew manuscripts like the Syriac and the Greek, trying to reconstruct what the original probably said.
That's good. That's good to an extent, but it's not holistic.
It is.
So there is a whole tree of evidence. There are branches of evidence.
No
that
evidence.
Have not been considered. It's all just manuscripts. There's no holism. But anyway, that's another topic. But we can get into that another time. But look, the King James, which for me has received the most scholarly investment. Okay?
No, it has not.
Are you
There's not a single seminary.
Give me a number.
There's not a single accredited seminary that teaches from the King James.
Okay. Give me. So, firstly, University of Cambridge, because I know you're not. You're from you're from the US. University of Cambridge, okay, have literally put their own publishing name on the King James.
No, they don't.
I know what I'm talking about because
the King James was commissioned by the king, not by Cambridge.
I know that. What I'm saying is that the holder of the patentee, okay, the holder is University of Cambridge.
There is no patent. In fact, it's just an update of the Bishop's Bible. The translation committee clearly tells you that all they're doing is updating the Bishop's Bible.
You don't know the involvement of University of Cambridge with the King James Version.
Listen, I know there were scholars from Cambridge and Oxford that helped translate parts of the King James Bible, and I know that the translation committee had specific instructions to update the Bishop's Bible.
Which translation has received the most scholarly investment?
The NRSV.
Give me them. Okay, explain.
The NRSV. If you ask any scholar today, which translation is going to be the translation of choice, it's going to be NRSV, which is why the new Oxford, that's why the new Oxford Annotated Study Bible is in the NRSV. The Westminster, we'll just pause this. The Westminster Study Bible is in the NRSV. Let's see. Also, the SBL, the Society of Biblical Literature, their study Bible is in the NRSV. The Catholic Study Bible is done in the NABRE, which is what I said earlier was a good translation. The fact of the matter is, modern scholars aren't reading the King James anymore.
Okay, so firstly, I asked you about scholarly investment. So the number of
that's a meaningless word.
Okay, meaningless word. Okay, let me just continue to read the King James, which is
the scholars didn't invest in the King James translation.
Very detailed. It's a fantastic translation.
It's crazy that someone who doesn't know Greek and Hebrew knows what the best translation is.
Someone who's actually a born-again Christian is saying to you that it's a fantastic translation. Isn't that
born-again Christians that I know disagree with you. The ones that actually know Greek and Hebrew disagree with you.
Wait, Justin, did you have a born-again experience?
What's interesting is that the born-again Christians that actually
going to church.
The born-again Christians the born-again
no.
Christians, I absolutely did, but the born-again Christians that actually went to school to study this disagree with you. So you're not going to turn this into a no true Scotsman. We're going to stick to the actual King James translation. I'm not going to let you dodge. So there's not a single seminary today that's accredited that teaches from the King James Bible. And the reason is because it's outdated. There's words in there. There's
from
words
University
in
of
there.
Cambridge.
There's words in there that you don't even use in English
about?
anymore.
University of Cambridge. There's a scholar called Peter Williams, who's a fantastic scholar, by the way.
Oh, what did he write?
He always uses the King James. So what are you on about?
No, I'm talking about actual endorsed Bible translations from the seminary.
My friend, go and look at Peter Williams, please.
Tell me, what did you write about?
You're going into an area which you have no idea about in terms of King James. Please,
you're completely wrong.
It's a British translation. I know you're
completely wrong. You have no idea. You have no idea about translations because you don't know Greek or Hebrew. Okay. So you have nothing to add to this conversation.
To know Greek and Hebrew, okay, to know that Jesus is Lord.
You need to know Greek or Hebrew to know. You need to know Greek or Hebrew to know what is an appropriate translation from Greek or Hebrew. That's why you need Greek or Hebrew. That's why when you go to seminary, they don't just tell you to pray and read the Bible a lot. They teach you Greek and they teach you Hebrew so you can translate the texts. And as it turns out, we don't use the King James Bible anymore in seminary.
You've got to understand what you're reading.
You don't understand what you're reading because you're reading it in English.
So that's the key. So, like I said,
the key is you don't know the original languages, which means you have no idea. You have no idea what a good translation is.
Justin, you sound like a Muslim.
I'm not a Muslim. I'm someone who actually had to go to school and learn this stuff.
Keep in mind behind the Arabic again.
Keep in mind, I'm Hebrew, not Arabic. So keep in mind, you're here telling somebody who actually learned Greek and Hebrew what is in the Greek and Hebrew text, and you sound like a fool. I don't care if the arguments used by the Muslims are similar to my arguments. That's meaningless to me. The question is whether or not the King James Bible is a good translation, and it's just not a good translation anymore.
That's your opinion.
No, it's the opinion of scholars.
No, it's your opinion.
No, it's the opinion of scholars.
I don't know. I mean, which ones? The liberal ones or the ones?
Pretty much all of them.
There's so many scholars that say that King James is fantastic.
No, there's not.
What are we talking about here? King James has a fantastic reputation. Don't you know the history of King James?
Do you know? Do you know who
King James?
Do you know who Asherah is?
Shakespeare? Have you forgotten?
Do you know who Asherah is?
Oh my gosh, bro! Can I read the verse?
Do you know who Asherah is?
Daniel chapter 9 actually shows the divine timeline to the Messiah.
You're welcome to do it. Yeah, I'll cook you on it since you do.
Okay, thank you, Jesus. Thank you, God. Okay, so you're saying you're going to cook. All this conversations we've been having, right? This length of time has all been your questions, and I've defended the Bible amazingly.
Poorly, embarrassingly.
I ask you one question. Oh, what embarrassing? Fantastic responses from me.
When you go to the number 7 is a metaphor, but the number 3 is not. You've embarrassed yourself.
Where do you get your moral authority from?
So you don't want to talk about Daniel. Why do you keep pivoting?
It's going to start crashing down, Justin.
Listen, did you want to talk about Daniel or no?
Listen. Like I said,
I'm starting to worry that you need to be on ADHD medication.
I've got medication.
Listen, if you want to switch to the moral argument,
the one with medication. I'm healthy.
If you want to switch to the moral argument, you're welcome to do so, as long as you concede that Daniel 9 doesn't prove anything.
Okay. We'll agree to disagree. I want to show the timeline, but I want to get to morality because you've
show the timeline.
Too much.
I've been waiting for you to do it. Go ahead and do it.
Of course, you want to not talk about morality.
I want you to finish a talking point.
Because your whole world.
So show us what Daniel 9 has to do with Jesus. Show us what Daniel. Just do it.
Hours.
This was your talking point.
Listen,
you brought up. Listen, child. You brought up Daniel 9. You're the one that wants to read it. Stop gaslighting me and read the passage. Stop diverting to different topics. Read the passage.
Listen, you are quite emotional and sensitive. I could tell.
I'm neither of those. What I want you to do is stop being a gaslighting fool and stop diverting and pay attention. I want you to read the passage. You're the
I've been
one that
answering your
claims
questions for hours and hours.
claims
It's
that
not
you
enough.
have an interpretation of Daniel chapter 9 that's gonna prove that Jesus is the fulfillment of the prophecy. So go ahead and do it. I want you to do it.
Okay, so I'll show you why you shouldn't have left Christianity and why you shouldn't have left Bible school. Okay, and maybe
I didn't leave. I
actually,
graduated.
oh, actually,
You-
yeah, you did graduate. That's
You
true.
haven't gone at
That's-
all,
I'll
right?
give you that.
Let me
You
make
did,
sure. Let
you
me
did.
sure we're clear on this.
Oh,
You didn't
made
go
a
to.
big mistake
You
of
didn't
going
you
into atheism.
didn't go. You didn't go to the school at all, right? I just want to make sure we're clear on this. You didn't go to Bible college or seminary, did you?
Are you Richard Dawkins? Or
I just want to make sure we're clear on this. You didn't have any higher education in the Bible,
Dawkins, bro.
did you?
If I told you how far I went in education,
I'm literally just asking you. Did you have any
Christians are humble. I
actual
went to
formal
Bible.
education?
Don't worry, I formal. So
Do you have
but
any
listen,
formal education in the Bible? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, of course. But listen.
Oh,
listen.
oh,
yeah.
how far did you go?
Listen. I went far.
What,
And
what's your
you know
degree?
what? Do you know what?
What's your
I'm
degree?
still going. Okay, I'm not gonna. I can't do it. I can't.
You said you
I
went
wanna
far. What's your
divulge-
degree?
I want to divulge, but I can't because
Just go ahead and do it.
of the type of topics I talk about. I don't want to be.
No, just go ahead and do it.
Data. People are monitoring.
What's your
me, so I
degree
have to
in?
be careful. Don't worry, man. Don't worry. I can't
God will
tell you.
protect you. What's your degree in? Because now it sounds like you're lying.
Don't worry.
What's your degree in?
Trust me. Trust me. I went very, very far.
What is it? What is it? What's
Is that
your?
okay?
Is it a
enough?
master's? Is it a bachelor's? What is it?
Yeah, it's high. Trust me, it's high.
You got a
so
PhD? What's your PhD in?
let's continue.
No,
Should
no,
we
no.
continue?
You're not going to run from this. Don't be a coward. You brought up
Oh.
credentials. I want to know what your credentials are.
Look how you've made it. Okay, so are you married?
I'm asking about your credentials. You brought up
Are you
credentials. You can't.
No,
you can't
you
finish
give me some-
anything.
You want-
If you're married, then your wife is clearly unsatisfied because you can't finish shit. Every time you bring up a new topic, you pivot to something new. I'm asking you, what are your credentials?
Married.
What are your credentials?
What are you? So you're saying my wife this and this and that.
I'm asking about your
You're trying to get
credentials, the
personal.
topic
You're
that
trying to
you
get
brought up.
personal.
Now you're running like a
Yeah.
coward.
You disgrace.
Give me the answer to the
Is it-
question. You brought up credentials.
Do you have children?
You brought up the fact that you had credentials.
Do you
I
have
want
a
to know.
family?
I want to know
You
what
left
they are.
Christianity. Do you have a family?
I want to know what your credentials are. We don't, just so you're aware, we don't do meta commentary about people's backgrounds for obvious reasons, because there's people like that are in your religion that are super dangerous. Okay, they're clowns. So we don't do meta commentary. I'm simply asking you what your degree level is. You don't even have to tell me what school you went to. What's your degree level?
Okay, so it's definitely above the norm. That's it.
What is it?
That's what you're getting. You're not getting
What is
any
it?
more. I definitely have a degree. Like
In
I
what?
said, it's above the norm.
A degree in what? Lying?
Do you think I'm going to tell you my personal information?
I can tell you my personal
You haven't
information.
given me anything. You haven't given me anything. I haven't asked one
I have
question.
I have a bachelor's degree and a master's degree. What's yours?
I haven't asked one question.
I'm literally waiting. You brought up
Everything
credentials,
about
so
this-
you're just
this
up here
conversation.
lying. You're like, don't you know that liars go to the lake of fire? Revelation 21.
Okay, where do you go?
So I went to Ashland Seminary for my seminary degree.
Where do
Where'd you go?
Where do you go? You're not saved.
I just told you I went to
You're
Ashland
educated about
Seminary.
Going to hell. You
Okay,
know.
so you don't have any credentials.
I already said I've got stuff.
What are
beyond the
they?
norm. I already
What
said
are
I'm
they?
going to do it. So look, I'm not going to make myself identifiable to.
So you don't
to
have
the
any
people.
credentials,
Yeah.
do you?
Of course I do.
Of what?
Of course I do.
Do you have a bachelor's degree?
Firstly, I already. If
Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We spent like 4 hours you dodging and pivoting. I'd love to have the moral argument with you, but here's what you're going to do before we do that. Before we do that, you're going to stop lying and gaslighting, and you're going to tell me what your degree is in and what level your degree is, or we're not moving forward. So you brought it up. You're the one that brought up the credentials. All I want to know is what is your degree in and what level?
Justin, you're doing this because you want to avoid
And you can't do it.
a moral argument.
You're a coward. You're a
Of course,
liar.
I know you can. Who's the coward?
You're a coward and a liar because you can't tell
Why
me.
did
I'm
my
not.
credentials
Listen,
matter so
I
much more?
don't. You
can't
brought him
answer
up.
the question.
No, you brought him up, not me.
This is a disgrace.
You brought him up. You are a disgrace. I
You
know.
can't take one question and you're here talking about Christianity, laughing and mocking.
You're the one mocking your own religion, making a fool out of yourself up here. What a shame.
You're the fool.
There
You
are
can't take
2,000
any
people
questions
watching you
like
get
you're a
absolutely
smart man.
roasted on every point that you
Roasted
pivot
about
to.
what, man? I defended the Bible fantastically.
I told it. Listen, the only thing you have to do
Easy.
to pivot,
Easy.
the only thing you have to do
If I
to
ask you a
pivot to your
question,
next topic, the only thing you
I'm
have to
telling you
do
now-
to pivot to your next topic is to tell me your credentials. You brought up the credentials, not me. You're the one that wanted to talk about credentials. Alls I did was ask you whether or not you have credentials. You said you did, and now it seems like you're lying to me. So alls I want to know is, what was your degree in, and what level did you study to?
Okay, did you you said you finished seminary, yeah?
Are you going to answer my question or not?
Okay, so listen.
Okay, so I'm not listening to another word out of your mouth. So we're not going to have another discussion until you can be honest. You're incapable of being honest. We've demonstrated that clearly this entire time. You're absolutely incapable of being honest right now. So all I need to do is get an answer to my question, which is, what was your degree in, and what level did you go to?
Okay, can you explain why I should give it to you?
Because if not, I'm cutting you.
You're cutting me because you don't want to
Because
answer
you're a
my
dishonest
question.
POS that won't answer my question.
No,
It's an
you can't
easy
answer
one.
questions.
It's
You're
an easy
smart
one
enough to
too.
answer questions.
It's an easy one.
You're
Just answer
disgraced.
it. Just
You're
tell me what it
disgraced.
is.
You can't answer questions.
You're a disgrace. You're up here lying.
You dropped out.
You're lying.
Christianity.
You're lying like a little kid
You're
that's been
failure.
You're a little kid that's been caught in a lie, and now rather than just admitting that you lied, rather than just admitting that you're making up credentials, you want to do anything but face the obvious. You want to pivot to a new topic. You want to pivot to meta commentary. I'm not going to let you do it. So I'll give you one last chance. This is the only chance you get. This is your last chance. What degree did you actually get? That's all we want to know. You don't have to tell us what school you went to.
Listen, I'll give you the. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
Just tell me.
I'll tell you. Don't worry. I'll tell you. I'll tell you.
If it's not the next thing out of your mouth, you're getting cut.
Your failure. Bye.
Okay. All right. Well, he certainly made Jesus proud tonight, guys. So let's see. The number 7 is a metaphor when you don't like what it means. The King James Bible is the correct translation, even though I don't know Greek or Hebrew. That checks out. Well, anyways, listen, we kept that guy on for way too long. But he was a jackass and I wanted to have some fun with him. Deuteronomy 22 was wild. The amount of cope that went into Deuteronomy 22. Although we got some good help from our nurse Noah. All right, anyways, let me read some super chats. I can nearly guarantee I've got about 1,000 super chats at this point, and I'm sorry that the super chats are going to be super backed up. That is the unfortunately the state of affairs when you keep somebody on for that long, because he was on here for fucking a long time. But listen, he had like a really cool hat on his head to hide his baldness, or what will eventually be baldness. Okay, let's see. Shit, where did we leave off on these super chats? Let's see, what does Mike say? So we're in blah 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 blah. Nope. Oh, we did that one. We did that one. We did this one. I think we're on Nick, maybe. Yeah. Nick says, your patience is amazing, and so your audience. So listen, the audience is amazing, by the way. I have an amazing audience. But that guy was a clown. And Epifiano, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, Rabbi Singer's joke. God was so mean to his people, he might have been the first anti-Semite. Rabbi Tovia is hilarious. The dude's hilarious. By the way, what do you think of Ecclesiastes, my favorite Old Testament book? So I'm actually with you. I love the book of Ecclesiastes. I think it's an amazing book. I think it actually brings good wisdom. Like there's actually good stuff in there to listen to. And I love the line where there's a couple goodies in there, like the dead know nothing. And he also says, eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we may die. And I think that's a pretty decent thing to live by. Snap Outfit, cheers to you. Thank you for the 733. I appreciate that. And TM, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says Christians aren't moral because real morality is based on empathy, not fear of punishment. And they're not accountable because they put it all on Jeebus. Yeah, that's actually, we've had this discussion a few times. That's basically it. That is the case, right? When you don't have to be accountable for your sins because you can just ask the sky fairy to forgive you, then you're not really a moral person. Atheist Truck Driver, good to see you tonight. It says Second Commandment and Isaiah 43:10 prove Christianity is a false religion. Prove me wrong. Isaiah 43:10 isn't actually ringing in my ear. Let me see. Isaiah 43:10 says, "You are my witnesses." Oh yeah, you are my witnesses. Yeah, sorry, we bring this up a lot in referring to the servant. You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen. Yeah, because the witness, or the witnesses, plural, is the servant in the singular. You nailed it, right? And the Trinity is crushed by the second commandment for sure. I definitely agree with you there. And Brian says, "Hail, Doug, from a fellow EE, automation and controls rock." Brian, I'm with you, actually. That's my field, is automation and controls. And I did robotics for a long time as well. But yeah, big W for the double E. And Asian says, appealing to an invisible mute God is Christianity's objective morality. It doesn't matter how literally horrific their God, it's appalling and insane. It's, we talked about Deuteronomy 22 already, but like the idea that God would command a woman to be stoned because she didn't bleed, even if the sheet was a good test, which it's not, right? But let's imagine it was, right? Even if it was the case that she was guilty, stoning a woman for not being a virgin is horrific. That's ridiculous. And the Big Cheese, good to see you, friend. It says Romans also flayed people to death, such as Rabbi Akiva. I actually forgot about Rabbi Akiva. So we talk about the Assyrians flaying people alive all the time, but they weren't the only ones. A lot of people were doing it. That's actually a really good reference. I appreciate that, Cheese. And John, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Big W, friend. And Cheese again comes in and says, Christians arrogantly act like Jewish people are deliberately lying about Hebrew translations, like they know it matches Jesus. That's kind of what you have to do. And these conspiracy theories run deep. Justin Martyr used to talk about that. Justin Martyr talked about how they removed the Apocrypha from the Bible because he thought that it authoritatively predicted Jesus. And so they had to remove it. It was ridiculous. JD says, I laughed out loud when he asked to go to Psalms. I know. They always think they're going to find prophecies in the Psalms. They never do. They're not there. You're not going to find them. Narrative Dude, thank you so much for the 1999 super chat. Big W, friend. He says, but hold on. He's got a cool stocking cap. He must know more than you. Obviously, the cap gave it away. It is summertime, even in the UK, is it not? I'm pretty sure he doesn't need that cap. Eric says, Justin Bart Ehrman says the same thing you are telling him. Wish they stopped putting words in Bart's mouth. Actually, I haven't read Bart's comments on the mode of death of Jesus. I'm sure he talks about it. I've not read it, but Eris, trust me, I believe you. If I know anything about Bart, is that he's a little bit cautionary in when he makes definitive statements. He probably does have a little bit of gray area there, like I do. Cheese again, thank you for the super chat. It says it's inconclusive to early records of Christians whether or not Jesus had man flesh, was God, adopted by God, born of a virgin. We know so little. So this is actually a really good point. Even like when you talk about the Christian literature, it's not much better than the Jewish literature. They disagree on everything. Like if you read the writings of the church father, they couldn't agree on shit. That's why they're like, having fist fights in the councils. And Chip says, why the F is the collar stuck on the method of death? The method is meaningless if Jesus stayed dead, which he did. That's where I'm at, right? The problem, I think the reason why he got stuck on the method of death is because he wanted to claim that since he was crucified, we can go into the Old Testament and find passages about him being crucified, and boom, you got fulfilled prophecy. But I mean, we could have skipped that whole crucifixion nonsense because there's no prophecy about crucifixion. Marcus says, I literally applauded when you said that Christianity was spread by sword. That's the bedrock for all the arguments I've made against its legitimacy. It is. Like, anyone who knows their history knows that Christianity was spread by the sword. I've got a book. I've got a document, too, I've been keeping of, like, the edicts from the Christian nations saying, go up and round these people who disagree with us. Go up and round up the Waldenses and murder them. Round up all the Anabaptists and murder them. I mean, it was spread by the sword, guys. Jam and J says, caller, lose that hat and drink H2O because you delirious. Yeah, he was delirious. But he did bring up a good point, at least. In the English, the word high priest does show up in the Old Testament, just not in Hebrew. The Hebrew phrase high priest doesn't really exist. You just got Gadol, Hagadol, Kohen, which means Gadol just means great, or large or strong, right? So it's just saying like the great priest or the strong priest, or in our cases in English we could translate that as the high priest. So he had a good point. Searching English for high priest could yield some results, even though the actual term high priest in Hebrew doesn't show up there. But Evan says, I love seeing this man in the beanie clutching his pearls every time Justin states facts he doesn't like. I know, it's crazy to me. The weird thing is that he was so married to the King James Version. That one's odd to me, but I mean, that's, the less you know about the history of the Bible, the more likely you are to believe that kind of nonsensical conspiracy theories. Patrick says, my mother was a 35-year nurse. Fuck around, find out with them. Love to all the good nurses. Nurses are badass, guys. I couldn't do what the nurses are doing. They're amazing. Evan says, imagine mansplaining this to a nurse practitioner. Dude, the guy literally was trying to poo-poo the credentials of the nurse. And then he literally questioned whether or not the nurse practitioner was qualified to say what she was saying. And then ended our 3-hour discussion on, I have credentials, but I will refuse to tell you what they are. Crazy. The guy was delusional. Wave of Mutilation says, does Yahweh have a foreskin? I don't know. It's a good one. He seems to have a member. Foreskin, I don't know so much. And Shelly Belly says, so is the term experts in diverting the origin for just the tip? That's actually pretty much it, yeah. So the general idea is that you either divert the path or you don't go in all the way. And by doing so, you avoid theoretically rupturing the hymen, which is, they were literally bragging about it. Like, we're literally experts in diverting, which is crazy that they're doing that. Vegas Pam says, I came here for the trees. Well, there's going to be some look at the trees. That's all there is to it. And Mindful Barbarian, thank you for the super chat, says, just prove your God exists guy is the white hat who looks like Timu Dave Chappelle. Oh, that's so true, actually. That's so true. I like Dave Chappelle better. Rez, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. I appreciate that. I think it's an Aussie super chat says, speaking of fake, I'm convinced that the caller is in fact not real. No one can be this dense without turning into a singularity pretzel. That's so good. That's a good science joke, by the way. Yeah, he was a singularity level dense. Olive says, a guest dismisses all proof as fake when it disagrees with him. Ultimate dishonesty tactic. Yeah, that's pretty much what he was doing. Like, if you don't like the writings of the Jews, automatically it's fake or unverified. Joey says, that caller was such a dishonest coward, he had to resort to gaslighting by lying. Straight up clown show. Lord Doug above, smite this fool. He needed a good rock to the head, I suspect. He needed the Cain and Abel treatment. Rock hard for Doug. Good to see you tonight, friend. Says, Noah's lions, Sharon's gift to earth. I agree. I absolutely agree. Noah, lions ate dead babies on the ark is an absolute gift to the stream. And Evan says, thank Doug for sane nurses because this dude equals creep. Yeah, literally thought there's going to be a pre-coitus inspection. That's insane. Could you imagine going to bed with somebody and saying, I need to inspect your hymen now? Ridiculous. Maury says, this dishonesty and pretzeling from this guy is wild. We haven't seen a pretzel that pretzely in quite some time, actually. And 84 Rusty says, cooking them so hard my neighbors can smell it. He tried his best. He really did. He was like Googling all the apologetics. He was furiously using AI to find his arguments. He did his best. Cutlery says, when your brain worm denies reality, that's obvious. That's obvious to all of sound mind. Yeah, I think it was obvious. But listen, he was cooking. He was really cooking. And Jem says, today I learned the hymen priest is a him hermelic. Oh, I mean, listen, that's a good dirty joke, but I didn't see that one coming. I did not see that one coming. And Cutlery again says, at guest, what's bigger, ping pong ball or the moon? The ping pong ball is a metaphor for the moon, though. That's what it is. Cryptic Peck Pipe, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero says, tell the story about your dad saying hubba hubba. Hubba hubba. Doug approves of the grilled offerings being called hot dogs. That's actually really good. I'm going to start using hot dogs with spicy mustard. Always spicy mustard. And ketchup's okay too. Don't listen to those people from Chicago that say you can't put ketchup on your hot dog. It says this channel might not be the best platform for rookie Bible thumpers like this. This is the big leagues. Well, he thought he was in the big leagues. Unfortunately, he wasn't. He had more hubris than answers. JD says, that's my point. Every time he loses a point, I know. He had no idea what he was talking about. Christian lobotomy victim. He could actually benefit from a lobotomy, I suspect. Mindful Barbarian, again, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, pretty much every stream, I think, this has got to be the most delusional guest ever. This guy really is a top 20 contender. I think he was. I have never seen someone bend so far backwards to make a text work. And Alosa says, exactly, like I said before, that's my point. Holy Doug, this guy is annoying. I think we can all agree he was annoying. I got a lot of comments saying so, and he was. Terrence A says, everyone take a shot when he says exactly. I'm sad that I don't have any Kraken tonight. GH Trinity has Jesus rolling in his grave right now. Yeah, if Jesus is still in his grave, I'd be rolling over too. Listen to this clown. And Cutlery says, we could be talking to the puppy. Actually, we'd have a more beneficial conversation talking to a dog. And he says, the highest of most high, highly rated priest of all the priests of high to the max height. Yeah, that's the high priest. You nailed it. It's the top dog. Serial Dude, great name, says, I left the live 2 hours ago because of how uninteresting this guy is. By far the most boring stream I've seen from DZ. Please move on from these clowns. Sorry, listen, you guys know how I do. When I get these real arrogant clowns up here, I just feel the need to cook them until they run away. I probably shouldn't. I apologize. It's just one of those things. It's my fault. I can't help myself. I got problems. Cutlery says, Justin is teaching y'all patience. Be grateful. Listen, I get it. I wouldn't want to sit through that guy either. I get it. I understand. And Penelope, thank you for the super chat. It says, a rather tedious exchange, but kudos to Noah's Lions for chiming in on Hebrew hymens. Doug's followers are truly the basalt of the earth. Rock on. I'm so glad now that I decided to upload the Hebrew hymen emoji. Such a over or underrated emoji. Jemin says, Justin be like, watch me Sisyphus this boulder. Yeah, you did nail it. Actually, that would be the correct thing. The whole conversation was a little bit Sisyphus. Cryptic says, I get it. If you multiply 3 times 2, you get 6, and 6 is bad because God. So we subtract 4 from 7 because 4 is okay, and that's how we get 3. You nailed it. That's how the numbers work. That's how 7 and 3 are the same thing. It says the number 7 is not a literary style. It is a number. I agree. It is, in fact, a number. And Cutlery Duck says, thank you, Noah, and Pretty Pretzel's puppy. Yeah, big W for Noah. She really came in clutch. And Hot Tub Bird says, here is NDZ $7 exactly. That's my point. Yeah. A very good point. Because as it turns out, so 3 and 7 are not the same. Well played, Hot Tub Bird. Well played. And Chris, welcome to the Kraken crew. Elite. Big W for joining, Chris. And I'm sorry, I think I just lost my place here. I got so many comments on that last guy because he was so insufferable. Eric says, this kid has been cooked so long in the oven, we had to call fire department because the house caught on fire. Listen, it went long. I apologize, guys. It was my fault. This is my fault. I could have stopped it. Katie says, it all makes sense. Born-again Christians are insufferable. That is the case. Completely insufferable. But we're the idiots for not believing their clown book. It says, oh, thank Doug. Doug is good. Doug is good. Way better than this Yahweh character. And Jammin again comes in and says, Ahmad on Godhead's channel said, this is Godhead's platform. You don't govern nothing here. They had 13 viewers. Oh, boy. Well, listen, I mean, if you could attract 13 viewers, and holy shit, what are you doing on other live streams? If that guy really was a compelling debater, he'd be doing his own stream. Satan, good to see you tonight, my friend. A big W for showing up. Good to see you, Dark Lord. Says, Justin, you're an absolute unit. More patience than God has ever had. Just impeccable. Knowledge this man has. Outstanding. Hopefully he rewatches. Well, thank you so much, Satan. I appreciate that. And I'm still learning. You know, sometimes I get things wrong too, but I'm still learning. And I think no matter if I'm learning things or not, the apologists really basically have no arguments. They have nothing. We've demonstrated that over and over again. Bill says, yes, it's summer here in the UK, but statistically it rains every other day, so I can't blame him for having a hat, LOL. We don't claim that dude, though. I wouldn't claim him either. I would not. And Dr. Banks, big W. Holy shit, thank you so much for the $100 super chat, Dr. Banks. It's good to see you again. Or D. Banks Designs says, sir, that was painful. Your level of patience is unmatched. You deserve much more than what we gift you. I don't know if I do, but thank you so much. It says, thanks once again for the info and laughs. You are the man. Much love to everyone in the chat as well. Well, D Banks Design, thank you so much. And let's get some W's for D Banks. We really appreciate the generous support, friend. And the Brothers Grimm, great name. And big W for the $1 super thanks. I totally appreciate that. And also Marcus again coming in says, I'm willing to prove you wrong. Ketchup doesn't belong on hot dogs. Not a Chicagoan. Ugh. Listen, our next debate is going to be on ketchup on hot dogs. I apologize. This is just where I'm at. And, you know, it is what it is. Dexter, my good friend. Dexter, good to see you. And thank you so much for sending out 5 DZ memberships. I really do appreciate that. And Jack is with us. Jack says, thanks, Justin. I never had the faith because I knew it wasn't true, but always thought the Bible was interesting. I knew there was something wrong with me until Hitch and Sam. You remind me of them. Listen, those are really big compliments to be compared to Hitchens and Sam. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. And Zanzibar, good to see you tonight, says, this man is cooked. He just doesn't know it yet. Not only does he not know it yet, he thought he was cooking. That's the craziest part. K-Sec, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, and lo, the servant of Doug ascended unto the moon. There he dropped his garments. Yea, he mooned the earth, and Doug's glory was revealed. Sedimentations 8:19-20. I do enjoy that one. I do enjoy, but please tell me you're in the Discord and you can add that to our Book of Doug section. We do have a section for that. And Godless Doctor says the Hebrews left spiritual trash while wandering for 40 years. Oh, obviously, I just never thought about that. It's clearly spiritual trash. That's what it is. I really should bring that out in the next debate. Space Wars is listening to you cook while playing poker. Let's go. Well, listen, hopefully you won some hands and not spiritual winning, but like real winning, you know, not the Jesus type. And Rock Hard for Doug, good to see you again. Thank you so much for the super chat, friend. Says, so a guy comes up on a mountain made of solid rock, gets a rock tablet carved by God, and you're telling me this isn't Doug or Sharon? Come on, people. Listen, if you don't believe that this is about Doug, I don't know what to tell you. Where did the water come from when Moses tapped something? Came from the rock. What were the commandments written on? It was on a rock. What does God say he is? God says, I'm a rock. I don't know what else to do other than to just assume that God is Doug. And Rockin' and Rollin' says, B-boop. I don't know which bee boop this is, but if this is the bee boop, meaning Jesse, I just posted the first of 3 episodes. So buckle up. Justin Wright, great name, by the way. Thank you for the super chat. Says, hey, Justin, would it be okay to discuss objective morality with you? I'm an atheist, but your stance on secular morality piqued my interest. I mean, you're more than welcome to. I mean, there are a lot of atheists that disagree with my stance. For example, I stream with Ian. Ian believes in objective morals, and he's an atheist. So, I mean, there's a path forward for it. And Johanna, thank you again, says, do you want to be a theist? Please leave your logic and reasoning at the floor. What the hell? Just leave your brain. That's pretty much it. Facts and logic not needed here. Astronova, friend, good to see you tonight, says, is there a source for when each book was written? Bart Ehrman's site is all I found is it was not complete. Thanks for all you do, Justin. Praise Doug. Well, Astronova, thank you for the super chat and for the question. So that is difficult. So a lot of source criticism has been done on the Bible. I would point towards the work of Richard Elliott Freeman when you're talking about Genesis all the way through maybe even Kings and Samuel. You may also want to include the lectures by Casuto and the works of Julian Wellhausen. He was one of the first to popularize the documentary hypothesis. But if you just find a recent book on the documentary hypothesis, or maybe read Joel Baden's book, you'll definitely get some answers. There's another book that kind of touches on this that might be of interest, which is The Invention of Judaism by John J. Collins. That's not a bad look. That definitely gives you an idea of how late some of the literature actually came. You know what I mean? The Church of Four says, one good thing about insomnia, I see your lives. Yeah, actually, that's why I'm still alive. I got insomnia too. Thank you for the super chat. And Gary Norris, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, thanks for your work, Justin. I learned a ton from your channel already. You have the patience of Job. If there had ever been a Job, keep going. Oh, I think I read that, but I'm going to read it twice because it was so good. Thank you so much, Gary. I appreciate that. And Cora says, hot and salty Christian pretzels with cognitive dissonance cheese sauce. Great cooking, Justin. I think that's basically the case. This was a case of cognitive dissonance, pretzeling all over. This is better than Auntie Anne's. Loot, thank you for the $10 super chat, says, we call you Peter, not Stony. Yeah, that's my point. It's not a translation unless we're calling them rock or stony. When we call them Peter, we're using the original meaning of the word. Khan says, could the patriarch lists in Genesis refer to clans or dynasties rather than individuals, like how the nations of Israel is often personified as Jacob? Yes. So it's generally agreed that a lot of the genealogies given in the early parts of Genesis are given to explain the people groups of the time period. So a lot of these people did have associations. For example, the people that came from the children of Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. So definitely there's this idea that these lineages led to people groups. That's for sure in the Bible. And Roush says, did this concept of sin not exist in Sumerian? Wasn't it punishment for being noisy instead of sin, since we annoyed the gods? Okay, so kind of. So the idea of sin is funny in the ancient Near East. There's this concept that the laws came from God, and when you didn't follow the laws, you got divine punishment, and the God who gave the laws would hold you accountable. The idea of sinning, meaning you just did something that God told you not to, wasn't as much of a moral issue as we make it today. Because I don't know if they really believed they were sinning against God necessarily. They believed that they were sinning against their own fellow men and women, albeit the commands for their behavior came from the legal codes, and the legal codes came from God, right? But Christianity is, and even Second Temple Judaism is where you kind of get this idea that God has very, very strict requirements, and these requirements are critical to be followed. And if you don't follow them, you're not just doing something bad, you're hurting God. Like, you are sinning against God. This particular concept does exist in the ancient Near East, but I don't think it gets played up the same way that we tend to think. Not that it doesn't. If you read the poem of the righteous sufferer in the ancient cuneiform tablets, there's definitely this idea that somebody could do something and God would be upset with it, and you would have to like give an offering or a sacrifice to deal with it, right? So there is a bit of that, but most of the laws that you find, like if you go to the law code of Hammurabi and like Eshnuna, Lapidishtar, some of the other law codes, when you look at like the law codes, most of the punishments are not bring a sacrifice to God. Most of the punishments are like, you hurt somebody over here, here's how you have to compensate them. You damage somebody's property here, here's how you compensate them. What we don't find are a ton of laws dictating the behavior between God and man. And that is kind of the big distinction, I think, between like Christianity and Judaism and the ancient religions, is that Christianity and Judaism really has more of a focus on like, we have these laws now, and a lot of these laws are trying to direct you to the appropriate behavior between you and God. So I think that's where it's kind of unique. But to your point, Roosh, it's a good thing to notice that the concept is a little bit different in the ancient Sumerian. And Burner says this guy is almost as much of a Kruger as Hadassah. I think Hadassah was more fun at least, but you're right, he was definitely a Dunning-Kruger. I think he proved it at the end. And Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, my advice to all human beings, please learn a second language. And why stop there? Learn as many as you can. It will give you a more open-minded and inclusive perspective on humanity. I can't agree with that more. I wish I had learned more languages growing up. I'm doing my best now, of course. And then it says, bring back Zeus. I gladly pay to dump this bonehead. So this is a good point. We've talked about this a little bit. I would like to bring back some kind of a Zeus. I haven't determined exactly how I'm going to do it yet. It might have to be like a special super chat or something like that. But I think it's time to do it, because the reality is, like, my show is supposed to be audience based. I'm supposed to be serving the audience. And if I'm doing things that aren't really serving the audience, I need a way for the audience to redirect the situation. And I think bringing like a Zeus into the equation does something for us. Cambam said, supposedly neutron stars are the most dense objects in the universe, but I think Peter has surpassed them. Yeah, I agree with you. I definitely agree with you. And Connor, thank you for gifting out a DZ membership. I appreciate that. And Minutemen, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate the 1999 super chat. It says, hey, I just decided to rejoin DZ today. And the first caller I'm listening to is literally killing more brain cells than the weed I smoke daily. Praise Doug and his holy heart. Well, I'm sorry we killed your brain cells today, especially with that long, jackassery at the end. I'll be cutting the conversation shorter in the future. Black Rose Gallery, thank you for the $9.99. Says, I love the work. Well, Black, thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you for supporting. And Johanna again says, believers answers to anything, blah, 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 and some more blah, blah, blah. That's what he was giving. Redirect, pivot, blah, 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 redirect, pivot. And ZM, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, this caller is making me insane. Fire language 1. The caller was named Peter. 1,000 years past language 2. The caller was named bad listener because he was a bad listener. Yeah, I think that was what kept making me frustrated, is he wouldn't respond to the things I was saying. He just kept trying to move to the next argument. LS, thank you for the super chat, friend. He says, behold, the last caller shall forever be named Jack from the land of ass. Yeah, I'm with you on that one, actually, Ellis. I think he proved that he earned the reputation as well. And Connor, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says Joshua 4:7, 1 Peter 2:5, Isaiah 26:4, Isaiah 8:14, Matthew 21:42. How do these Christians not realize that Doug is the one true God? Doug is the one who punishes the real monsters. Matthew 18:6. Yeah, listen, if you just look for rocks in the Bible, what you'll discover is that Doug is everywhere. He's on every page. In fact, he's even giving out the justice, like he said in Matthew 8:16. That's why the rocks are going to cry out, is because the rocks are alive. That's where Doug came from. Judas, good to see you, my favorite trader. Thank you for the super chat. It says, we can track changes in borrowed words. Sometimes they change and sometimes they don't. Happy weekend and have fun cooking. Well, I don't know if we had fun, but we cooked as much as we could with that guy with an overabundance of hubris. And Johanna says, sarcasm is lost on believers. That is the case. That really is the case. Although I admit sometimes I miss it. Dustin says, I can't believe this dude hasn't heard of Doug. It's crazy to me that he's denying his own God, isn't it? It's actually painful. And Huper says, praise Doug, whose tectonic nature separated the supercontinent Pangea and whose layers are a time machine that gives us dinosaurs. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, without Doug, you don't have tectonic plate shift. That's all there is to it. And hockey enjoyer, I enjoy some hockey too. Big W, thank you for the super chat. It says, hey Justin, thanks me for everything you do. What do I do if my wife, family, and friends are Christians and will not understand if I deconvert? So here's what I said. Like, you don't owe anybody your deconversion. I know a lot of people who deconvert in private. If you do it quietly because you don't want to make a big fuss, that's on you. You can definitely do that. And I definitely think that you should do what makes you feel comfortable. If you don't want to rock the boat, if you want to preserve your family and your marriage and your friends, you're welcome to just keep that information private. But it depends on your community. Like when I came out as atheist, I had some people that didn't like it, but they let me be. So it's possible that if you come out, they'll let you be, they'll understand. They might think you're crazy, but they'll leave you alone after a little while. But that being said, man, it's hard to deal, like when you're the only atheist in your group, that can be hard to deal with. And I get that. It feels lonely. It feels isolating, but join the Discord. We got a whole Discord full of people that are deconstructed, like yourself. Thank you so much for the super chat and for the question. And Hola Furphy, thank you so much. Big W, very generous. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships. That's huge. That's absolutely huge. I appreciate that. Big W. And Rock Hard still with us. Good to see you, friend. Says this could literally be your best guest in cooking of all time, and his name Petra means rock solid. Right. It's hard for me to gauge sometimes when I'm talking to people which ones are going to be good playbacks and which ones are not. I feel like sometimes my favorite playbacks aren't everyone else's favorite playbacks, but you have to let me know what you think about that one, whether we should clip that guy and post it or not. I think the pretzeling was funny though. Like the amount of like backbends he was doing to not admit that the text says what it says was pretty wild. Johanna says this guy is twisted. Send some bears to maul a huge amount of kids to the state of unalivement. What a splendid idea. Yeah, it's crazy to me. It is crazy to me that you would be okay with God sending bears to unalive a bunch of children. I can't do it. Bryce with a super chat again. Thank you so much, Bryce. He says Christians do not understand the difference between authority and morality. They conflate the two, proving they do not know what morality even means. Yeah, I think that is the case. They just think that if you're the most powerful, if you created everything, then automatically you get to do whatever the hell you want. But that's not morality. That's just might makes right. You know what I mean? Guybrush McMurray says Q from Star Trek is omnipotent, but basically Loki. I have to admit, I don't really know who Loki is. And maybe because I'm an old fuddy-duddy, and I haven't watched a ton of Star Trek. Maybe I need to watch more Star Trek. I think I could get into Star Trek. But yeah, I forget who Q is. But thanks for the super chat. And our Inch Hot Dog, thank you for the super chat. Says, guest clearly hasn't seen Frankenstein. Oh, yeah, clearly not. Although I do love me some Frankenstein. It's a classic. Bryce coming in again. Bryce really bringing in some supers tonight. Says the Potter pot analogy is so stupid. Who is a person to question God? A person is sentient and can ask questions. Pots can't because pots are nobody. Actually, that's a really good point. Yeah, pots, you can do whatever you want to a pot. It doesn't have feelings. Mike, again, coming in with a $5 super chat. Appreciate that. Says, what if the real goalpost was the friends were made along the way? The friends we made along the way. That'd be a crazy goalpost shift. You can do horrific stuff because like there's good stuff that happens out of it, right? Isn't that the case? And Erzmont, St. George, good to see you tonight, my friend. It says, I think this is high-level debate. Do I get a mute button? Dude, he is certainly as insufferable. Big up DZ, all the Duggites in the house. Listen, to all the Duggites, I'm sorry I kept him so long. I kept thinking that eventually he would admit some, like he would just be honest with something, and he couldn't be honest with anything. He couldn't even be honest with his credentials at the end. But anyways, it was fun for me. Sorry about you guys if it wasn't for you. S says, gee, I wasn't going to give my life to Jesus today, but after listening to a POSFF justify the schmurder of children by bears, I guess I will. Isn't it crazy that they come up here thinking this is the thing that's going to bring people to Jesus, is justifying the most horrific violence in the Bible? Bernard says, that was your first miracle, patience of a saint. Maybe that was a miraculous bout of patience, actually. Cheap Snack, thank you for the 666. Hail Nero. It says, Doug should be outfitted with a rod of pleasure adorned with 2 lustrous pearls. Oh, I don't disagree with that, actually. If you check out how I do my emotes, I typically do a Doug on each side of praying hands, and you can pretty much figure out what that looks like. So I'm just saying we're on the same page. And Texas Panhandler, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the 666. Says the miracle of Doug, dual streams. That horizontal one threw me for a second. Rock hard like the Washington Monument. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And if you want the horizontal stream, go to DZ Debates. You'll find my horizontal stream, streaming vertical to the main channel and horizontal to the second channel. And Jason, thank you for the $9.99, says goalpost on wheels made my week. Hail Doug. Yeah, I don't even remember where I got that from, but I do like that one actually quite a bit. And Zagamon, good to see you. Taylor Tom, my friend, says the will justify child sacrifice on one breath, and in the next tell you abortion is bad. That it's always talking out of one side of your mouth and then doing the other out the other side of the mouth. Killing babies is bad unless God does it. Murder's bad unless God does it. Genocide's bad unless God does it. It's crazy. Crazy Robots, great name. Thank you for the super chat. It says, awesome work. I get God being evil once in a while. It must get boring. It does actually get boring talking about this kind of stuff. But anyways, we're going to keep on rolling. Sinus says, hello from Argentina. Is there any reference of stoning? We did cover that one. We got to that one. But thank you again for the 666 ARS. I think that's Argentinian dollars. And Swamper, thank you for the $10. It says 2 priests are pulled over, and I'm going to love this already. 2 priests are pulled over, and the cop says, sorry to bother you, but we're looking for 2 PDF files. The priest looks at each other, turned to the cop and said, okay, we'll do it. This is the height of comedy, friends. This is comedy gold. This is why the internet was made. Dirty priest jokes is why the internet was made. I will fight you on this. This is the best use of the internet that we actually have, in my opinion. Man, I'm so sorry that I've literally so many super chats, literally so many. I'm going to read them all. I'm going to, by the way, stop sending me if you're sending super chats, don't. I'm going to read all of these super chats tonight, guys. Even if I'm up till 1 in the morning, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning. It's really disturbing when some Christians will openly admit to condoning horrific crimes. If it's blamed on God, it's almost like a mental block. So this is actually a good thing. And I haven't done this in a while, but like sometimes I'll bring up, like if I know they're not familiar with the Bible, I'll say that like, here's a story from the Quran. Can you condemn it? Then when they condemn it, just be like, oh, as it turns out, that shit's from the Bible. Because if it's in somebody else's holy book, they're really quick to condemn it. It's easy. It's just when it's in their own book, they can't do it. Dylan Brown, thank you for the $5 super thanks. I appreciate that. And Devil Foo Gaming, thank you for the $1 super chat. I appreciate that. And Flamin' Pin Garage, great name. Thank you for the $9.99. All Hail Doug, big W. And trust me, I've flamed some pins in the garage. Listen, if you can't get a bolt loose, if you can't get a pin out, dude, melt it. You get enough heat on there, you're going to get it out. Bradley Green, thank you for the 250 pesos, maybe? Listen, whatever it is, thank you so much for the super thanks. I appreciate that. Big W. And also, Guy Brush McMurray coming in again says, why is ancient Rome like a one-stat restaurant? Neither one is concerned with cross-contamination. Rome is funny because people like to talk about ancient Rome like there's one unified idea of ancient Rome, but Rome was gigantic, right? It's kind of like saying what happens in Texas is the same thing that happens in California. Yeah, we're in the same country, but those are two very different territories, right? And Rome, ancient Rome, was very similar. What was happening in one part of ancient Rome wasn't always happening in the other. And Noah's lions ate dead babies in the ark. Thank you for the super chat. It says, I am pastor, healed my hymen last... I love I am pastor. He healed your hymen last night? We're going to renovate transgender surgery and make dollars with the power of prayer. Pray them a dick and boobs. Unbelievable. I didn't know that you got your hymen healed. I mean, that's great news. That's good to hear. That means like you can officially get remarried in the Hebrew style. Adele, again with us. Thank you so much, Adele. It says, rock hard for Doug and I found a bottle of Kraken Gold. I was so excited. Do not buy or try. Wait a minute. There's a Kraken Gold? Holy shit. Adele, you might have changed my life. Okay. Kraken is a black spiced rum. I'm gathering that there is a gold spiced rum if there's a Kraken Gold. I like gold spiced rum. Now, when I get back home, I will be going immediately to the grocery store and get some gold Kraken. That's what's going to happen. Snickerdoodle, thank you for the $5 super chat. It says, I think our communion should involve marijuana so we can all be stoned when we truly have become like our God, Doug. Talk about high praise. Listen, be high when you're talking about the Most High. That's what I always say. It's a time-honored tradition in all cultures to do so. Aphotic Phoenix, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, although it's fiction, I think you might really enjoy Terry Pratchett's Feet of Clay. It's full of puns and wordplay and features golems, robots that run on Holy Scroll program. Oh, interesting. Listen, I would enjoy this actually. I really would. Feet of Clay. I got to look that up. Feet of Clay sounds really interesting to me. I'm with you, actually. And thank you for the suggestion and for the super chat. And Rory is with us tonight. Rory says, the Doug abides, so don't panic. Only 20 of them. The Doug always abides. Never go flaccid for Doug. And Doc BK says, the cure to a soft off, praise Doug. You nailed it. Thank you for the $19.99. And the cure for flaccidness is to be rock hard for Doug. That's all you have to do is be rock hard for Doug. You'll never be flaccid again. And P.S. P-Swim says, who was that cheap Jordan Peterson imitator? Yeah, actually, you're not too far off. Although Jordan Peterson's easier to talk to, I think, personally. Space Lord says, Spartacus plus 6K of his rebels were crucified, so... Yeah. A lot of people were crucified. Shit. There were crucified people left and right. That doesn't mean that they fulfilled a prophecy, but that's all he had, right? In a perfect world, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, forgive my ignorance, but what is a horizontal vertical stream? So a vertical stream means that it's oriented for the phone. Horizontal means it's oriented for the computer or for the TV. And on DZ Debates, my other channel, you can find the horizontal stream. On my main channel, we've got the vertical stream, which is kind of how we're decided to split it up. I think that's a good way to do it. I basically, at this point, I've created a horizontal channel and a vertical channel, which I think is kind of fun. And Vic, thank you for the $19.99. Vic says, keep on trucking, Justin. Vic, you know I'm going to. I can't give up. I'm incorrigible. I'm just going to keep going until I crash. Johanna, thank you so much for the super chat. Says the only reason that organized religions have kept on growing is due to the fact that half of their followers have no voice, are ignored, and cannot ever attain a position of power. You're absolutely right, actually. It's a very controlled society. It's very controlled mechanisms they have. People that dissent they're removed. You know what I mean? And Phil says, the Holy Spirit set up a Godhead Trinity to get cooked tonight. That's actually a really good point. Someone comes in with the name Trinity, and it is not representative of what the Trinity would want. That's for sure. Benji, my friend, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat. It says Hindu cosmology gets the age of the Earth at 4.3 billion years compared to 4.5 billion years. Also, Thailand is over 96% Buddhist. I didn't know they were that far Buddhist, actually. GHT is ignorant, and yes, Islam is a huge threat. Over 1.5 billion Muslims. SE Asia, Southeast Asia, huge issues. I actually don't agree with you. I mean, I don't disagree with you. I think Islam is a huge problem. I think just like Christianity during the Middle Ages, I think their violent tendencies seem to not have a good resolution. I think they'll probably keep getting worse. And the religion itself, if you read the narrations and their teachings, they teach violence. So what are we supposed to do with it? That's why all the religions got to go. Skeptics and Scoundrels, good to see you, friend. Says it's almost like this bed sheet test was devised by a bunch of ignorant, misogynistic barbarians rather than an all-knowing God. It's almost like that, isn't it, Skeptic? It just seems that way. Probably because that is the case. And Kevin Michael says, rabbit, rabbit, rabbit. I may not understand the joke, but it does remind me. Oh, well, maybe we should have brought up Leviticus chapter 11 when it talks about the rabbits and rock badgers chewing cud. Maybe that we should have brought that one up. Johanna says, when a nation regularly sends their young men off to battle, you obviously will end up with an uneven ratio of men to women. The solution, unalive them in any way you can. Oof. You're not wrong, actually. Unalive and subjugate them, because if they outnumber us, we're in trouble. At least that's the thinking. Nightman Cometh says, Dunning-Kruger is strong with this guest. I couldn't agree more. He really thought he was cooking. He was in the wrong kitchen. I don't even know if he knew where the kitchen was. Jam says, I'm squeamish about female anatomy, but I know more than the female nurse. Hardhead Trinity. Isn't it crazy when you get up here and gaslight people claiming to know more than the nurse practitioner about the female body? It's painful to watch. Derek says 100% chance staying single after this video. I think maybe he's staying single after this video. I don't think this is going to do any favors for him. And Johanna says, what body part did men retain or lose since Bible times? I think just a tip. But to your point, it's weird that they think that the female body like magically evolved from the Bible time till now. But that's it. They don't believe in any other evolution. Just the evolution of the Hebrew hymen. That's it. It's a special hymen. It's magical. And Jam, thank you so much for the super chat. Again, he says, at the chat, please be careful throwing around all those Hebrew hymen emojis. You might break one, causing an innocent woman to get stoned for not bleeding on a sheet on their wedding night. Unbelievable. So good. Yeah, you got to be careful with those Hebrew hymens. They're fragile. They break and bleed. Gates of Delirium says, I've never seen someone get fact-checked in real time and their cognitive dissonance not let them acknowledge it so hard. Painful. That's the craziest thing is like, I think it's obvious to everyone watching that like, he got fact-checked hard. He's just wrong. And then not be able to come to grips with that just makes it that much more painful. And Jam, thank you so much for the additional super chat, friend. He says, I got a new job giving circumcisions to elephants. The hourly pay sucks, but the tips are huge. That is a good one. And not just a good one. I'm going to have to pull that out sometime soon. That's phenomenal. That's a class act. A top tier joke. Space Lord says, every time you say Shimon, I think Michael Jackson. Oh, is that Wait, is that a song for Michael Jackson, Shimon? Shoot. I thought I liked Michael Jackson. Maybe I'm missing out on some Michael Jackson lore. Johanna says, internal sanitary products are available to young women, which won't enter their maidenhead. That's actually a really good point. Because, shoot, if a young woman uses a tampon, that's like roughly the same thing as diverting, putting something in there and not breaking the hymen. It's very interesting. I guess everybody has the Hebrew hymen now. It didn't evolve. And Marie says, Dunning-Kruger is strong with this one. We're all with you, actually, on that one. And Johanna again says, I meant to say interfere. There's so much they're not allowing me to put into text. Actually, that is the case. You can't put anything you want into a super chat. Sometimes YouTube will be like, you can't put that. There's limits. Skeptics, again, thank you for the super chat. It says, the Bible is more credible because it covers more time than the Talmud. Allow me to introduce you to a book series called Dune. Yeah, it's crazy to me that somehow its credibility was linked to the time period that it talks about. Ridiculous. Another masterclass by Justin on Godhead Trinity. Well, thank you so much, Pat. I appreciate that. And I did what I could. I'm a little tired. I'm starting to wear thin, Gate to Delirium says, Chat GPT, help me. Listen, he was phoning it in. He was doing AI. He was doing Google. He was doing whatever he could to get to where he was going. And what are you going to do? He was a young apologist giving it his all. Atheist Truck Driver, again, thank you so much for the super chat. It says, does the Sanhedrin writings mean Jesus was in custody for 40 days before they stoned him? It actually does. So the custom that they had was that they wanted to find any reason to acquit the guilty and not have to carry out the punishment, because they didn't want to invoke God's wrath for punishing the innocent, because God literally says in Proverbs 6, there are 7 things he hates, and one of them is the shedding of innocent blood. And so, they did typically take precautions when they executed people to make sure they didn't execute innocent people. So, he probably went through a trial, not anything close to what the Bible depicts it as. And Draco says, this isn't a lot, but can you kick him, please? I'm sorry. I should have kicked him sooner. I know I kept him on too long. That's on me. Pat says, I love how Godhead Trinity is so confident using primate thinking. Good job. I'll be a senior citizen by the time an honest apologetic comes on. Listen, he was not willing to be honest. We've seen a lot of people be dishonest. I think he might have been of many the most dishonest. Phil says, say my name, Heisenberg. It's a good reference. Good reference. I appreciate that. And Mary Beth, thank you for the super chat. Says, prove it. Derp fucking derp. That's what you're going to get. You're going to get a lot of herper-derp. You're not going to get proof. And Doji1 says, just Googled it. The highest ranking priest in the Old Testament times is called the high priest. That's what I said. Yeah. If you have a priest who's the highest ranking, he's just referred to as the high priest. It's not too hard to understand. And Atheist Trucker coming in again says, read The Myth of Persecution by Dr. Candida Moss. I actually haven't read that yet. It's been on my hit list. Like, I want to get to it. I just haven't got to it. I've got other things I'm trying to get done first. So I'm trying. I'm going to get there. I've heard good things. Mary Beth says, questions are hard. I agree. Answering questions apparently are even harder for some people. He was not willing to answer a single question. I had to press him over and over again. And I killed Earl. Thank you for the super chat. It says, Justin, honey, this doofus is trolling you. He can hardly contain his giggles. It's time to move on. Your audience begs you. Drop to derpling. I know. I apologize. I've kept some people on too long. I think I kept him on too long the most of all of my guests. I've kept on too long so far. I'm sorry. I should have dumped him. I get it. I lost a ton of people while he was here. But there's like this drive in me when I get these overconfident, hubris a-holes to make them look as foolish and as long as possible, so that later the internet can make fun of them and they can look back at it in history and say, oh shit, I made a fool of myself. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Space Wars, it says, obtuse head Trinity was terrible. Do you know why people get paid on tips? Because nobody wants to stick it all the way in. Absolutely. 100%. Thank you for that, Space Wizard. And Atheist Truck Driver coming in again said, stop this crap about who wrote the Gospels were anonymous. Yeah, actually, that's a good point. And I didn't want to get deterred on that topic, but we all know the topic very well. The Gospels, we have no idea who wrote those things. They're completely anonymous works, attributed authorship much later down the road. So like this whole idea, if you can't name the author of it, it's not credible, is ridiculous. And Space of Lord says the problem is not who is high priest. The problem is who gave David the bread. Actually, that is the case, actually, because if you go to Mark chapter 2, verse 26, that is what he's suggesting. He's saying, while Abiathar was the high priest, the bread was given to David. In fact, he says how he entered the house of God when Abiathar was high priest and ate the bread of the presence. So, like, we know who was the high priest at the time that happened, and who was the one there. Abiathar was the one in the story, which again is why Matthew took it out. Matthew just removed that part. And Evan says, Beanie Brain here has a degree from clown school. That's it. There's no way that dude has a degree. He's up here lying and capping for Jesus, capping for Christ hard. And Retired Bomb Tech, good to see you tonight, friend. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, Justin, this is for the drum roll in my head when I hear you make them read their own book and they sound like it's never been there before. Isn't that the craziest thing? Is like they're so confident in what the book says, and then you make them read it and you're like, any day now. Like, have you never read this before? And then they'll cry about context. Well, the context. I already know the context because I read the damn thing and you didn't. Thank you for the super chat, though. And 9040 says, so does the Holy Spirit not come with an abacus? Apparently not. You don't even need a big one. All you have to do is be able to get from 3 to 7, and not a metaphorical 7, a real 7. And Meg, thank you for the super chat. Says, there's not enough margaritas to deal with this much pretzel. I agree. If I was in the audience, I would have got a little antsy to end that conversation. So I get it. I won't keep people that long in the future. And Spencer says, these darn atheists with their darn math diplomas don't understand symbolic sevens. That's it. I should have just known that 7 is actually 3 as long as 7 is a metaphor and doesn't actually have any meaning. And the Nightman cometh again with a super chat, says, unreal, this guy advertised his YouTube channel at the start of this, LOL. He can't believe this is a good advertisement for his channel. In fact, he did advertise his channel. It'd be terrible if people went over to his channel and left a bunch of comments for him about how bad he got cooked and how bad he had the lie and pretzel. That'd be terrible if that actually happened. Definitely don't do that. Whatever you do, don't go to his YouTube channel and leave a bunch of comments on it. And Jordan Moore says, hey, Justin, could use a win after the day I've had. If you have any left. Well, Jordan, big W to you. Thank you for being here. And hard days happen. We all have them. And I'm sorry that you had one of them, but we're here for you and we care about you. And it's okay. We all have bad days. And if you need someone to commiserate with, we'll fucking commiserate with you. We'll be better friends than the friends of Job's. We'll sit down in the dirt with you. Atheist Trucker says he sounds like the banana guy. Wait, who's the banana guy? Wait, there's so many good references that I don't understand because I'm just not in the know. I wish I was. Atheist Trucker, I love me some bananas. I don't know who the banana guy is. Now I got to look up the banana guy. Oh, are you referring to the atheist's worst nightmare banana guy? Like Ray Comfort? Yeah, I could see him being a little bit Ray Comfort, the atheist's worst nightmare. It's such an embarrassing thing to put on television that's now literally here forever. X Million, thank you so much for the super chat. Says, question for Doug's Prophet. The verb lithify means to turn to stone. Should we seek Doug to lithify us in his name to be like him, or since being turned to stone may not be appealing, is lithification how Doug punishes those who fall into his disfavor? I simply have to know. Well, I don't know if we're going to turn to stone, but remember the prophets did say that we have hearts of stone, obviously, because Doug is in our hearts. And so if we're being turned to stone, I can only assume that it's the good stone that only Doug can bringeth. So if you're feeling stony, if you're feeling rock hard, it's a good sign. Be rock hard for Doug. Don't be soft. Don't be marshmallow. And Spencer said, this community rocks. I love how it's all about igneous, not ignomy or igneo you. Thanks for sharing the love. Great play on words, Spencer. Totally appreciate it. And Sharon loves you. Sharon Stone, the co-redemptrix, is in your corner. And Evan with a super chat again says, Beanie Man clearly didn't get enough attention from his parents when he was younger. Now he has to make a fool of himself on the internet for it. Sad. He was, and if he had a mother that cared about him, she would have been around to prevent him from making dog shit arguments about bleeding on a sheet. That was embarrassing. And Pat says, Jesus, these yes-no questions are so difficult. I'll never understand why Christians can't say yes or no. They always want to dovetail into a full-winded explanation of something that doesn't have a yes or no at the beginning of it. They're like politicians. And Evan says, reads AI result and then says, that's what I believe. You absolutely nailed it. Like, he had no idea what to do with these topics. And then as he's reading the internet, he's like, here's what I think. Here's what I believe. You don't have a belief. You don't have a thought. You're lying, just like your credentials. The Church of Four says, this guy is as mad as a bag of cats. Yeah. Talking to him was a little bit like wrangling a bag of cats. If you've ever done that, that's not a great experience. And Tripolar M Disorder, thank you for the super chat, says the entire time he asked for sources, and yet Justin never asked for the source of the New Testament writers. Yeah, because honestly, the source really shouldn't matter. You see what I'm saying? Like, that would be a really good argument. I probably should have brought that up just to shut him up. But in reality, the source of the Gospels and whatnot don't really approve or disprove my particular arguments. My particular arguments work, whether or not you actually know who these people are. And Evan says, GHT getting saved by EMTs. What's your credentials? He has no credentials, and we call them on it. And listen, if you don't have credentials, don't bring them up. Boogie says, imagine thinking a British accent will save you. Listen, he probably knows that here in the West, we think British people just sound smart. He must be using that to his advantage, but we've proven that's a false stereotype. And Steve Harvey Oswald, again, good to see you. Great name. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, my uncle is the president of the Southern Baptist Convention Executive Council. What should I ask him next time I see him? Ooh, that's a tough one. You want to stump him? Ask him if the Bible definitively tells you how long the Israelites were in captivity in Egypt, because there's 3 different numbers: 400 years, 430 years, or like 212 if you do the genealogies. He won't have an answer for that. Noah's Lions, thank you for the super chat, says, they used the back door to save the hymen. Actually, Mormons are talking about that today. Yeah. The same way soaking came to be. That soaking and diverting, and two different sides of the same coin. And Spencer says he had a master's degree in divernity. It's a 7-year degree, but you get it in 3. Unbelievable, Spencer. Unbelievable. That was phenomenal. Yes, he has a 7-year degree earned in 3 years because it's a spiritual metaphorical 7. And it's not a real degree, it's a metaphorical degree. And ST Sizzle, I think we talked not that long ago, says, have you addressed here on your channel how you got cooked on Tim Pool versus firing philosophy? Yeah, we've addressed it a lot of times. I actually didn't get cooked. And in fact, if you come back on my stream, I can guarantee you can't name a single point that they actually got right that I got wrong. You can't do it. I know you can't do it. So I didn't get cooked. I rebutted all of their bad talking points. And you're just too dumb to know it. You're still crying on my channel because I cooked you into absolute oblivion twice. And Mork says, first time I catch you live, Justin, EU time zone. Well, thanks for being here. Says, found you through Planet Peterson. Love your work. Praise Doug. Well, shit. Thank you so much for finding my content through Peterson and coming to hang out with us. And thank you for super chatting and supporting the channel. And Steve Harvey says, why was Lot's wife turned into salt instead of killed? There's a cultural context which would have made sense at the time that we lack today. So my personal opinion is that the narrative of Sodom and Gomorrah is specifically designed to explain what was happening around the Dead Sea. We had all these naturalistic phenomenon around the Dead Sea. Like we had sulfur, we had big pillars and stacks of sulfur. Some of them are still there. And we had a place like Tel El Hammam that looks like it was destroyed. And so people were like looking back and like, what's the explanation for this wasteland? It looks god awful. Nothing can even live in the sea. And so they created a whole backstory, and the pillar of salt was there to explain why there are literal pillars of salt around the Dead Sea region. That's it. Visible Seldom said hot dogs are just tacos and you don't put ketchup on tacos. Listen, we disagree on that. I love tacos, but I will not blaspheme tacos by saying that they are hot dogs. And I do believe that ketchup should never be on a taco, but definitely should be on a hot dog. Just my opinion. Snappy Turtle says, hi, Justin. Can I talk next? Agnostic deism theory. Snappy, I apologize we went long. The answer would be yes if we had time. RMT says, I will travel and establish the Church of Doug in his promised land, Estonia. Amen to that. Estonia obviously is the promised land of Doug. I don't know how anyone can deny this. And Visible Seldom says, did it take God 7 days to make the universe, or a metaphorical 3? Clearly, it's a metaphorical 3 because 7 has no meaning anymore. In fact, says, any moderated debates in the near future? Maybe. I had somebody that was going to do a moderated debate and they dropped out. Courtney is still like chomping at the bit to get a moderated debate with me, but I haven't kept up on my emails. I'm sure she's emailed me on it, but I've got like 150 unread emails right now. So I'm sure there's some stuff buried in there. But I told her a while ago, I said, I don't really have, I'm not going to have free time to do a moderated debate till like September. So we'll have to wait till then. But I do suspect we'll probably see some moderated debates after the summer when my son is back in school, but not before then. Cahoto says, finish my drive and Justin's still going. Those were some extra twisty pretzels. I can't agree more. Like those are some of the deepest dipping pretzels I've seen in a long time. Design, again with a super chat, says, not only do Christians condone God's barbarity, but they also say, actually, if it weren't for Christians, we would never have realized it was wrong and stopped him. That's such a good point. The Christianity gets they fixed all the problems. It cured slavery. It cured all these societal illnesses. It was the cause of them. Like it caused them. Lisa, thank you for the super chat. Says, it seems that God would know that there are over 10 different hymens. It would seem, and that's why I kept trying to stay on the biological topic, and he wanted to run from it. Kyle is asking, is this working? Kyle, it is working. I'm getting your super chats. The problem is that I had so many super chats that I got backed up because I had like a 3-hour conversation when it should have been like 45 minutes. So I apologize for that, but I got your super chats now. And Kyle, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, well, look, I finally fixed it. Well, you send 2 of them now. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for doing that. And Kyle, again, with another super chat, thank you so much. Says, if you got time, could you slightly elaborate on the thoughts about God causes miscarriages over Numbers chapter 5? When, well, dang, what it was, where Sarah arrives in a city and God stops all the babies from being born. Oh, you're referring to when they went to Gerar in the book of Genesis, chapter 20, somewhere in there. So Abraham and Sarah go to Gerar, and just like their trip to Egypt, the king kidnaps Sarah basically and wants to go into her, and God shows up and punishes all the family members of Abimelech by closing up their wombs. Now, you may ask yourself, does it say that their wombs were closed? And does it say that they miscarried? It seems to suggest that their wombs were closed, but we don't know how long this went on for. It could be a couple of days, could be a couple of weeks, could be a couple of months. If, in fact, their wombs were closed up and they were pregnant at the time, then it seems to be that they would have miscarried. That seems to be the case. But the problem is the phrase to close up somebody's wombs quite often is idiomatically used to refer to being able to get pregnant. So the general idea was that like if a woman's womb was closed, the seed from the man just couldn't get to where it needed to go. So we ended up with this idiom of having your womb closed. It just means that you can't get pregnant, right? So it's unsure. We're a little bit unsure in the story of Abimelech if there were miscarriages involved. I did talk about this in my last 1 or 2 Bible studies with Sarah. We got into the weeds on this particular topic on her channel. If you go to Leaving Faith channel and look at our Bible study, we do cover this particular issue. but that being said, we don't know for sure. We do know that Numbers chapter 5 is going to cause miscarriages. That's for sure. So read Numbers chapter 5. And Noah's Lion says, Google hymenoplasty. The new ones bleed. Oh no. Is that when they're doing the hymen restoration surgeries? Is that what they call it in medical term? I'm going to type it in. I should not be typing this in on my laptop. Now it's going to be in my search history. All right. Hymenoplasty is a surgical procedure aimed at repairing or restructuring a torn or perforated hymen. Yeah. It can also be used to create an opening in an imperforate hymen, which may interfere with menstrual or sexual activity. The procedure is often sought for very... Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's what it is. Well, listen. Yeah, if you're going to get your hymen restored, whether or not it bleeds, I've got questions, actually. You're the nurse. I'm deferring to you on this one. Restored hymens bleed? That'd be interesting. I'd like to hear more about this. Jacob, thank you for the super chat, says Christianity is a license for believers to do whatever they want. Keep up the good work, Justin. Well, thank you so much, Jacob. I appreciate that. And you are kind of right. That's kind of the thing. You know what I mean? I got a couple more super chats left, and then I think I'm finally through the super chats. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I never meant to be up this late. It just happens to be that way. And William, thank you so much for the $2 super thanks. I totally appreciate that, buddy. And Cutlery's with us again. Says, wanted to bed at 3 a.m. Clicked on you, 7:45 now. I know. I was supposed to be in bed before midnight. It's now 1:32 where I'm at. I've got to be up in just a couple hours. Tomorrow's going to be a shit show for me, guys. And Acme Hero says, my kingdom for a boot, this jerk button, I will pay. I'm so sorry, Acme, that I kept him so long. I'm so sorry. Listen, I knew I was torturing everybody by keeping them on so long. But sometimes when you get people like that, it just, it's fun to dog walk them so much so that it's the conversation gets saved on the internet forever, and people can look at it and see the folly of apologetics and how just dishonest you have to be. William Eubanks, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, my insomnia and my Hebrew language checks are both getting me tonight. Well, listen, I totally get it. If I was listening to a live stream and they started talking about the meanings of Hebrew words, I wouldn't be able to sleep either. I'd be up like, what the fuck did he just say? Especially if you're like a native Hebrew speaker, then you're like all ears. You're like, what is happening right now? Please tell me what's happening. I get it. I wouldn't be able to sleep. Thank you for the super chat. And Aaron Leitz, Philo Dragon, my good friend, thank you so much for sending out 20 DZ gifted memberships. Big W, very generous. I super appreciate that, friend. And Jake, my friend from Exodus Brothers, unless it's the other brother, I apologize. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, one of the clearest signs a religion is man-made is how it treats women. I agree wholeheartedly, and I think that's one of the reasons why you can know that these religions are just invented by a bunch of men in power, because there's no care for women. And Acme Hero, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. You are already a hero in my heart, though. And Crucifix Me says, Crucifix Me, welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite. Midlife Crisis Man, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. It says, in South Africa, we call barbecue braai, pronounced guy with BR. Oh, so braai. Okay. The Afrikaners you got here are very Christian and not our best. Grill them good. Listen, I'm going to do a braai as much as I can. We're going to cook them for Doug. And Bill says, if you like gold rum, you must like Havana Club. I do, actually. I'm a fan of most alcoholic drinks. I love rum and whiskey and tequila. The only thing I don't really get into is vodka. It's like the water of alcohols. It's weird. Crucifix Me says, what to do when your son is too perfect? Nailed it. He got nailed hard by a bunch of sweaty guys in togas. It sounds like a party to me, to be quite honest. And Midlife Crisis coming in again says, I was blessed with a 9-inch what? I was blessed with a 9-inch pie. That priest is in jail now. Oof. Listen, kudos to you for being blessed with a large thing. I'm sorry that there's a priest involved, and I'm happy that he's in jail. Thank you for being here, friend. And Satan, good to see you again, Dark Lord, said, heard Gordon Ramsay saying, Justin, best chef to you. I would love to see Gordon Ramsay deal with these apologists. He would be losing his goddamn mind with the dishonesty. It'd be hilarious. I guess he'd just be Matt Dillahunty at that point. And Plato Tots, thank you for the $10 super chat, says Luke 1 begins by talking about a King Herod. Neither Archelaus nor Antipas were kings. Jesus was born in Luke after the census that occurred after Archelaus was deposed. Is this a contradiction? It is, and it's on my list of contradictions. It's quite clear from history, from Josephus and others, that King Herod died in 4 BCE, and if Jesus was born during the reign of King Herod, he couldn't have been born any later than 4 BCE, and we know for a fact that the census of Quirinius was in around 6 CE, 10 years different, and Archelaus is in fact an important timeline device on that. This is just a cold hard fact. That's just all there is to it. Cutlery Duck says no sleep for Justin. I know, you nailed it. It's going to be a rough night. I'm going to be throwing my alarm clock across the room in the morning. It's going to be horrific. Welcome to the Kraken Crew Elite, Wolven, and also welcome Marcus. I totally appreciate that. And I think this is my last super chat. Then I got to get off of here. Kyle K, thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says go check out Leaving Faith. I agree. Sarah is an awesome creator. She's super smart. She doesn't get nearly as much credit. She's got a PhD in physiology. She's incredibly intelligent. Make sure you drop her a follow, friends. But yeah, go find Leaving Faith. We're doing a Bible study on there, and we'll be doing more. We'll be dropping more. We're gonna do the whole Bible. So, anyways, friends, thank you so much for being here. I'm sorry that I had to keep that last one on for so long and bore everybody to tears and make everybody wish that this kid didn't exist, but it is what it is. Sometimes I get a little overzealous with guests too long. I apologize. I'll do better in the future. But until then, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the likes and shares and the support and gifts, and for all the supers. I really appreciate that. And of course, I would thank everybody on TikTok, but my live stream has been already restricted and probably cut off, so nobody's there anymore, because you can't say anything on TikTok without getting your live stream taken down. So anyways, thank you so much, guys. I'll see you again shortly, very soon, actually, very